Football season is back. We got some injury report news, all that when we come back.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Do you want to play rough? Okay. Uno. Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend. What's going on, guys? Hope y'all doing out there. Happy Friday. We are 2 days from kickoff. I am excited. I don't know about you guys, but was wonderful to actually see some football. It is official. Right now, Patrick Mahomes leads the league in interceptions, and Kansas City is in last place of the NFL. So right now, as it stands, the Kansas City Chiefs hold the number 1 draft pick as of today. So, and Detroit Lions have the 32nd pick. Those are the facts. Can't argue as of today. But either way, what's up, El Capitan? Hope you're doing good. El Capitan in the building. Daniel, Barry Sports Highlights, what's up? Brian's Brains, what's going on? Bahana, what's going on? And of course, Michael K, the resident Bills fan. It's good to see you as always, man. We're going to be doing a open panel. Hope y'all could join us. Of course, I heard the news that Armstead is going to be out for the first game, which, if you have actual live footage, once the news that Dolphins Twitter found out that that Armstead was going to miss out, we have live footage.
Ron, where are you? I'm in a glass case of emotion.
LA without your best left tackle, which, in hindsight, and that's his best. That's not his blind side. So I don't know. Either way, man, we had some good good action last night. The Chiefs lost 20 to 21 to the Lions. Dan Campbell got his first win of the season. I'm not sure what time he's going live. But, hey, man, glad y'all can make it. I know it's a little bit last minute, but, oh, man. Please make sure you hit the like button.
Are you afraid to hit that go live button? Give me 5 minutes and I'll have you.
Yeah, hit that like button. Hit the like button, please. Get the algorithm going, man. By the way, we got some sponsors, some partners that we affiliates that we want to talk about, like Dubby Energy Drink. Get the dub, all smash, no crash, with Dubby Energy Drink. Then we have Backroom Collections, fine artwork, visors for your mini helmets, and all that good jazz. Use the hashtag TFTG for your 10% off your first purchase. And we have the lineup. Here we go. We have El Capitan coming on tonight. Color and Ali first thing in the morning. Lewis and myself, we're doing the drive times and the smoke lounge with crypto. KP is coming on tomorrow, the Saturday fantasy lineup, and then of course Tonk TMI Tuesdays as well. And don't forget, we have a new me and myself crypto, the currency connection. We're gonna be doing a new series. It's called Insomnia, where we're gonna be coming on late night. So y'all be sure to hit the like button, come on up, and so we have some press conference. Let me see. We got a little bit of press conference. Here we go. Press conference. It's going down. There we go. Week 1, we got the Chargers. Do we have any press conference from the Miami Dolphins? Where is it? Dolphins. Pretty much, I was going to play the press conference, but I put y'all to sleep. It put me to sleep when I was listening to it. Talking about video games and all that bullshit, but whatever. Anyway, what's going on? Hold on. Kevin Lee, what's going on, man? Yeah, I agree with you. 48 hours to victory. What's up, Raphael? Courtright, how you doing? Yeah, let's get them thumbs up. Let's get them thumbs up, man. It is Friday. That's what it sounds like, Pete. Everybody's in panic mode. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. Thank you, man. Please hit the like button. And let's get this thing started, man. You know what? I'm just going to go. How about, are you talking about the Jets? What the Jets are going to do to the Bills? I don't know. Here we go. There we go, man. Throw them fans up. Hope y'all doing all right. We got some live game action. Y'all come on up, man. We got the Fins for the win, man. Tara Armstead is not going to be playing. Fins up, but I still think we have a chance of winning, man. I really do. I think that hopefully cope with coaching, the right coaching and defenses. This is going to be a defensive battle. I'm hoping that Vic Fangio does his job, because at the end of the day, I could see people making excuses already. Oh, well, this is Vic Fangio's first year, so he needs a pass. But all season we said we're going to have a top 10 defense. So I can't hear that excuse. So Speak. What's up? Let's welcome to the first guest of the panel. What's going on, Pete? What's on your mind?
Getting a little mad, Shake. I'm honestly upset, Shake. I'm super
What's
mad,
up?
especially reading comments like Michael K coming over here talking about 30-point loss, get ready. Like, like I feel it, I see it, but that's the reason why it's upsetting me now. You get what I'm saying? Like it's all talk during the off season, but now the Bullets are about to be live, and I actually feel like you know what? We have to put up and shut everybody up, including myself. I'm one of the biggest doubters out here, but I just want them to just come out, show us, prove us wrong, and shut guys up like Michael K, who think that they're the division leaders right now.
But you know what kind of upsets me, Pete, is the fact that at least you're consistent. But here's the thing: you got some fans, right, all off season talking about we're going. I'm keeping the same energy. So, but we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. But now, as the game getting closer, people are starting to backtrack a little. This kind of reminds me of some when you're about to go skydiving, right? And as soon as you get to the jump point, you're like, oh, you know what? I can't go skydiving because I have my knee is bothering me, so I can't jump out of the plane now. So they're talking all this shit how they're gonna jump out of the plane, but as soon as they get to the jump point, they're like, oh, you know what? My elbow's hurting me, so I don't think I'll be able to jump out of the plane today.
100%, 100. I know exactly what you mean. And going to that reference you just said, Shake, I'm one of the ones that be quick to tell my wife and daughter, do not expect me to go on any rides. I don't ride rides. That's I'm scared of heights and rides. I buckle, but at least I tell them and they know right from Jump Street. You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be one of those like where you just said, yeah, we're gonna go have a blast and all this, and when the party starts, nah, it's quiet. Nah, that's not how it goes. But I get you. Those what I call the flip floppers, the non-believers, the ride the wave guys. You know, they walk around with surfboards. I see them at the beach all the time. Shake.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I did that shit at the beach bash. Damn right. That shit was...
yeah, the thing at the beach. Oh man, you had me looking at that video like, oh, don't do it. That thing was getting dark too.
That I'll never forget that shit, man. Because dude, the floor was so freaking rickety. Looked like it was there from the Civil War, bro. Hell no.
I'm excited. I'm just excited. This weekend is here already. The Bullets will be live.
Hell yeah. Yes, they will be live, man. I can't wait.
You got it? Go get it. 1 second, Shake.
No problem, bro. But one thing, man, for sure. One thing's for sure. I think Miami, we're gonna win this game. And call me crazy. I don't care.
You know, I think we're gonna lose. But if we win, you know, the way I can see us win is us just mano y mano up front. None of that trick stuff. I don't. This offensive line: Liam Eichenberg, Lamb, Jackson. Those are 3 huge question marks we're talking about. Just get them in front of people fighting one-on-one. Nothing special. Don't try to get them moving around the corners on this zone stretch runs. Don't do none of that trick, especially the RPO, Shake, because in reality, I see penalties happening. And that's another issue that we have because of this. Hold on 1 second. My son, he needs help finding something. I'm going to help him out real quick.
No problem, bro. But no, I think we're going to win this game. And I'm the homer, whatever you want to call it, man. I think this would be no excuses. This is the second year in the offense. There should be a little continuity going here. We got the former defensive coordinator as our secondaries coach. We have Vic Fangio calling this defense. I don't want to hear, oh, this is the first year installment with Vic Fangio. That's bullshit. Because
I'm back. I'm ready to knock that out. Go ahead.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, what I was told from the beginning is that we're gonna have an instant top 10 defense. So if our defense isn't ready, then why the hell do we fire Boyer? Because at the end of the day, I think we hired Vic Fangio so we could mask the players that we're gonna get rid of on defense.
Yeah, but you got to put 2 and 2, right? If our defense under Vic Fangio is learning the system week 1 because they're not all there,
Yeah.
guess what? Justin Herbert and his offense with new offensive coordinator Kellen Moore changing it,
Yeah.
they should have some setbacks there as well. So that kind
Correct.
of neutralizes itself, don't you think? Both of them are learning the system at the same time. First live game, they're testing each other. So that washes out. There's a possibility our defense catched on quick. They always say defenses are always ahead of the offense, right? Well, we will find out Sunday if our defense is ahead of their Chargers' new offense that they're implementing under Kellen Moore, and we'll figure it out. If the defense is ahead, we should win by a good defensive battle. This should be an easy win. It should be an easy win. Their offense is not set up yet. They're still learning. Defenses catch up quick. We're gonna blow them out. You know. I mean, that's based on that theory. That's what it should be. It wouldn't shock me if we win based on that. But what I do want to see is us just run up the gut. Just be that power dominant team. Just run it up the middle. A lot too. That outside zone stretch with these tackles are concerning, dude. And I see us every time they try to run it to the outside, it's gonna be a loss of play. Like it's gonna be a waste of play. That's just how I feel.
And you know what's funny is last year we couldn't do no sweeps, no jet sweeps. We haven't done or things of that nature. And you would think that with the run game coordinator and with the things that Deebo Samuels did, we would have been a lot more successful with that.
And we definitely need to see that more with both of them, Hill and Waddle. Utilize them. If you're moving them in motion, scare the defense that you will hand it off in that motion. Make sure you do it once or 2 times and then reverse it. Tyreek is on the outside. Waddle's the one taking the handoff next time. Boom. Play off of that. And that's how you can. But again, you see why it's concerning though? Because now you're trying to do outside runs. Bro, that right there could work, but it's still concerning because now you're trying to run the ball sideways and taking it away from like trying to get these guys to move. And I feel like trying to get these guys to move, we're going to get a good run, right, Shake? Oh, boom, look at Waddle with a 16-yard run, but it's coming back with a 10-yard holding penalty. Because of Liam Eichenberg, he was trying to get in that spot on the move, and he just couldn't, and he had to hold. You know, and that's another concerning. So if you just play straight up smash mouth football, up and up, just try to see if we can win the power battle, pushing the pile, then let's go ahead and fight for those 3.5 yards per carry. Let's get that. Hopefully Mostert could get a big one. I do want to see some Chris Brooks. And if you ask me, I want to see a lot of him. I do like Mostert. He has the speed and everything. But this game itself versus the Chargers, you have to play smash mouth power Tennessee Titan football. You just deploy it. Just scare the hell out of them. Deploy it. Start the game with number 35 at the tailback at I formation under center Tua. That's how we should get the first carry. Let's go. We're running it up the gut. And let's see what it can produce. Because if you're chewing clock, that should be the game plan. And I know it's going to be run, but I'm just hoping it's power run more so than outside run. The game plan is obviously going to be run heavy. And if we get that and chewing the clock, Vic Fangio is ahead of the schedule. 1 or 2 turnovers is the difference of the game.
Well, one thing too is I remember last year we were good. We did get a lot of third and manageable, and unfortunately we couldn't capitalize on that. So that's where I think Brooks is going to come in. Once we get a third and manageable, Brooks will come in there with fresh legs and like you said, run it up the gut with the fullback.
That's another thing. When it is third and manageable, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, don't do that outside zone run. Just keep powering it up the gut.
Yeah, exactly.
Gut. Finish these guys off. That's how you do it. That's how we're gonna. If it gets into an air show, I feel really bad for Tua.
But you know what? Another thing too, you got, for instance, like we get third and manageable, right? Run up the gut, right? It's gonna take it where they're gonna crowd the middle, and that's where Tyreek Hill would probably slip one off the side, and boom, Tua hits him when they least expect it.
100%. They start closing those gaps and pinching that line in because
Mm-hmm.
they're scared of that run. And you hit him with that jet sweep, he could be gone for 60.
Yeah.
Gone in 60 seconds, he'll be gone with that sweep on the outside. That's how you do it. But you can't just come outside trying to zone stretch run early on, trying to give him all that stuff. You just gotta play smash mouth football right now this Sunday versus them. Now against the Patriots the following week, you got a
Oh yeah.
lot of stuff you can play with them because you don't feel like they're as talented as the Chargers right now. So 1 week at
Mm-hmm.
a time.
On paper, but shit, man, we got to see how they look on Sunday too. Because, well, then again, with the Patriots, you really don't know what they are until like week 6, week 7, because that's when Bill Belichick two things. Number one, finds his identity, and two, he finds your film. So that's one thing about Bill Belichick. He's one of those coaches that needs like if he can't game plan against you, I don't think he doesn't do good against those type of teams.
Or when he
But
misses who the key player is.
mm-hmm.
He always tries to take out your best player. If he misses on that, you're doing him in.
Yeah. So yeah, if he has like 4 games on you, that's where his advantage comes from, because he'll look at all your tendencies. Okay, this guy, when he lines, like I'll never forget when he did the there was when he was mic'd up. Hey, where's Jarvis Landry? Where's Jarvis Landry? He didn't call out Jarvis Landry because he was afraid of Jarvis Landry. He wanted to know where he was lined up, because based on where he was lined up, it was telling the offense what the play was gonna be called. You know what I mean?
Yep, yep. Because he did have a limited route tree, so you pretty much knew what was going to happen.
If he's in
Landry was such a
inside,
dog.
they're running. If they're if he's in the inside, they're gonna run. If he's on the outside, they're gonna pass. And not to mention Adam Gase had such a fucking I don't know, dumb. I look at Dan Campbell last night and I'm like, damn, why the fuck is he our coach? But
Hey, Dan Campbell was biting knees early in the game yesterday, going for that fake punt.
oh yeah,
Unbelievable. That was an unbelievable game. And the worst part is, you saw that right tackle Taylor.
mm-hmm.
All game it was false start, false start. The guy was moving, and that's another thing. The commentators made fun of Taylor because when he does line up at the line of scrimmage,
Mm-hmm.
everybody knows it's a run.
Yeah,
So he lines up at the line of scrimmage when it's a run play, and then he lines up at pass pro when it's a pass play. You can't do that. You can't be giving that up like that. You're giving away the play in a sense. It's
mm-hmm.
unbelievable. No,
But
that's the Chiefs' problems, if you ask me. They still should have won that game if it wasn't for all those drops. I can't sit here and say, "Oh no, if Waddle would have caught those passes, we would have won with Skyler," and not be able to say the same thing with Mahomes. Dude, some of those
mm-hmm.
drops were crucial. Let's just be honest here. One drop even converted into them a score. Take away that score right there on that drop, they win the
Mm-hmm.
game alone. You know what I'm saying? So it was not that bad of a performance like the media is pushing it. And oh man, the Lions fans are so hyped up. They're happy. Should have seen them yesterday night. I was on the Lions space last night, and it was
Yeah.
crazy. They were so excited, like they won a Super Bowl.
Listen, all I know is I don't want them to win a playoff game, because if they do, we'll be the last team in the NFL without a playoff fucking win. we'll be the longest.
Fire sale is happening, Shake. I don't think
We'll be the longest drought team with the longest playoff drought if the Lions
so. We'll
win a
be able
playoff
to
game.
stand on two things, Shake. One that we stand proud of, and another one we're kind of embarrassed of. We're the only undefeated team to ever win a Super Bowl, and then we're the longest drought team to win a playoff game.
yeah, it ain't the Lions anymore. God damn, man. It's like the 40-year-old version, bro.
Now, Jim Barry from CBS 4.
Yeah.
They dropped the. I was watching the CBS 4 news and stuff, and when they spoke about the Sports Center, at the end he was like, in a way, like, the only reason I'm bringing this up because it might sound bad to a lot, but even Jim Barry
Mhm.
hinted at it, like, hopefully Tua can stay up tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean on
Yeah.
Sunday. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
Because like having that thought and then saying, "Oh man, like." It's crazy, bro. Like, how are we dealing with this? Like, our organization sometimes it feels like it's more drama than field production. And I'm not gonna lie, it's all good. The drama's fun, but man, I just can't wait till it's actual like
Yeah.
football talk, because right now we just seem like it's all, oh, Tua's gonna get hurt. Oh, Greer, he failed to fix the line. Oh, this, oh that. All of that was during the off season. Doesn't
Mm-hmm.
even matter anymore. The Bullets
Hey,
are about to
listen.
be live right now, and it's crazy to me.
All I know is, look,
Greer totally failed this build, dude. That's all I'm gonna tell y'all.
all I know is Tua looks better. I like how he looks. I think he's gonna. He looks tougher. He looks stronger. But all I know is if the second they fire who's that? If they fire McDaniel, you know what's gonna happen. Oh, he was uncooperative, and he didn't want to collaborative. He was uncollaborative. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, he didn't fire him because of performance. He fired him because of collaboration and
Exactly.
communication.
Mm-hmm. That's the reason they fired Adam Gase. That's the reason they fired Philman. So you name
I'm
it.
just like one thing. Once we hired Greer, like supposed to be the full time,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this guy better get a real coach. He has to get a real coach. And he's failed not only at quarterback, but he's failed at coach selection as well. And it's just, and you know what's crazy? He actually hit with Flores, but for some reason they
Mm-hmm.
fell apart because of Tua. If it wasn't for Tua, there will be no communication issues between Flores and Greer right now. These
Oh.
two guys will be partying on the boat, looking like the best tandem GM head coach has seen
Mm-hmm.
in a long time in Miami. And all it literally would have took was Justin Herbert, bro. Seriously. And that right there is literally what made them fall apart. Not saying that Flores was fighting with him because he during the time of the draft. I'm just, if Greer would have been a smarter GM and gave Flores Herbert to work with, because I don't
Mm-hmm.
care what people say, it's not Flores' job either way to sit here and tell as a first-time head coach who to pick. You can tell him who you like,
Yeah.
but you ain't gonna be able to tell him. I'm not gonna be a first-time assistant manager and just be able to come in and tell the general manager what to do in this business. You know what I'm saying? I could give him my opinion, but I'm not gonna be able to tell him. So therefore, from that standpoint, Greer failed
Mm-hmm.
Flores from the very beginning, making his job harder. That's it.
Oh man.
The decision should have clearly been, all right, let me give this first time rookie head coach. I know he's really good at defense. He's a defensive genius, but let me give him at least a healthy quarterback. I love Tua, but this guy has too many health question marks coming out of college, and I don't want to disrupt Flores' trajectory right now. Let's see
Mm-hmm.
what he can work with this guy. And plus, Herbert coming out of the draft, he didn't have that whole glamorous love like Tua. So it would have been a little bit easier if Herbert would have been a bust to get rid of than it is
Mm-hmm.
to get rid of Tua based on all the sentiment, emotions this fan base fell in love with, because it was
Yeah.
already sentiment from the beginning. Oh, Tua the hip, he's back, he's special. Nobody's ever came back from that sort of injury in their career. Look at Bo Jackson. So there was already an emotional attachment to the hip with that, without even seeing the guy play on the field with the Dolphins organization yet. So once
Yeah.
you had that, it became a real problem. It becomes a problem and a hard problem to try to get rid of if they don't perform.
I'll tell you one thing, man. Chris Greer. I guarantee you, in the back of his mind, he's hoping that Jordan Love doesn't succeed, because apparently that's the guy Flores wanted. So if Jordan Love balls out and looks like a special quarterback, he's like, God damn. And you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. They will still be here. It'll all be Miami. It'll be Flores. It'll be Greer. He'll be happy to be at the podium. We probably would have seen him more often than not talking about the team, because he would have been so proud of his selection, just like
Mm-hmm.
these other guys are about their guys. They go up there and they talk, and they love being the camera on the face, because when you make a good decision, don't you like, everybody in the world should like that you made a good decision. Now imagine you make a bad decision. Oh, a bad
Mm-hmm.
investment. it went bad on you. You don't want nobody to know that you made a bad investment, it went bad on you. But when you made a good investment and it blew up, you're throwing that in everybody's faces like, I'm smart, I'm good. And when the limelight is there, you're going to be proud of that limelight. It feels like Greer's always hiding behind that little New England hat. He's not really happy. He feels lost already. And it's all because of the Herbert and a little bit of Burrows as well. Because they failed to tank. They failed to tank, bro. They literally failed to tank. What they should have done was literally what they done and how they were going to go to tank and literally traded for Josh Rosen. Should have started that guy every single game, bro. You would have ended the year finding out if you had hope in a new quarterback that you traded for, or you would have probably been selecting #1 overall. That's it. 2 stones would have been flipped right then and there. You would have had your guy Burrows right now, and it would have been beautiful. Or you would have probably found out that Josh Rosen, with a little bit, with what he showed, maybe he won and he didn't get us in the, who knows? You know what I'm saying? So we didn't give him that opportunity to play throughout the whole season. And it's not fair to judge a player based on a few games, 2 or 3 games.
Yeah.
What's up, Greg?
What's up, Greg?
You know, I was just minding my own business today, and then all of a sudden I come across Twitter. I'm having a great day. I finished all my homework, get to relax. I come across the news at like whatever time it came out. Terrell Armstead's not playing, and now I'm upset because now it's not even Sunday, week 1 yet, and I know the season's over. I would be surprised, knowing how Tua played last year without Armstead. I would be surprised if Tua makes it out of the game healthy. And I'm not trying to be a dick coming out saying.
No, exactly, Greg. Keep it going, because that's exactly how I feel, and I'm mad. That's what I was telling Shake. Like, I'm mad right now, bro. They failed to do this for this guy.
I'm gonna be yelling at the television Sunday, having a headache, but just going off with last year, man, it's gonna be tough watching it. But anyway, I mean, someone's got to step up. I don't know who's gonna be starting. We got to hope for that, but. We're gonna be in for a rough Sunday, I'm trying to be I'm trying to be optimistic this year. I'm trying to root for my quarterback, but now with Terron Armstead out, I mean, but now this is time for Tua, whoever's in Terron Armstead's place, to step up. I mean, it's time for, if Tua wants that be the guy, he's got to step up without the best offensive lineman we have.
Hey, by the way, this Sunday, man, at 3:30, man, I will be in Fort Myers at the watch party at the Keys Bar and Grill with your host, Dolph Freaky from the Southwest Florida Club, and it is going to be awesome. $12 domestic bucket beers, $7. You know, we're not sponsored by them yet, but I'm hoping I'm working on that, man. But the Keys Bar and Grill is going to be in Fort Myers. I will be there live, boots on the ground. I'm excited. Let's welcome mi hermano cubano, Luis, and of course, Mr. Polk, Crazy Dolphin. What's going on, guys?
What's good? What's good?
Going on?
Hey, real quick, before I want to come in here, I just want to make sure. Hold on, real quick. Let me smell. Hold on. It's coming to me. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it smells like pussy in here. Are we crying because what's his name ain't playing? Is that what we're doing in here? Oh, my God, the doom and gloom, Terron Armstead's not playing. Bro, God, man. Oh, my God. Are we?
No. Louis, I know what you're about to say. That's the reason why I came up.
We're losing the game now because Terron Armstead ain't here. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? Bro, get out y'all's fucking feelings, man. Yep. Jesus
That's
Christ.
For real. That is for real, because that's the reason why I came up, because I can't be on here long. But let me, Armstead is not the whole team. Also, I'm quite sure that Coach McDaniels, along with help from Fangio, can make adjustments. Okay, the season's not over. I don't understand. I mean, I don't know stats as much as some of these. I don't know the game as much as some of these people. But doggone, I know give up on the team just because one man goes down. Come on, man, y'all gotta do better than that now. Come on.
Man, that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's
The
no make
season
no
is
sense.
By the way,
over,
Mr.
bro.
Polk. By the way,
This
Mr.
is
Polk, did you hear me?
nothing new.
Hold on,
This is
real quick.
nothing new.
But Mr. Polk, did you hear me
No.
cry anything about us losing?
No. It's not true. I'm talking about. I'm listening to Pete. Who else? Just Greg. Greg. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't agree with what y'all saying because the game. I mean, the season hasn't even started yet.
Man, and it'll need to
You
start.
putting it all
You can
everything
hear
on
it all
one
throughout. Like I'm
guy.
literally, it ain't crying.
Well, that's
It's
what you're hearing.
reality.
That's
hold
what
on
you're
one
hearing.
second. Hey,
That's
Bleezy,
not what I'm hearing.
You heard Jim Barry?
Hey, Bleezy, I hope to see you there
Barry
at the bar. I hope to see you there in Fort Myers because I know you're from the Fort Myers area, man. Bleezy, I hope to see you this Sunday, bro. I'll buy you a beer.
Is Jim Barry Coach McDaniels? Is Jim Barry Fangio? No. So come on, man. Y'all gotta do better than that.
Man, Greer. All I'm saying, Mr. Park, it is crying. I'm a little upset. So Lewis is right. It's because I already know, man. Like I can't believe it's here. Sunday's here, and we're already like the whole community, not just me. Their mentality is 0-1. Like we already got that loss already, and it hasn't even officially started. And I feel it through their
How
feelings.
you know
And because
you don't know that we have a loss already.
Hey,
Mr.
Park, Mr. Park,
come on, man.
I don't hear no confidence in the community.
Hey, Mr. Park,
you
Mr.
hear
Park,
confidence coming from me because this is crazy.
Mr. Park, don't go
One
crazy.
or two guys outweigh
hold
the
on,
bad.
Pete. Hey, Mr. Park, don't go crazy at Pete. Don't lose. If Terran Armstead was playing, Pete would have us losing. Don't let him lie to you. Don't let Pete come up here and say, "Oh, we're losing because Terran Armstead." If Terran Armstead was there, Pete would say that. Pete would have another reason why we're losing. Don't fucking sit here and lie. Don't come out here and try to.
Ain't nobody lying. Who's lying? I'm just
right?
making it like the loss. Lewis is right. So let's get this straight. Lewis is 100% right. With or without Armstead, I still would have had it a loss. But we know why. We know why. He played last year. He played last year versus the Chargers, and it looked bad. We only scored like 7 points. Not all of everything.
This is a different year.
It's not a different year.
Different season.
This is they have a better and
I don't
healthier
care if you have the same players. It's a different season.
And they were able to do that with a preseason roster last year. So they did that to us with a preseason roster last year, and they shut the most prolific offense
and you said it last year. This is a different year.
This is the Brandon Staley is the staple to shutting Tua down and getting this guy out. The pass. Are you aware, Mr. Park, of how bad this offensive line is about to look against one of the best lines?
I've been dealing with the Dolphins.
Liam Eichenberg is not at left guard. Liam Eichenberg is not at left guard. Supposedly, it's Kendall Lamb at left tackle, which will be fine, and Isaiah Wynn is at left guard. So right here, these statements are false. Eichenberg is not starting at left guard. Jay?
No, how is that false? Go look up the depth chart for the Miami Dolphins, Lewis.
Well, if you want to believe in the depth chart, Pete.
No. I don't.
Come meet me later on tonight so we can go I can show you the unicorn I found last night. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, no. I'm glad you said that. Don't believe in the depth chart because I'm a firm believer that Skyler is not QB3. How about that? I don't believe in this way.
Okay, well, perfect then.
But
there you go.
But the official depth chart has him at 3. Everybody clowned it, right? So since it's official, I guarantee you, and yes, I think they're correct. Liam Eichenberg will be starting at left guard at 4:30 p.m. in about 2 days. That's who's going to be protecting our guy.
You want to put a little wager on that?
I'm not putting no wager. I know he's injured with a rib injury, we'll find out.
I didn't think so.
We'll find out if he doesn't start week 1. It's because he's injured.
So you're just up here talking.
If he's healthy,
do you want to put a little wager on it?
If he's healthy, he's going to get the start.
It's just a simple question. Do you want to put a little wager on it?
I'm not putting no wager on it.
Oh, so you're just talking then? Okay, cool. So you're
just talking too.
All right.
I'm willing to put everything favors mine.
I'm willing to put my money behind
the official depth chart favors me. So you're just talking out of whatever you want to talk. And again, if he doesn't start, I'm telling you literally why he's not going to start. It's because he's already questionable on the injury report with rib injuries.
So now the depth chart. So the
we'll
depth
find
chart
out.
is right. So the depth chart is right with Liam Eichenberg, but then the depth chart ain't right for Skylar Thompson. Is that what you're telling me, Pete?
No, the depth chart is right. But I said I'm glad you said that so I can bring up the Skylar Thompson.
So Skylar is 3 then. So right now, what Pete is telling
bad coaching decision. Bad coaching decision. But yeah,
listen. Hey, Lewis, you know what my gas station stores told me? They went up to Skylar Thompson and said, listen, we have 2 options. We either going to cut you, or if you stay, we got to take number 19 because we are tired of you besmirching the name of Johnny Unitas, and we're going to give you Jay Cutler's number because that's your status. I'm sorry, not Jay Cutler.
He has a
Ray
real
Lucas.
quarterback
Ray
number
Lucas.
now. He has
Ray
a real
Lucas.
quarterback number now.
We're going to give you Ray Lucas's number, and we're going to take away. We're going to take away Johnny Unitas' number because they did not want to besmirch the number of name of Johnny Unitas. So
my gas station.
Hey, Shake. You know what's crazy? I just got a new gas station attendant over here by my house. So I introduced myself, right? I was like, hey, my name's Lewis. I come in here a lot. I've never seen you before. And he told me he had to move gas stations because some crazy dude named Pete was harassing him for fucking torture. And he had to get away from this crazy guy named Pete. So he moved gas stations. That's my source.
I'm clipping this, by the way.
My gas station source, y'all know what he told me? Skylar changed that number to 6 because he's the only one throwing touchdown passes. That's just the only thing.
He's the only one
throwing. He's only throwing 6s. He throws them 6s up there. Y'all gonna be seeing 6 throw for 6 pretty soon. That's gonna be his nickname. 6 throws for 6. We're gonna hear that pretty soon. Week 6. Remember what I predicted, Skylar?
Unfortunately, it's the defense that gets the 6.
My God.
The team.
And I predicted that. And I predicted that with a healthy Armstead. Predictions might change live right now on TFTG.
He throws for 6s that go the other way.
I can't believe how Greer failed to. Did y'all see it? Did y'all see the Lions just mollywop the trenches without Chris Jones yesterday?
Yep.
That's how big of a drop-off it is when Armstead is not in at left tackle for us, and we're going to show you Lamb. That's the huge
different thing.
I'm just showing you an example of what's a big drop-off of an all-pro to just a guy. That's the decision,
and
right
that's
there.
why you have a head coach and defensive coordinator, because when a player goes down, they put the plug and play the next player.
Oh my God! What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Are you aware that your right tackle, the blind spot protector for your left-handed quarterback, is Austin Jackson?
Oh, Austin Jackson, sorry. Oh.
Hey,
are you aware that it's Austin Jackson?
No.
Ennis, remember you said I lied about the Eagles game? What happened with the Trey Sermon stuff? You said I lied. Were you watching the game or what? Oh, okay. So you could call somebody a liar and not be watching the game. Okay, go ahead.
Bro, why do I care about Trey Sermon? Bro, give my name out.
Why do you? Of course. Why would you care about it? You were loud and wrong. You didn't have my name out of your mouth. You thought it was all funny.
You're on this pity party today. Go somewhere else with that.
Tell me how Tua's gonna win Sunday, Ennis, to an ear.
Throw these nuts in your mouth. Do that.
Where's Steve LeMay? Where is Steve LeMay in the chat that donated $5 with that? I haven't seen that guy. Where's Steve LeMay?
I can tell you how the Dolphins are going to win. I can't tell you how Tua Tagovailoa specifically is going to win, but I can tell you how the Miami Dolphins are going to win.
Run the ball
on Sunday.
Hey, by the way, I you know what?
I do.
Actually, it was good, healthy debate between you and El Capitan, and at the end of the day, I agree with you. We're not built. We're not a run first built team. We're built to pass to open up the run.
Listen, Shake. Again, when me and Cap, and I wasn't going at Cap.
No. I know. That's why I said it was a healthy debate, bro.
Absolutely,
it was a good healthy debate.
I agree. We are going to run the ball. We're probably going to run the ball more this season than we did last season. Mm-hmm. I just think because people in that space again, right, came up and said that we have to kind of like protect Tua. That Tua can't throw the ball more than 25 times. Like, That's ridiculous to me, bro. We have a $30 million receiver that's probably the most explosive guy on the field any given Sunday. We also have a 1A receiver in Jalen Waddle. We have a top 5 quarterback in every metric in the NFL. Now, again, right now, Detroit last night, they said it. They ran the ball 34 times. Perfect. But that didn't stop Jared Goff from throwing the ball 35 times. Like, if you ask me, we're not built like the Tennessee Titans. We're not built like the Baltimore Ravens that are built to powerhouse, run the ball just down your throat. We are not built like that, right? So I'm not saying let's not run the ball more. I'm not saying, again, we averaged 22 carries last year. There were some games where we had 8 carries. There was other games that we had 30, just like Cleveland. It has to be somewhere in between. But again, the strength of our team comes on the left arm of Tua Tagovailoa, the explosive plays that we can get from Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Correct.
I'm not taking the ball out of my top 5 quarterbacks' hand to hand the ball. And I'm glad Ennis is up here because I think Ennis would agree. If you tell me who do you want the ball in their hand, Tua and our outside weapons that is the strength of our team, or are we giving the ball to Raheem Mostert? Are we giving the ball to Jeff Wilson Jr.? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, come on, bro. Like, again, if we were built like Tennessee or Baltimore, okay, I get it. Let's run down the people's throat. The offense in general, we have to be, again, more balanced. But let's not get it twisted. We are a pass-first football team that is going to use – bro, why does everybody want all this speed? Because they speed kills, right? Like, let's not – again, I get the running – aspect of it, we do have
That's
to
what
run
the Chargers are worried about.
More efficient. We have to be more efficient in the running. But I don't think that's 30, 35 carries a game. Miami just ain't built for like that, bro. We're not.
Exactly.
And again, if I have a top 5 quarterback, I'm putting the ball. I have faith in Tua. I couldn't say this.
Even if we would have traded for Jonathan Taylor, we still would have not been that type of offense.
This wouldn't be me talking 2 years ago with Tua. But from what I seen last year and the faith now that I have in that man, no, he should have the ball in his hands. I feel more comfortable with Tua having the ball in his hand than Raheem Mostert. Ennis, am I lying? Am I lying with anything I said, Ennis?
Nah.
That's all, and that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about here?
That's exactly what I was saying when there was a lot of loud discussions about trading for Jonathan Taylor. I kept telling everybody it's not a run-heavy team. It's not worth trading for Jonathan Taylor and paying him all that money when we have a Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill in a pass-heavy offense.
No, that's where you're wrong. See,
I'm not wrong. That's just
that's where you're wrong. No, you can go make a move for Jonathan.
That's what I was saying.
No,
you don't. It's a pass-heavy team.
You go make a move for Jonathan Taylor.
You're not going to trade for a running back if you're only going to give him 15 touches. That's just not going to happen.
No, again, I didn't say you're giving Jonathan Taylor 15 touches. I'm not saying you're giving Josh Jacobs
got 15 touches.
It's Raheem Mostert. But again, it's Raheem Mostert. Right?
Because it's the pass. Look, in this type of offense, any fast running back should be.
Yeah,
in this type of offense, in this type of offense, any running back should be effective. And the numbers proved it last year. The names you guys call trash, Mostert, Wilson, and all of that, their bottom line numbers at the end were very good. And with a bad offensive line. That's the truth. Why? Because the speed of the offense, because that's what the Chargers are going to be scared of Sunday evening, is going to be the speed of our offense. Not the aggressiveness, not the running game. No, they're scared of Hill and Waddle. That's the speed they're scared of. So it's the speed that's going to open everything up. And that's what's going on in Miami with this scheme.
Roadrunner, I said in metrics. All the metrics tell you by the number. And again, I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying that you can't argue with, I guess, the numbers, the metrics, the PFF grades, and all this. He's a top 5 quarterback. Now, do I believe Tua is a top 10 quarterback? Yes. I would have him closer to 10 than 5, right? But even with a top 10 quarterback, bro, I'm not taking the ball out of his hands to give it to Raheem Mostert. I'm just not. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, if we averaged 22 carries last year, it should be around 25, 26 carries, if that. But again, the strength, bro, both quarterbacks yesterday, I think Patrick Mahomes threw the ball 39 times, Jared Goff threw the ball 35 times. Like, what are we talking about here? to
Man,
come
this
out
is
and
the
what I heard today in a space talking about, oh, we got to protect Tua and he should only throw the ball 25 times or less. Like, who are we kidding? Bro, this ain't the 1980s.
Who said that again?
We ain't running no wishbone formation and I formation. And what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, bro, we're a spread them out 4 wide, 5 wide receiver and let this team go to fucking work. That's what we're built like. We're not built to sit in the I formation and run it down people's fucking throats. We're not built like that. And that's
we're not the Lions. We're not the Lions.
Go get a bunch of motherfuckers that do that, and then let's turn this team into that. But don't go get me Jalen Waddle. Don't go get me Tyreek Hill. Don't go get me Braxton Berrios. Don't tell me about fucking Chosen Anderson and then tell me we got those guys to what? To be fucking decoys? We're going to run the ball 40 fucking times? Like, bro, fuck out of here.
I'd rather see carries by Tyreek Hill. Like Shake was saying early on in the game, do some more jet sweeps, put him in the backfield, give him carries, utilize and abuse Tyreek Hill all he got. Give him and force him that 2,000 scrimmage yards.
Hey, by the way, hold on. Before we do that, KP, real quick, before you do all that, what's on the menu for tomorrow, man? What we got going on your sports fantasy show tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, guys. We're going to recap the draft, go over some matchups in this first week of the fantasy football season. You can join us tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard, right here on the Fins Tailgate for the Fantasy Outlook. Hopefully, Color will stop through. We'll go over some DFS matchups as well if you're in the weekly leagues. You know what I'm saying? And, yeah, man, we'll just chop it up tomorrow morning, 11 a.m., man, right here on the Fins Tailgate. But, yeah, hey, let me just push back just a little bit on Pete and Lewis, just a little bit. I agree. We got to be more balanced. We got to be more efficient. If you recall, that's exactly what I was calling for at the beginning of last season, right? But speed at the outside becomes more effective when you are smashing people in the mouth with that run, okay? So I agree. You got to run enough to make those linebackers respect you. And then if you do that, Tyreek and Waddle's outside speed becomes that much more decisive. And another thing, you talking about run and shoot, spread them offenses. In reality, if you check those offenses which rely on wide receivers running option routes, typically you run that kind of system when your receivers aren't the most imposing physically. You run those option routes so they can find spots in the seam, and the quarterback can read them. When you have dominant physical outside receivers, you want to be in a more a pro set because you know that they can dominate those cornerbacks and beat the shit out of them. Those run and shoots are for, good athletes, but they don't have to be dominant athletes because each receiver plays off the other.
Hey, KP,
yeah.
And I get everything you're saying, KP. When I said spread them out 4 wide, 5 wide, I'm not talking about that should be your base. I just use that as the example, right? For the people that are saying, let's run the ball down our throats. KP, I think you would agree with me because I agree with you. Are we built like a physical football team up front? Are we built like the Tennessee Titans that are just going to, they're going to line up. They're probably more than likely going to be in an I formation or an offset I or something, and they're going to run the ball down your throat. Do you see Miami as that kind of team, KP?
No, we are not that team. We are not
so
that team.
So that's what I'm saying for the people. Again, KP, I don't know if you were in the space earlier. This guy said, and I quote, to protect Tua, we should let Tua throw the ball 25 times or less. Like, what are we talking about here? In the 2023 season, KP, I can see if it was 1987. Okay, 25 times a game. Okay, cool. Bro, it's 2023. These quarterbacks are dropping back 45, 50 times a game. It is what it is. Everybody always wants to tell me about how the generations have changed, right? Oh, you got to be softer and nicer and kinder to people because the world is changing. Well, guess what then, motherfuckers? Football has changed too. It's not the 80s where you line up. It's football.
No.
This is the football
then
now
the
where
whole team
quarterbacks are dropping back 45,
the whole team
50
shouldn't
times.
be practicing.
Yeah, I feel you, Lewis. I feel you.
Then. Cancel practice then, Lewis.
But what gets me, Pete, is that the same people who want Tua to throw maximum 25 times are the same people who turn around and tell you Tua is the left arm of God.
Thank you.
He's the left arm a god, then goddamn it, then he should be throwing every goddamn time. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. With the best receiver duo in the league that they like to say.
Exactly. That's a fact.
And I'm not saying and I'm not saying throw the ball every time. I'm just saying, bro, for the people again that want to just let's run the ball and run the ball and we're gonna run it down people's throats, bro. We're not like that. We're not built like that. It sounds good like in theory, but we ain't that. That's not what we are. We're not built like that.
I didn't get to say it earlier,
West
Shake.
Coast
The only thing that got me upset already is honestly, like, there's no excuses, and look what our team does to us. They rule out Teron Armstead week 1. That's the excuse barometer blowing out of the meter right now. That's excuse 101 right there. Oh, we lost to the Chargers because we didn't have Teron Armstead. That's the stuff, and only because I don't want to hear that excuse, you better believe that's going to be the majority of the excuse. And I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, bro. Like, I'm so tired of this. Like, number one thing is you could say, oh, things have changed. Things have been nicer. Well, look, Rashawn Slater is coming back from a long season-ending injury. That guy has practiced every practice rep. He's been there. You know, he's one of their high-valued tackles. How come our guy doesn't practice? I'm so tired of this soft coaching. Like, take it for what it's worth. It is what it is. It's a total BS of what's going on. And this fan base, not too long ago, was hold on. And this same fan base, yes, and this is the same fan base that used that this guy doesn't practice, so we got to get rid of him excuse. We've already used this against Mike Pouncey. I remember this. They got Mike Pouncey up out of here because the coaching staff could never have him practice. It was sloppy. We don't need a player-led locker room. And we're back at this whole fireball. That's why I'm telling y'all, y'all can believe what y'all want to believe. It's okay. We're always going to be fans of the Dolphins forever. But at the same time, in these times that we're living in as Dolphin fans, to me, it's a dumpster sale, bro. This thing needs to go already, bro. It's already like 0-1. It has me so
not me,
mad.
Ennis. I ain't doing this, Ennis. Not me.
Like, we're comparing a 12-year All-Pro to a 3-year.
Until he has to practice, bro. I don't care.
I ain't doing this.
Until you don't have the coaching staff that doesn't have your guys practicing, it's unbelievable, bro.
So a 3-year player to a vet proven in this league. That's what we're doing. All right, got it.
Yeah. So it's a soft regime, bro. They're too soft. I don't want to hear none of that stuff that they're talking about. Oh no, things are nice now. Yeah, times are nice, but look, go to work and think you're not going to get fired or stuff like that. Things are still the same, bro. I don't want to hear things are different now. It's still the same as football. You get disciplined out here.
Oh boy.
Man. But anyway, what other game besides the Miami Dolphins are you guys looking forward to seeing this Sunday?
Steelers and Niners.
Yeah, that's a good game to look forward to.
I got the Steelers winning.
I want to see the Jets and Bills Monday night. I want to see the Jets and Bills.
I hope both teams lose.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what I want to see.
I want to see two of the most expensive quarterbacks in the NFL go at it. Deshaun Watson and Joe Burrow.
Go ahead, Anna.
So I hear what you're saying, right? And you know how I am about these running backs. We talked off screen, behind the scenes. But when you have two linebackers from the Chargers out and they was 28th against the run, I think you have to lean a little more on the run this game. But I agree with you as far as the overall look of the offense in the season. But when you have a team that struggled against the run last year and they're wounded in the linebacker room, I just think if Mostert doesn't do that, it's not efficient, then we have a problem. Because they are wounded.
Wait, what team is wounded at the linebacker room? What team is wounded at the linebacker room?
I'm talking to Lewis. So
but you're talking on a public panel. Anybody could report, or anybody could talk. It's an open public panel. You can want to talk to somebody, but you're saying stuff that don't make sense. Again, what linebacker you're talking about is wounded because they're two starters. They're two starters.
No, Pete, let him finish. Pete, go ahead.
He was already done. He said he didn't want to respond, so that's why I kept talking.
But I wasn't talking to Lou.
No, you interrupted him, Pete.
Let him finish.
It sounded like he was done.
Go ahead, Pete. Let him finish. It doesn't matter. Go ahead, Dennis. Go ahead, brother.
So if you're hearing that Mostert is for Marcel Louis determined to make an impact, well, we'll see. But I agree with you. It doesn't matter how many times they get carries. If they're not efficient runs, they're useless. Give them the 20 times, 15 times. If they're not efficient runs, it doesn't matter. They have to be efficient. That's why they was trying to seek another running back. Doesn't matter what you pay. The reason why they wanted that guy because he's efficient. Like that's just the bottom line. Period. But when
At
you have
least
a
in the red zone.
team rump the linebacker and Hanley, it starts with an H. Whether they're starters or backup, they linebackers weren't good against run defense. So if one of the depth guys or starter is gone, they're compromised against that aspect. So that's all I'm saying, Lou. Like I agree with you.
Oh, and listen, and it's to be fair, I agree with everything you just said there. I do think we should try to run the ball against the Charger. I'm just saying, see, the way you said it, I completely agree. There's no pushback. But we had people in the space earlier today, right, telling me, well, we just need to run it blindly, even if it's not working, like you said. If we get up to 20 carries, 21 carries, it's mid third quarter, and we ain't, bro, it's not working. Like, I can't just go and keep saying, well, Coach McDaniel said we were going to try to run the ball, so let's just keep trying to run it. No, bro. Like, at the end of the day, we have to run the ball, but we have to be efficient. And if it's not working, we can't just say, hey, we're blindly going to turn this into a run team. We're just blindly going to say we're going to run the ball because Coach McDaniel promised us all we're going to run the ball. No, to run the ball, it has to be effective. If it's not effective, then guess what? I know what is effective with this team. Tua throwing the ball to our weapons because we seen that work. We still yet haven't seen this run game that everybody's clamoring for. We don't know if that works, but I seen Tua throw 6 touchdowns. I seen Tua throw 3 touchdowns in 3 straight games against Chicago, Detroit, and Cleveland. Like, I seen that. That's all I'm saying. We got to run the ball, but we can't just run the ball blindly. We can't just say, hey, we're going to line up and throw or run the ball because we said we're going to do it. No. If the shit's not working, we got to abandon that and go to what works. But I agree with everything you said, and you didn't say nothing wrong. What I'm talking about is for the guys that were in that space earlier telling me that dumb shit.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
And the only thing I was saying, Lewis, and the reason why I was rebuttaling him and I didn't let him finish because he said something that I don't agree with, which is wrong in my eyes. He said the linebacker unit is wounded, and they don't have no starters out in this game. Like, I don't know what that's the only question I had. Like, who are you talking about?
Shay, can you pull up the
their starting linebackers are in.
I didn't say they were starting.
Their second round draft pick that they drafted.
Which one?
He's
on Twitter? You have it on Twitter?
Yeah, that they dropped from the team from both teams. They special team guys. They're still contributors on their team.
But you're talking about the running game is going to be effective because the linebacker unit is wounded, and now you're saying special teams.
So the same guy that was there.
Bro, everything you said was wrong on that, and I don't care who agrees with you. They're not wounded like you said. The linebacker is they got a new linebacker, Eric Kendricks, and the other middle linebacker that's healthy. I don't care what nobody agrees with you. You can think you're right. I'm just telling you, you loud or wrong.
I didn't ask you if I was right.
That's it. I'm just telling you, you loud or wrong. You can say what you want to say. I don't care if a backup special teamer that ain't gonna contribute on the game.
Hold on. Pete,
ain't contributing in the game.
Hold on, Pete. Where can I find the special teams? Is it on Twitter?
No,
injury report. You gotta do all that, bro. They only have 2 players injured on their injury report.
No.
Compared to like our 10.
Hey Pete, who do I go?
No,
go to Marcel.
No, he's right. Can I say something? Shay?
Yes, sir.
Enos is right because there are 2 linebackers out on the Chargers.
It's not starting linebackers. They're not going to be running. Mostert is never going to run against those guys anyways.
Yeah, you know everybody roster. You know,
and their second round draft pick is healthy, so that's their other linebacker backup. You guys want to make it seem like some of those guys are special team contribute. You literally up here talking about Mostert running against a wounded linebacker room, and then you try to flip it up and say special teams. Come on, bro. Like you can say.
What did those linebackers do last year that was ranked 28th against the run? What upgrade did they make? A rookie? That's what you're saying?
They got Kendricks from the Vikings, and they're fully
Wow.
healthy.
A 32-year-old linebacker. That's what we're
I
dealing with?
heard the fan base
Okay.
wanting Kendricks this offseason. So that's the
I
same
don't care what the
32-year-old
fan base
linebacker
wanted.
that they
That's
wanted
your
to come to
problem.
Miami.
I don't care what the
Yep.
fan base wanted. That's your
Yeah, I
problem.
know. I'm just telling you. And you've been
You
loud
ain't
and
telling
wrong
me nothing.
consistently, dude. So don't get
You
upset, bro.
always
I'm just
wrong.
correcting
No,
you.
all right.
Those two
Okay,
what else,
well,
Lou?
linebackers
Pete.
you said are hurt. That doesn't matter. So let's just move on, bro. You're
Okay,
loud and
well,
wrong on that.
Pete. Since you're not concerned about the two linebackers is hurt, don't be concerned about Armstead being hurt on our team.
Oh, come on, Mr. Park. You're gonna put
No,
that
come
like
on
that,
now.
like it even compares. I'm
Exactly.
trying to tell you, bro. Armstead is one
You
of
making a
the
big
core
issue out
guys.
of it.
This is our core guy. That's why it's a big issue. This is backup special teamers that are out and injured. They're not even out. They're questionable with injury. What I'm saying, Mr. Park, this is a huge, big
So,
trajectory,
Mr. Polk,
bro.
and what if one of
Like,
them
come on
starters
now.
goes
You're
down, Mr.
comparing an
Polk?
all-pro to a backup guy that
No,
gets no rep.
I can't hear you.
Come on
What
now,
you said
Polk.
now?
Mr.
Nah,
Polk, what happens if one of the starters goes down?
You talking about
Just
one of
like
their
we could.
starters
their
or
second
our
round
starters?
draft pick goes in that's
Look,
healthy and plays
All
and
I'm
right.
picks
trying
up
to
the
listen to what
slack.
Enos is saying. Please let them talk.
It's cool, Polk. I'll talk to you another time. I'm good.
Okay.
Go ahead. Because Pete, come on, let him talk. Go ahead, Ennis.
It don't matter what I say. He's doing this on purpose. I'm cool, Shay.
I'm not doing nothing on purpose. It's just that's what the reality is, bro. Like, wake up and be real with yourself, bro. Those two injured linebackers don't matter versus the Chargers. That ain't wounding their linebacker unit like that, trying to stop most of it. They're starting linebackers. It's about starters we talk about. Now he wants to make it seem like their backups being injured. Man, this is unbelievable.
Shay, did I not say they was the 28th ranked run defense before that?
But
Before
they're
I
Yes, you
mentioned the
healthy.
did.
linebackers?
Yes,
But
you
they're
did.
healthy
Thank
now.
you.
Yes, you
And
did.
you know what?
Healthy
Last
now.
year, one of their middle linebackers was fucking Cal Van Noy, and he's an old dude. I don't think he's back there anymore, is he?
He's a
No,
free
he's
agent.
not. He's not back there no more. They upgraded him. Cal Van Noy
Eric
put a
Hendricks. Be
move on
scared,
Armstead
Shake
last year and got his first sack when he played him. Cal Van Noy didn't get his first sack of the season until week 14 when he went against Toronto.
Pete, you really believe that? You really believe what you're saying? Like, so the linebackers that were trash last year, you believe they upgraded? I'm just asking you a question. You said they upgraded. I just want to make sure before I say my next comment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they got a better linebacker in Kendricks. That's an upgrade at middle
Okay.
linebacker. Yeah.
Well, okay, perfect. I just need that same energy.
And he's healthy, and he will be playing.
Okay, perfect. And again, I'm not going to disagree with you. I would just ask for you to have that same energy so you can agree with me. So when Miami went and signed Mike White and gave him the bag, it was because Skylar Thompson was trash and they upgraded. Correct? And with your analogy of the Chargers, how their linebackers were trash and now they upgraded, I just want to make sure that you keep that same energy. That's why Mike White is in the building, because Skylar Thompson was absolutely trash last year and we got an upgrade. Is that what you're saying?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
So it don't work like that. How
It doesn't work like that.
Like that, but it don't work. Oh, because it's a player
Because
you like this. I'm not saying I believe that, Pete. I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you.
So if you don't believe it, then there's a reason why I'm telling you no.
Did Miami upgrade in the quarterback room by getting Mike White over Skylar Thompson? Because that's what you're telling me about the linebackers in Los Angeles.
No, I mean, tell me they upgraded because they
don't
got an
say no. That's
starter.
what we all heard what you said. Don't say no. That's what you said.
I told you yes on the Chargers because they got Kendricks at middle linebacker, so they upgraded that
White
one
over
spot.
Skyler. And we got Mike White over Skyler. So
but that's not an upgrade. That's not an upgrade.
Okay, all right.
That is not an upgrade.
I think it's funny. That's what I say. I think it's funny how you can come out and say one thing, but now you can't say the other when someone pins your back to the wall, now you can't say it. Okay.
But it's not funny at all. It's actually upsetting that people don't see more, like I'm seeing more, but it is what it is. We all know what the regime is doing and the new rule. Well, so it is what it is. It is what it is with Skyler. We will see 6 by week 6. That's just, look at what Greer built in front of this guy. You're going to need a mobile quarterback, a statue like Mike White. Well, they already gave you the PR game already, guys.
Like I said, I just killed Pete again, and now Pete wants to go around. I just killed Pete again.
They already put Mike White on the concussion protocol. They gave y'all the heads up. It's easy to get rid of him easily with a spotter. Ross will make that phone
Might
call.
as well bring
and
out the cooking folk apron. I'm cooking up here, goddammit.
Hey,
just
speaking of
make
which,
sure
man,
there's some
hey,
seasoning
listen,
on it.
hey, Lewis, I was on the Spaces earlier, and I know we love El Capitan, but you ain't had to cook him like that today, man.
Listen, I love Cap. Cap, don't let Shake try to come between us, Cap. I love you, bro.
Hey, you just cooked him, man, bro. Damn.
Nah. Hey, me and Cap, we never cook. me and Cap have good, healthy debates, man.
I know.
Cap's my guy.
Hey,
man.
you know
Cap
how
is definitely
bad?
my
Hey,
guy.
you know how bad that cooking's been? It's about to turn me vegan.
Put him to sleep. Put him to sleep with the NyQuil. God damn it. Put him to sleep, Shake.
Man, this is gonna be a Miami miracle.
Hey, listen, I was just saying that to see if El Capitan will come up here, but I guess not.
We're gonna win with a flea flicker.
Hey, hold on. King Mill, shout out to the homie King Mill. King Mill, you could definitely get an apron, bro. Go to the FinNetwork.com. You can go and, bro, not only the apron there, but hats, shirts, tank tops, bro, all kind of stuff, King Mill. But I appreciate you, homie. Go get you one so when you start doing barbecues, watching the game, you can always keep your clothes clean with one of the cooking folk aprons. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to King Mill, man. Appreciate it.
I think of scoring the first touchdown Sunday.
Dalvin A-Chain.
Hey, you see, you can't win with Cap, man. Look at Cap. You can't win with Cap.
Who's getting the first sack?
That's what he was doing today. He thought he was cooking you, but
Joey Bosa.
Hey, Cap was boiling hot dogs, man. That's all he was doing. Bunch of hot dogs out there. He was making how do they say, glizzies or whatever?
Yeah, I don't eat sushi, bro. That shit's nasty as fuck. It's not even filling either. We all know El Capitan likes his mustard and ketchup.
That man has a microwave. That's it.
Yeah.
This shit sounds defeated, bro.
Hey, so I'm assuming besides Pete, everybody else up here has the Miami Dolphins winning on Sunday, correct?
Y'all sound
Better
defeated,
believe it.
man.
I mean,
30-20, Miami Dolphins.
Well, if anybody should know what sushi smells like, it's a pussy, right, JC? So you should smell. You know what that is. You smell just like that. So don't worry about it. You know what sushi smells like.
All I want to know is
Estefan is the worst boxing takes I've ever heard.
Exactly.
Well, anything in combat sports, really. But shout out to the homie Estefan, man. I fuck with Esther hard body too. He just don't know shit about shit, but he's a good dude.
Well, yeah. Well, I take that back. Then that explains why you're a dick, right, JC? You are what you eat. My bad.
My goodness. Still cooking. Lewis just got through cooking that shake cooking.
Anyway.
Oh my God, Shake. You got him on that one. I don't want to hear no excuses. It ain't gonna be because Armstead is out. That's the reason why it's okay to lose. I don't want to hear none of that, man.
If we win, Pete, what are you gonna come out and say if we win?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that question. Let me tell you something. This game is so big, Lewis. Like everybody knows it's a huge game in front of us. Y'all just already accepting the loss in your heart. That's why y'all wish it's Monday night Patriots already. But if we win this game and if Tua's throwing dots Sunday evening, oh my God, this guy's gonna shut the whole league, the doubters, Pete. He's gonna shut everybody up because I'm telling you right now, if this happens week 1, it's not gonna stop. It's just not. I know what I'm telling you guys. That's why if this week 1 game happens and he busts, it's immediately you bench him. But if he flourishes, and I'm talking about he goes 28 for 35, he just eats them alive. Why? Because he knows that Vic Fangio's system. He just carves them apart like he should be with these weapons. If he does what I expect him to do in year 4 and knowing what you have going on with the same offense, same system, there's no stopping this train. And Tua is him. I know what I'm telling you guys. You guys might not like it that it's coming from me, but the reality is this game right here is huge. And it doesn't matter if Armstead is in or out because his game style is always quick ball game out. So if he does it, he does it. That's just it. That's how big this week 1 is. But if he does it, I say bench him because that's it. The script is done for this kid.
Hey, JC, we'll see you week 4, baby. Don't worry, we'll see you week 4. Hey, by the way, week 3, after week 3, I already talked to Red, White, and Bills. He's going to be making an appearance in the Smoke Lounge, and I'm going to be going on his platform. So I might go with you, Crypto. I might go with Lewis. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go head over to the Red, White, and Blue. Speaking of, there goes the fearless leader. He's in the back.
Oh, shit. Oh, business just picked up.
Oh, yeah.
Motherfucker, here come the motherfucking boogeyman now, boys. I hear capping going on in these streets, and El Capitan has to come and make sure shit running clear up in here.
Hey, is that why you're wearing long sleeves? Because
here?
you don't want to see the burns in your arms from you getting cooked?
No, it's just so I have something to roll up when it's time to do business. You feel me? Something for effect.
Hey, Shake Money, Cap. Hey, Shake, Cap is real energetic right now. He had a long nap after I put him to sleep. He just woke up.
Here it fucking goes. First of all, I don't want to hear none of this bullshit. Ain't nobody getting slept out here except for the blankets and pillows I'm handing out all over this community, God damn it. That ain't no bullshit. I'm bringing 90 nights. I'm going to straight up get nah, it ain't even NyQuil no more, Shake. I'm going to have on the website, I'm going to talk to HB. I'm going to get one of them zip-up onesies that got little booties on them and shit. Going to say nighty-night on it or something, sleeping fools. I'm going to put something like that. Going to be available, and I'll be shuffling these things out like I'm at the titty bar just slinging dollar bills all over this bitch. Bam.
Bam. What's going on, brother?
A captainship with Dolphins
by the way, man, and like I told you before, man, I'm excited for next week. Me and Crypto, we're going to do a prediction video. And we're going to be dropping videos around 2 or 3 in the morning. We're going to call it Insomnia.
Oh, give us a quick take right now. What is your prediction for Sunday?
Oh, shit. What you mean, dog? What you mean? It's the race to 24, Pete.
Yeah.
24-20, 24-21 Miami.
The race to 24. I like
race to 24, dog. First team to get to 24 wins. Mark it.
20.
It's week 1. It's listen, here's the take. Everyone thinks that they're trying to get one over because I've been riding this all the way to the end. This run game gotta get popping. It ain't just about, the season thing, but in particular here this week, week 1, got to get the run game. Guys are going to be knocking off rust. Let's call it like it is. I mean, I don't expect to see Kadarius Toney out there. Literally, I mean, holy shit, bro, that man.
It's a possibility. He's Jalen Waddle type, catching with those arms.
No. Jalen Waddle
Jesus Christ.
Does Jalen Waddle catch with his arms or does he catch with his body? Make up your mind, Pete.
That's the same thing with the body arms the same way.
Body arms? So is the elbow bone connected to the booby bone? Is that what you're saying?
Trying to cradle it, bro. Stick your hands out and catch it with your palms or your hands.
You know what I like? I don't. As much as I am critical of body catches, and I know what you're talking about, as long as they're being caught, I don't really give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to see Kadarius Toney not catching it with 2 hands while I'm watching the defense catch it with 1. You feel me? That shit better not happen. So, but back to my point, the run game is paramount, fellas, and I'll give you just a little bit of a deep inter-perspective thought of why I think it's very important on a bunch of different levels. First off, this is what this coach is supposed to be the best at. This is what it is. This outside zone running specialist. And if you look at the system that San Francisco runs, they can plug play doofus freaking Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant out there and get an operation that is good. He don't have a better arm than Tua. He ain't got a quicker release. He's not nearly as accurate, but the system, because of that outside zone running, allows him to then take the play action and have great running route concepts downfield that produce big points and big yards. We didn't do a lot of that. I think there's a couple reasons why. Number one, early in the season, we had Chase Edmonds. We thought Chase Edmonds was going to... Huh?
Bum Edmonds.
Yeah, Bum Evans. We had Chase Edmonds, and he literally put such a scare into the coach. And Raheem Mostert was injured in the beginning of the season, didn't get used a lot early on. It was all the Chase Edmonds show. Totally ruined that thing. Then the Dolphins also found their passing game. Plus, I think there's a lot of political pressure with them having to, number one, prove a lot of stuff with Tua, not just to, like the owner, which that's a fact, proving Chris Greer correct for choosing to get a coach rather than get a quarterback and ride it that way. And also there's a lot that needed to be proved to the fan base. So I think there was a lot of pressure on that. Mike McDaniel had to prove that, hey, I'm taking this job. There was the caveat that, he gets to pick the quarterback. It's up to the coach. I call bullshit on that. I think we all know that was a lie. He took the job because he told them that he's going to get Tua in order. And so he had to prove all that. And he did. Tua, out of the passing game, he had to also prove, give me Tyreek Hill, I'm going to use this weapon. And by all accounts, as far as a passing attack, they proved it. As far as a running attack, I thought they had it there at the end, but at the beginning of the season, they didn't. In the middle of the season, there was some woes, some games here and there, but at the end of the season, it started clicking. But most importantly, the outside zone blocking, bro. This blocking scheme is going to set up. Dude's going to set up so much, man. And we got to get on that ball right away.
See it. I just don't want to see that because with this offensive line, dude, I feel like we should just play smash mouth football. Run it up the gut, mano a mano, beat the guy in front of you, try, push, and let's go. We're going to be seeing Eichenberg trying to swing around, get a linebacker, and we can't have that. There's going to be
Pete,
penalties after penalties.
Why would you see Eichenberg on Sunday? Why would you see him if he's not starting?
Because as of right now, he's a game time decision. As of right now, he's the starter at left guard.
Who told you that?
The depth chart.
So the depth chart also has Skylar Thompson again at 3, and you told me that you didn't believe that he's 3. So which one?
No, I said he's at 3 on the depth chart, but I also think it's a bad coaching decision by having him at 3. I think.
Okay. All right.
It's just a bad coaching decision.
Keep you on your toes, Pete. Okay, cool. All right.
Ennis, am I spitting facts up here about the running game, or am I off the fucking rails?
No. We had a beat writer from the Chargers. They said they worry about the interior defensive line play. But, who am I? I don't know nothing, Lewis. That's what I was told.
I'm saying, dude, the Chargers were ranked last in the AFC in run defense. We got to test that. But also everything else under consideration, not just all the things I've said, but it's week 1. There's going to be some rust to knock off. There's going to be, dude, just look at the Lions last night.
Yeah.
They got away from the run game late in the second half and early in the third. And it started getting a little dicey for them. When they went and got back to the run game and started showing commitment to it, when they were down 6 points, they put the game away. They did. And the Dolphins, to me, that's how you're going to win ugly football early in the season. And more important than that, dude, we need to get good at this. We gotta get good at this system. We have the potential of the highest point in this system in the passing game. We got to get that. I hate to say it. It's not going to be as sexy Because listen, we love that this high-powered freaking fling the ball all over the field fire, and we're gonna get plenty of that, guys. But we need that more simple ballet routine that we see out of like San Francisco and how they operate. It's just that kind of minutia of movement that happens. It's how a guy like Jimmy G makes the money he makes, but no team wants him, but he runs it great in that fucking operating system out of San Francisco. And then when he goes down, the next freaking guy that just can run the system does good. So I get it. You know, I want this high-powered offense. I feel like I'm not saying that you're not going to get it. That's going to be there. And I feel like they can call upon it at will. I'm just saying, why lead off with your best hitter when you could kind of play the chess game of football now? You know what I'm saying? You don't show your hand.
And I get it. Again, I'm not disputing anything that Cap just said. I get all of that. But I also
why does it sound like that? I'm sorry, Louis. It sounds weird.
What's it sound like?
What's it sound like?
I hear an echo.
I don't hear an echo. Hold on a second. Is it my? Hold on, it might be me. How's that?
Hello?
I didn't hear
it went away.
Yeah, that was me.
There.
No, I was just saying. I agree. I think we have to run the ball. I will admit we probably have to run the ball a little bit more than last year, right? But we have to be effective in the run because that's what I was saying. It sounds, and I'm not saying you, Kat, but I think you would agree. There are also people, bro. We were in a Twitter space today, Kat, and someone said, and I quote,
I know what you're gonna say.
To protect Tua Tagovailoa, we have to let him throw the ball 25 times or less.
I heard that.
Even with the Detroit Lions, right? They ran the ball 34 times. But
one thing the Detroit Lions did with the running, and this is what I was about to say, you can't stay complacent. You can't just do the same run play over and over again or the same pass play. I mean, we ran even our passing plays. If you look at it last year, we ran a lot of the same plays over and over again. You cannot play it that way. You have to actually do something different each time, to throw the defense off. That's what Detroit did. Even though they were running the ball a lot, they were doing it in different directions. When you thought they were going to do the similar thing or you thought what was coming up, it was going a different way. And
but they did kind of show their hand a little bit with their running backs. I mean, to me, every time they had Montgomery in there, they ran between the tackles, and every time they had Gibbs in there, they looked to get him outside the tackles. So there was a little bit, but week one, having a multiplicity in the run game, along with throwing in 3 levels in their passing game. I mean, dude, they spread the ball out. You're right, Ali. I think they're going to need to do that. All I'm
saying is don't get comfortable running the same type of plays. Don't be afraid to change it up every down. You know what I mean? Like, do something.
I think in the long term, though, too, guys, is that like if the Chargers looking at film, what film do you think they're looking at? They ain't looking at us running the ball.
Hell no.
And I again, come week 2, they might look at us running the ball some, but they're gonna look at film of us passing the hell out of it. So week 2 it should work. But, I just need more.
Yeah, but you don't think they're gonna be able to stop the run now, knowing we're gonna run the ball because Armstead is out? So I think with Armstead out, we got to trick them if you're going to trick them by passing more and getting just completely tricking them. Yeah, you have to because you were trying to get tricky too. We can't try to run the ball a lot because Armstead is out. They're going to expect that. That's what they're going to expect. I can see them blitzing more now because we have the tackles and guard that we have right now and confusing them off those reps.
No, it's not about tricking nobody. Listen, you come out, you try to establish the run. I get all of that. What I'm saying is we got some people in this fan base that are just calling for the run like we're the Tennessee Titans and we're going to be in I formation and running wishbone all fucking game. What I'm saying is if we find ourselves running the ball like we did against the Buffalo Bills in mid-December, yes, McDaniel should run the ball 40-plus times because you're being effective with the run. But if we are mid-third quarter and we got 21 attempts for 48 yards, like I'm not going to be blind and say, oh, we're going to keep running the ball. Like the runs have to be effective because if they're not effective, we're not built to just, again, play powerhouse football and run the ball. When we run it, we have to be effective.
If that's
if not,
a fact,
we have to go to our bread and butter.
If that's a fact, that we're not going to be able to run because we can't say, you know what, I'm bringing Durham Smythe out there to block. I'm putting an offset eye or a power eye with Alec Ingold, and I'm gonna, do some form of pre-snap motion to dictate where the shift happens or something to that effect, and either run to the power side or the weak side. And if I can't do that effectively, we're in deep trouble, bro. Because if we're gonna have to lean back to just throwing this football, it's only gonna get you so far. It's only gonna get you so far. So that's yes, it's a little bit of greediness because I want to see it week one, but to me, it's what's gonna tell me this offense grew. That's what I need to see. I need to see growth out of this offense. I don't need to see Tua come out there and Tua dime this bitch all up.
That's the only way we're gonna win.
I know he can do that. I need to see this offense do the other part and then play that beautiful offensive sympathy.
That I could see. You see, I'm with you, Capitan.
Yes.
I'm with you, but that could be the potential style type game week 2 Monday night in prime time. Because the Patriots, their offense is not as potent as the Chargers. You see, that's why I'm saying.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
And this week on the road, you should expect a fireworks show. It's gonna be either through Tua's arm. We should run because if Tua's lighting it up and carving it up like he should be, then guess what? The run will be effective. It just won't be leaned on like the fan base thinks it should be, because what we should be leaning on is the pass, getting big plays, getting us into the red zone, and finishing it off with the run.
And if we want to be real, and if we want to be really real about it, right, and start talking about the real, let's be honest. Everybody, and especially men in general, all have an ego. If you mean to tell me that Tua Tagovailoa last year on a Sunday night primetime game, all eyes in the NFL are watching, comes out at halftime and he has 25 yards. If you think that Tua wants to come out here and have a 172-yard game with 21 attempts, like if you think that McDaniel that is labeled McGenius wants to come out and his offense looked inept last year in a primetime game where everybody was watching, I got a unicorn I can go show you later on tonight.
Listen, I'll tell you what. Lewis is reeling me over to the other side with that take, because that's the exact type of take I can get behind right there, Lewis. If you're telling me somebody wants to play petty and wants to prove something, I will always roll the dice on that motherfucker right there.
I think the Dolphins have something to prove. And again, I'm not saying that the spreads always matter, but Vegas has this at 50 points, the over-under. All I'm saying is this is a 425. Again, this is a primetime game. In my local area, this is the game of the week on CBS. It's Jim Nantz.
It's only picked up a little bit, but it is still considered a evening prime.
I think the NFL, I think Vegas, I think again, you send the best CBS crew that they have right now, and Jim Nantz and Tony Romo calling the game. I think they expect this high scoring. I think we see a shootout. I really do. To Pete's point, and again, it's crazy to say I'm agreeing with Pete, but the Chargers are a high-powered offense. I do think this defense will be better. I like everything about the defense with Vic Fangio. But again, I could easily see this a 31-28 game, a 35-32, a 38-35. I expect fireworks from not only the Dolphins but both teams.
32-28.
Harlem and his jabroni calling the game. Nance and Romo at the Tom Brady Love Fest.
Oh, okay, wherever the hell they are. I'm just saying it's 425. It's a primetime game. Everybody's going to be sitting on their couch watching it because everybody's going to be drunk.
Primetime game thing, I'm just being real. It's certainly at 1 o'clock. That ain't primetime, but I got you.
It's 425.
East Coast.
Yeah. It's the last game on. It's pretty much the last game of the afternoon.
Yeah, and a lot of games start at 4:05, right?
Yeah,
the Miami Dolphins Chargers is at 4:25. So
the latest game.
When the other games, the 4 o'clock games, are ending at 7 o'clock, guess what? Your people will be able to turn off whatever game they're watching, and they'll be on the last 5 to 6
It'll
minutes.
flip.
It'll be Miami and the
final
Chargers.
quarter.
Bro,
The final quarter.
Yep.
This
Everybody will
is
be
going
watching the
to
last
be
4 or 5 minutes.
There's a reason.
Right,
there's
Lewis.
a reason they put that. Bro, look at the storylines. Look at everything. Again, Miami was 8-4 going into the Chargers last year. One of the hottest teams in the NFL. Blah, blah, blah. This and that. You got the Tua Herbert scenario, bro. I think again, this game is tailor-made for fireworks, and fireworks is not sitting up and getting an I formation, running the ball down the throat 35 times. It's
the whole
to go out there
you're right, Lewis. You're right, Lewis.
And let Tua go out here and, hey, guess what? I came in the same building last year and had 25-yard halftime. I could easily see Tua with 175 yards at halftime this game. You see what I'm saying?
That's what it's going to need to be without
they're lighting
Armstead.
it up on fire. That's what I think.
Wow. And imagine that, Lewis, if that is the case, because that's going to have to be the game plan, is win with Tua's hands. I know that's the only way we're going to be able to keep up with them. And if that's happening, Tua's killing 2 narratives. He's proven the Tua doubters wrong, and he's able to do it without Armstead. Unbelievable.
Shout out to Mr. Papa Paul coming up. What, you've been listening?
Yes,
Where do you lie on this thing here? I mean, I gotta say, up until the point Lewis just made, I haven't heard a good counterpoint to the running game type of thing. But that's pretty damn good. Where are you at with this, Papa Paul?
I believe
Sunday?
For Sunday season opener, it's going to be a 50-50 between run and pass, pretty much. Maybe a 60-40. But the defense is going to come out and make a statement. I'm sticking with my philosophy I said a few months back that the defense is coming out making a statement, and the Chargers aren't going to score more than 17 points.
See, I'm right with Papa Paul. I've been thinking that this game is going to come down to, first off, who scores 24 points first. Because the team that scores 24 points first has this bitch wrapped in a week 1 football game. But to me, the thing I've always said is whoever's got the better better defense is going to win that game. And it's kind of...
And the Chargers don't have much of a defense.
But again,
but see, that's a lie right there.
They do. They got great pass rushers. They're going to be healthy.
Their pass rusher, if we have Phillips and Chubb,
they have one of the best safeties in the game.
They got Derwin James just like we have Holland. If we're talking about pass rushers,
they do have Derwin James. They do have Jimmy Bosa, and they do have
and Khalil Mack.
Who
they
else?
have just what we have.
Jackson,
but they can't stop the run. They cannot stop the run.
You guys are
That's right.
That defense, to be honest, I think is a little bit overrated, bro.
Listen, they just added Kendricks in the freaking center from Minnesota as going to be their run stuffer to help as their middle linebacker up there, and they have some other. They've got some decent pass rushers. They now have a linebacker. They've got a good safety and one decent corner that hasn't proved himself in a Chargers uniform yet. But as far as them doing what they need to do with guys at all 3 levels of their defense, and their coach is supposed to be a defensive dude, he's a Fangio guy, there's going to be student versus freaking teacher kind of thing going on. They're not anything to, when you measure them to the Dolphins, they're not us. To me, we have superior talent in our defense versus to theirs at this point. And that's going to be the end. If we run this ball to counterbalance their pass rush, and
who's their
then
defensive coordinator?
Use that to then set up the play action pass and take what they give us, the defense is going to steal a possession, give us a short field, and before you know it, this game's put away, and Justin Herbert's down 10 points in the 4th, trying to throw his way into a fucking win, and it's going to be the end of the football game.
It's going to be either 24-17 or 27-17. Fins win.
You know, one thing.
Man, Papa Paul, I want to see you Sunday evening, sir. I just want to hear from you. My bad, Ali.
No, it's okay. One thing we haven't thought of, though. I mean, there's two takes, not really takes, but just 2 things I want to point out. One, I don't know who their defensive coordinator is. Do we know who that is by chance?
Doesn't really matter because their coach is defensive coordinator over there.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just curious because their defensive coordinator decided to leave that position and come to us to be our secondaries coach. So that's why
That's right.
Question that. And then 2, everyone says that there's tape on how to beat us out there. Well, there's tape on how to beat the Chargers, especially in the playoffs. We saw Jacksonville do it. So
yeah, just give them a 27-0 lead.
well,
Yeah, they did
by
it
the
with
way,
the arm of Trevor
as
Lawrence,
much
not the
tape as
running
there's
game.
on us, there's tape on them as well.
By the way, according to the Chargers beat reporter, he was as much as the defensive coordinator as Frank Smith is our offensive coordinator. So
yeah,
it's Brandon
well,
Staley.
no. I'm just saying the guy who facilitated, because he's been on record, even Stanley even said this, is that the guy who facilitated the way that they beat the Dolphins and that defense that they ran, which they mimicked the 49ers, was the guy who's on our team now. So I'm just curious who it is, and what type. I was trying to see what background he has. That's all I was inquiring. But the main thing I want to point out is that there's tape on them just as much as there's tape on us. That's really
I would agree, and I would agree with that, Ali. But the one thing I can't get down with. Every year is different. So when I hear this narrative about, the Chargers were horrible against the run last year. Well, guess what? Before 2 years ago or before last year that we were in top 4, we were horrible against the run. I got one better. The past couple of years, we've been in the high 20s in offense. What were we last year? A top 6 offense. Like, stop feeding me these, I'll use Color's word, fallacies.
The Jets were one of the worst defenses 2 years ago.
We're going to be able to run the ball. We're going to be able to run the ball because they were horrible last year. Well, guess what? We were horrible on offense 2 years ago. Were we horrible last year?
2 years ago, the Jets were one of the worst defenses.
Stop
and they
trying
get
to feed me all these damn fallacies because we're the Miami Dolphins and our shit don't stink.
Bro.
Like,
the Dolphins are going to turn around and walk all over the Chargers just like FSU walked all over LSU last week.
I mean, that's cool.
I
get it. Rock and roll.
We gotta dog walk these bitches on Sunday. Damn.
I don't care as long as we win the game, bro. I don't care how we do it, bro. I don't care who throws what touchdown, who doesn't throw.
I don't think Paul. I don't think Tua has an arm to do it. That's just the truth. He's not going to be able to Trevor Lawrence it, fight back.
9 months off.
He's not
you
going to
You say that all the time.
It's not, and I've been right more often than not. Look, let's just be honest
No,
here.
you
Most of
haven't.
the time we win. Yeah, we haven't. You guys are over here. Like, especially you
really
telling
remember
us that they're not going to score more than 17 points.
In the middle of
Yet they scored more than that last year on us. And their team got better during an off season. Teams get better during an off season because if we got better during our off season, then they got better during their off season, right? Isn't that the case for every team in the NFL?
I mean, that is true. That's true.
No, it's not. It's not because Arizona didn't get better in the offseason.
See?
Arizona
got better.
What's
They're
the
tanking,
record currently in the regular
They're
season?
tanking, though.
They just traded for a quarterback. They got better.
His statement was, didn't every team in the NFL get better in the offseason? No.
Well, don't take everything.
Their quarterback is hurt. Their quarterback is injured.
Well, put it this way: most teams that are
say they got better or worse yet until they played that regular season game.
Most teams that are trying to compete got better. Put it that way.
I mean, you could say hypothetically they got better, but we won't know.
Yes, Anthony. We see your name, Anthony. I just want to shout out the Facebook user, Anthony. Shout out to Anthony. Thanks for coming through, homie. But yeah, we see your name.
Anthony.
Yeah, look, Dolphins better get this dub because I don't want to hear how much better Herbert is than Tua. That's fucking fact. I don't want to hear that shit. The Sunday night wrap up show, Lewis.
Oh, I'm telling you right now, Cap. There's not going to be. I am holding this team to the highest regard. Well, everything I'll be saying and. There are no more excuses for me. I don't give a shit if Terron Armstead don't play this week. We already know he's out. I could care less if he misses the entire season.
Thank God. One fucking time.
I could care less.
Be a motherfucking excuse I hear come Monday. I don't want to hear that.
Exactly.
Bro, that man could miss the entire season. I wouldn't give two flying fucks. The fact of the matter is, You cannot sell me this whole offseason that this is the best roster. People say in history, some people say for the past 25 years, we got the head coach in place, defensive coach in place, players all over the field. We got a top 5 quarterback. We got 2 offensive weapons. Like, no, bro, there are no excuses. If this team doesn't show up on Sunday, this post-game show, Cap, I'm sorry, and
Listen,
I love this network.
you know what,
but
though?
I'm
Telling
burning
you,
this
bench
bitch to
Tua.
the ground.
Listen.
Hashtag bench Tua. That's
No,
all
well,
I
hold
wanna
up, Pete.
see.
Hold up before
Bench
you're
Tua.
hashtag benching Tua, okay? Because that might not be the hashtag. But what Lewis just named on the team top to bottom, the problem, we're going to know who and what the problem is.
1,000%.
Because I ain't seen a team up, down,
Wait,
and sideways.
Capitan. So if we lose 38-21, now the problem is the defense?
Hey, listen, I'm not taking. That's one excuse I'm not taking because at the end of the day,
I don't know.
You're telling me the problem is the defense?
People
I don't
are
know.
like,
but
oh,
listen,
this is the
I don't know.
first
They
year
could have given up
defense.
2 fucking kickoff touchdowns in that game.
Tua threw 3 touchdown passes. 38-21. The people are going to cry about
Tua
the
threw
big
3
Fangio
touchdowns.
sucks. That's why we lost.
If Tua threw 3 touchdown passes and was like at a 70% completion percentage and had over 300 yards, I'm not going to say he's the problem. I'm going to know the problem in that loss is going to be apparent to me, whether it was coaching, defense, anything. I'll know.
And we won't know until we see the game.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't give me numbers that are
That's
good
all I'm
in a
just making
loss
sure.
and
There's
say
not
it's
gonna be
Tua's
no
fault. That don't
excuses,
work like
bro.
that.
You can't blame anybody until it happens.
Again,
Exactly.
Pete, are you listening to yourself? You can't say Tua threw 3 touchdowns, got over 300 passing yards, was 28 of 35 or 36, and had 0 interceptions.
And blame him.
And we lost by 2 touchdowns. I'm not going to say it's Tua's fault. It obviously wasn't his fucking fault.
And Justin Herbert has 38 completions, 500 yards, and 5 touchdowns.
Then it was obviously the motherfucking defense.
Yeah, then how's it Tua's fault?
But their defense is bad too. But isn't their defense bad too? Because Tua was able to carve them up for only 303 touchdowns with those stats, but he should have put up more.
Pete, you're not making sense, Pete. You're not making sense.
If Tua carved them up for 28 for 35, 300 yards, and 3 touchdowns, no interception, that's a carve up. Justin Herbert just carved us up even better. And Tua should have been the one saying, I'm going to carve you even better. That's it. We should have carved them up better than what Justin Herbert carves us up. That's the reality. One has to carve up the other better. Both defenses can play bad, and one quarterback can take advantage more than the other. That's just the fact.
I think the fallacy is that you think Herbert can actually throw for 500 yards. I don't think he's ever done that in his career.
I don't think so either.
I think the most he's thrown is maybe 400.
Quarterbacks could be lighting it up.
Actually,
both defenses could be bad, but one quarterback could be making
listen,
better plays
Pete,
when it comes and counts.
For all I know, one of those incompletions, or one of those completions Tua had, the guy fumbled the ball and gave him a short field. You know what I'm saying? Like the context of how they got the points to beat us when Tua has a performance passing like that is going to tell me chances are it wasn't Tua. It was either some errors, like fucking a bunch of fucking penalties, a bunch of fucking turnovers, defense let up points. It doesn't even have to be the defense's fault. Fuck, they could have returned a punt and a kickoff, and it ain't neither one of the defense fault or Tua's fault. It's fucking terrible special teams. And I mean, my point is, you're not going to tell me Tua had a fucking great game passing and they lost, and it's his job to score more points. Like,
now, Pete, Pete, you're going to tell me if it's on the other foot.
One second.
No, if you're going to tell me if it's on the other foot, Tua makes 500 yards, Herbert scores 300 yards, you're going to say Herbert needs to go then too because he didn't score enough?
Oh, and I literally said that if we this is what I said earlier on this show with Shake Money, and I really believe this. I'm telling you right now, if we go to their house, we spank them, we put up 35, they put up 17, and we beat them in their house, that's a fireable offense. You get that Brandon Staley out of there. That's just a reality. If we go out there and shut them up and blast them out of their house, I'm telling you, the Chargers, the media, everybody's gonna be calling for Brandon
Get
Staley's
blasted,
head up
boy.
out of there.
Hey, I've been.
Are you stupid or something? Stupid is, stupid does, sir.
Yep.
I've been saying since last year, Staley's gonna get fired after this year.
He's on the hot seat. He's in the top 10.
If Staley doesn't make it to the playoffs, he's gonna get fired.
Oh, no, listen,
Stefanski?
Staley is most certainly
No, they can
riding
make it to the
the hot
playoffs,
seat.
and he'll still get fired because they're gonna lose in the first round if they do make it.
What if we have another Baltimore
What's up,
Ravens
boys? How you guys
game
been, though?
and we come back, Tua comes back and like lights it up?
I will
and
never
beats the
say a
shit out of
bad
him.
thing about Tua again
Well,
as long as
let
he's
me
on
ask you. Let me ask you though: does Stanley get fired in that situation? Because it's almost like what happened with the Jags.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
In the Jaguars,
Sorry,
game, weren't
guys.
they up 30-0 or something, and they
They
came
were
back?
the Chargers were up like 27-0 at half.
Yeah.
30 to like something, and then the Jaguars won like 31-30.
Yeah, so if that happens in the Miami game, that's two games that you were obviously dominating and lost in the second half. Does he get fired? Was my question.
I'm not saying.
Oh yeah, if he has like Tua has a Baltimore game, that's still a fireable offense. Heck yeah.
If they're
Heck
up
yeah.
if they're up by 14 points in the third quarter and then they lose by 14 points in the game, yeah, could that be? But listen, especially
No,
'cause
we're
he's the
talking about
defensive coach.
27 zip, Capitan.
No, I got you.
Okay.
I got it. We're talking about a complete swing around and beat your ass. I got you.
Hey, can I get my thoughts
I'm
in
not
a
gonna
sec?
fire them after week one. Let's be real, guys. They ain't in no position to do that. What are they gonna fucking have Kellen Moore run the team?
He's just got his state. That was good.
I mean, dude, they just fired the DC because they hung him out to dry to save Staley's face, and then they brought in Kellen Moore. Like, they're this close from turning over their entire coaching staff. And I'm sorry, but their weapons are getting a little bit long in the tooth and redundant for it not working. They're kind of going with the Bills method. Run it back. It'll work next time. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Bills been doing. They've just been running it
Even
back.
the wide
It'll work next
receiver
time.
that they drafted is very similar to wide receiver they already have. It's like the same type of player.
Well, I
too.
mean, that's fine. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
he's
saying?
Well, no, what I'm saying is like
I
the
gotta see-
style.
He's a stud,
you can
though.
see them running the same offense is basically what I'm trying to say. It's not going to be.
Well,
any
yeah, I would, but what works with Herbert is what I would do. What I'm wondering, and I've said this a little bit, is Kellen Moore, right? I don't like him, and I think he's made all of his success off of running what was already there in front of him. And is he going to come in here and try to take what Dallas did and do it to the Chargers? And is he gonna do, a lot of just power runs up the gut and really try to do a play action and get away from what I think the Chargers did at their best? Yeah, it was risky. And it's why they ended up with a lot of fourth quarter touchdowns. But they essentially were three wide, gonna run it sometimes with a single back formation, or gonna have them chip and throw to the tight end or the running back and do a little dump off. That's all they did, and it was effective. It wasn't very, creative. Is he gonna come in here and overthink this and try to establish some scheme he's got written in his notepad somewhere he's been wanting to work up and fuck it all up like like we've seen this happen with guys all the time. And if that doesn't work, when does he throw the baby out with the bathwater and abandon and go back to what they've been doing since Herbert got there? You know what I'm saying? So I think if there's ever a time to catch the Chargers and absolutely embarrass them, right now is the time.
Yeah, their offense is going to start slow for sure, I think. I don't think Kellen Moore's a good offensive coordinator or coach. I think he was kind of...
What is that sound I hear? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. I will say, though,
Sounds like a TV in the background.
I don't feel super confident about this game. I'm kind of back and forth. I do think
I don't like it,
Chargers are gonna
Bryson.
start slow.
You do better. Be a better fan, Bryson.
I know I'm an awful fan.
Bryson sounds exactly like a lifelong Dolphin fan. It's okay, Bryson. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, no, I just listen. I go back and forth. I really wanted to see what
that fucking Miami anxiety. Still, I got you, dog.
Yeah, and I once I heard Teron Armstead being out, and even before with him being unhealthy, I don't think people realize how good like Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack are, and we really haven't really seen them both healthy at the same time, and so that's what I'm most nervous about. I don't really know what McDaniel's going to do if he's going to come out and just toss. I think the right game plan is to start slow with screens and runs, get them warmed up, get him back in the pocket. I don't want to see this take a shot the first play. I just don't think that's, smart. We'll see though. I definitely can see us win this. I'm not willing to be confident. I'm definitely not betting it. That's for sure. I just think it's a trap. I don't know. Not a trap game in the fact that we're the underdogs. I'm not super confident in it. I didn't like what I saw in the preseason. Not that that matters anything, but I just didn't see an aggressive. We need to be.
You got to think of it like what Lewis was saying. The Dolphins got embarrassed by them. Tua had 25 yards in the first half. That Mike McDaniel fucking high-powered offense was non-existent. We got pushed around. We got embarrassed offensively by their defense in that. They got to come out with a chip on their shoulders. They know
100%
what it is. The juice is in here. Tua selected one spot before Herbert. Herbert could have been picked with the Dolphins. The narrative surrounding the Dolphins got to prove better than that.
I agree.
Herbert just got paid. Tua hasn't yet because of injuries. Is petty Tua going to come out there and really put the work on him? That's hopefully.
And what really put him over the edge is that Joe Burrow got paid yesterday right before the damn fucking game.
Yeah, I don't know. They weren't healthy. I know we weren't healthy, but they were not healthy when we played.
No, we got schooled by that secondary. We should have took to the house. That's what pissed me off.
Exactly, and so game. I'm not super confident. I would not be surprised if we win though. I'm not going to say we're going to straight up lose.
Oh, no, we're winning this game.
Yeah,
hey
agree.
Man, I hope.
Well, I'll tell you why.
I'm also like you said though. Like I'm a scared, nervous Dolphin in the fact that in the fact that they need to prove it to me. Like last year was a pretty big upset to me. Like I thought we were better than a 9-8 team. Yes, there was injuries and stuff, but
I agree with you.
I
held us
thought we
to
were
a
gonna
higher
be better.
standard.
Yeah, and so this year, and you know me, I mean, I've been around for a little while. I'm normally the more optimistic, so I'm just trying something different this season, I guess.
Well, I'm keeping my optimism at an all-time high as the more pessimistic type of Dolphins fan. But I'm only doing that because I'm really ready to make good on tearing a lot of things down if they fail me. So, you know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Like,
and listen, I'll say this.
I'm only acting the way you're promising me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This fan base is not stupid. There's been plenty of dumbasses in this fan base, and there's plenty still amongst us. But all in all, how big this online community has become, the narratives that fester that are false don't make it long because these people converse enough to then get beyond them. And there's a lot of things that ring true amongst everyone. Yes, there's a lot of optimism. There's pessimistic attitudes as well, rightfully so because of the history. But we all know, hey, we all said, get more on the offensive line. Teron Armstead's a problem. We don't believe in Liam Eichenberg. Get a running back. Go get this one. Go get that one. Da-da-da-da-da. They chose not to do these things. And then they said, this is going to be all right. Literally today, I heard the singing of the praises of Kendall Lamb, who I like. But don't come out here Monday and say really could have won that game if fucking Teron Armstead was in there and not Kendall Land. Like, this fan base ain't gonna stand for it. I think there's a better amount of unity that when it comes to now, there's always gonna be a little bit of conversations in week to week and stuff like that. I don't think there's gonna be the fighting amongst us that we had last year. And I also think that when we get to the end of this, whatever it is, there's gonna be unity on either jubilation because we have a real team and it's put together in a way that we feel great about in the future, or we have had good success to now feel like we're doing this, or it didn't work and we're all going to go, here's the problems and you're going to fix this, or we're rioting in the streets. That's what I feel.
Well, let me ask you this then. Why a lot of people were saying last night, well, had they had Travis Kelce or had that defensive tackle when I held out, they would have won. So
I mean, if they had Kelce, they would have won. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Listen, Kelce and Jones both out. But you know what?
Their defense wasn't good enough, though.
You know what they did though? Everybody went at Mahomes. Nobody outside of the Chiefs say, not having Jones, not having Kelce, excuses to drop one to the freaking Lions. What they're saying is Kadarius Toney sucks and Patrick Mahomes is mid. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
I watched the whole game last night, and their receiving core was just dropping everything.
Yeah, they were terrible.
Well, I think on paper we match up well against the Chargers. I think that's a pretty even matchup when it goes to squad. They have a lot of talented players. I just really think it's going to come down to execution, and I mean that's really kind of like a generic answer because that's every game. But I genuinely think whoever's going to come out more prepared wins this game, in my opinion. I don't think it's going to be. I think momentum's going to be built off just preparation.
So V21, did he shit the bed? And you said Tua literally shit the bed 3 straight picks. So now, again, that's kind of my point. Nobody saw what Tua did in the game and thought anything other than the concussion thing that happened. Again, that shit ain't going to fly this year is my point. Yeah. You can't. 100%. You only get 1 year of blaming concussions. Whether you're getting them or not, I don't give a shit. If you're getting them, the organization knew this guy got concussions. So don't tell me, he's got concussion problems. We got to be paid. Fuck you. You rolled the dice. Deliver me the goods. Okay, that's it. We've waited. We've paid. We've accepted. So that's kind of my point. I am now matching the intensity of what they have promised and built. That's what I'm saying. And come to the end of this, I'm going to know where the blame is to be lied or where the attaboys are to be said. Rashad, what's up?
Nah.
You see, Rashad is up?
Yeah, what's good, Rashad?
He's muted. You're muted, Rashad.
Yeah, he's muted.
Oh, my bad, y'all. I just had to...
What's up, Rashad?
Just almost had to beat up this dude at the convenience store. God damn.
Well, Rashad,
are you okay?
You say that I almost had to wreck a fool at the freaking Publix.
Yeah, somebody took El Capitan's sub. He was pissed.
No,
he's gonna go like a maniac and beat the shit out of him with it.
I just paid $52 for a fifth of Hennessy. I am furious.
You just paid $52?
Yes, only because it's supposed to last me the week. Because I love Hennessy, and I'm all the way in LA. I'm not.
I gotcha.
It's only $30 in Florida.
It's $40 where I'm at, but god damn, $50 fucking dollars. That's fucking wild.
He hood taxed you?
Did
he hood taxed you?
He hood taxed you? That fucking bastard.
Hey, by the way, how do you drink your Hennessy, bro? I drink mine straight.
Either straight or my two go-to chasers are Hennessy or Dole pineapple juice.
Okay. I love Cavassier and cherry Coke too. That's good stuff.
I haven't tried that yet.
Yeah, I almost had to body somebody at Publix the other day. Buddy got smart with his mouth.
But took your sub? Oh yeah.
No, he didn't take mine. Nobody takes sub. No. He just had some smart words to say, and when I got out of the car, he didn't want none. He fucking walked away.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bug. You ready to die? Yeah.
I'm just, hey, I don't know. You want to find out? I'll show you. I'm game. Love that
Like
shit.
whoever mentioned that whole sack stuff, like that's where I'm at right now. Like I
What's that?
remember going back to last year, we were rolling on all cylinders versus Houston. Second half, Armstead went out, and Tua just started getting dish ragged. Now, if we see that happening from the beginning, early on in the game, Tua can't move the ball. He's getting sacked left and right, back to back like that. For his own sake, should we not just bench him?
Yep.
No.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this is where we're at right now. This is where I sit at. Like, that's the real conversation we should be having.
Let Skylar take the beating. If we're
Well,
just
Skylar
gonna sit there
can't.
and
Skylar
pass
can't
all game.
play. No,
Why
Skylar
can't it
can't
be
play
Mike
unless
White?
both Mike White and Tua get injured and are not able to return.
So you can take Tua out, but only if he gets injured, you can bring your other quarterback in. And
I mean,
he
this is
can
just
play.
nonsense. What are we saying? They're not going to do that.
They're not going to do that.
What Pete
Let's
is
talk
saying
about
is,
something that's
if
more
Tua's
realistic.
taking a beating, if he's taking a beating, that means we're doing something wrong. We see that we don't have the protection,
Yeah, then
and we're
McDaniel
just sitting there
needs to
passing the
start
ball all
scheming up a
bench
little bit better
everybody.
plays to get the ball out faster or run the ball. I mean,
Exactly.
I'm not benching my quarterback one because our O-line's shit. It's just not how you play football. That's just pussy mouth football. That's exactly what in the preseason I was upset with.
That's what Flores did, honestly. If we're being honest.
You
As
know
soon
what,
as Tua was
Rashad?
taking licks,
And I
as soon as Josh
remember,
Rosen took licks,
I
he sat
remember
him.
hearing when it first happened, it was to protect him. Then it was
Right.
changed to sabotage him. And listen, by all accounts, when they put him on the field and let him play, kid played better, but he also got injury. So there is this weird thing where the narratives we heard during Flores, the narratives we've been fed now with Mike McDaniel, they're not going to be able to blame anything else. If it's a failure, it has to be a success. And it's, to Pete's point, it's why he thinks it's all going to hinge and it's going to be very apparent that it's the quarterback. I don't think in a loss, Pete, it'll be the quarterback and you can point and say there was the problem. Maybe when the totality of the data comes available at the end of the season, you can make that assessment. But I don't think
I got
loss
a question for you guys. So a lot of people have just been like talking trash, saying that Teron Armstead signing was an awful signing, yada yada yada. Listen, I'm not happy that he's not starting, but like for you guys, what was the alternative? Who was available? What was the better pickup? Yeah, I don't like that he's not healthy all the time, but to me, healthy Teron Armstead for however many games we're gonna get him is better than the alternative, because to me, they at least half filled the void rather than who else was out there to be a better. And I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm genuinely asking.
I mean, we picked up the two best available offensive linemen, I believe, which was Teron Armstead and Connor Williams. And granted, Teron does get hurt.
But also they're anticipating good play, and you know what? We haven't heard bad stuff about Austin Jackson. For all the times we're all worried about Austin Jackson, nobody mentions his name. We don't even think about him as a problem right now. You know what
It's
I'm
a
saying?
huge problem.
Is it though? We haven't seen it in practice.
You
we haven't
haven't
seen it
in
the preseason.
nothing. You
I
haven't
think
heard his
I think
name
this
called
guy
at
might
all.
work out. Now, if it shows up and he fucking whiffs a block and Tua gets split in half, they're gonna go, Austin Jackson was a problem. I don't care. I don't want that excuse. We knew
there's
that.
no excuse.
They rolled the dice on that guy. Is my point. They knew this.
Yeah.
The majority of this fan base, especially me, right before the draft, all I was saying was, let's just draft a traditional center so we can move Connor Williams to his traditional left guard spot. We solidify the interior like that, and boom, bro, we wouldn't be having more issues. Right now, it's so bad missing out, and then having to deal with Liam Eichenberg at guard. I just feel like this whole thing is gonna fall apart, and it's gonna start
Well, I
week
don't
one
think
in
Liam
about 40
Eichenberg is
hours.
playing.
What if they
Oh,
roll
they're
out week
starting.
one with Liam Eichenberg at center and Connor Williams at guard?
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
Shit would be crazy.
Oh
Right?
my God! They're
would be
really
crazy.
they're sabotaging too at this point. It's somebody in the building that's trying to. Ross is doing some dirty work. I'll tell you that.
Oh no!
Yo, Isaiah Wynn though, I think he's gonna be solid. My brother's his chiropractor actually.
His
The
contractor?
Patriots.
No, his
chiropractor. He was horrible as a Patriot.
Yeah, they got him
horrible.
like flying out to Miami like twice a week. He did it for him
word
last
up.
year with the Patriots too.
Fuck yeah!
Yeah, man.
Bryson, need to keep me in the loop, homie.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna be honest, dude. He doesn't talk much football outside of the football. It's more just, from what
Obviously,
I've
it's
been told,
fucking
it's
medical.
more just like a paycheck thing. It's not like a passion. It's more of a
Wow.
job than a passion.
Tell him to give him a
So,
happy
y'all,
ending.
that's who y'all
Hit the
counting
happy
on.
ending and get some info.
Isaiah Wynn is supposed to be the guy that takes over, and he doesn't even sound like he has passion. And I got to be honest with you, Bryson. I've never met a football player that I've had a conversation with that didn't love talking about football. And in fact, sometimes I leave the conversation thinking, and this is the reality, these guys are just robots. This is what they are, because they only want to talk football. They literally love talking it. And it's unbelievable. Like, dude, it's hard to even try to get a conversation and sway the conversation to anything else, because they talk so much football. It's like, oh my God, these guys are literally robots.
Say, though, I think I understand players that do see it as making money, because I mean, like, you got to look at it. Like, these guys are like 24 years old, 25 years old, and their bodies are just like completely destroyed. Like, you got to look at it as like, I got to get my money and get out, in my opinion. I mean, I don't think that's a bad way to look at it. As long as you're producing on the field, I don't care what your motives are. As long as you're producing.
Yeah,
now,
but
if you're
Bryson,
not producing,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, getting paid for what you
destroyed
love
my
to do
body
as
at
growing up
25
as a
years
kid.
old and didn't make no money, so I don't
You
know.
see what I'm
Like,
saying? Exactly.
Hey man,
Once you get
I
paid
just
for
got out
it,
of the
you love
military.
it
I
so
destroyed
much.
my body in the military too. But I'm just saying, they sacrifice a lot to play football. Now, do they get compensated for it? 100%. I'm just putting that out there. I don't think it's a bad motive to try to get money, as long as you're producing.
Listen, as long as it's getting me championships, make all the money you want. Other than that, I don't need no bums around here freeloading, damn it.
Yep.
And I think that's where we all sit as of this moment. This team has given me every excuse I've ever heard of and some new ones I didn't even know about. From fucking absolute off the field fucking sabotagery to fucking weird meetings in the cover of night on ships in international waters to anything and everything. I mean, like, you could write. You know, are you guys? Does anybody watch HBO? Is anyone watching the Lakers thing? Winning the winning season or something like that.
No.
It's a documentary of when the Lakers got Magic Johnson, and they the Celtics got Larry Bird, and there's this whole interaction. It's the owner of the Lakers. It's literally some of the greatest drama up until this point, since the absolute tanking teardown season, and everything done since that point. It has been the most dramatic back office stuff in football team that the full 30 for 30 tale and remake on HBO is going to be something to behold. All I know is it better, just like that, result in Super Bowls and some championships around here. That's what I'm saying.
Damn straight.
That's what I'm saying. Because up until this point, it's been fucking a shit show of just craziness. From the
Roger, I
ready
didn't say
to
it
jump
destroyed
off
my
the
body,
bridge.
but I definitely heard it.
It's stressful. Ready to jump off the bridge because I'm over it, to ready to get on the mountaintop and yell because you're giving me Tyreek Hill and these things. And, I mean, it's just the roller coaster of all roller coasters at this point. And it's killing us all very slowly. And we very well may have a really big class action lawsuit on our hands if that we can all benefit from mightily. Started here with TFTGnetwork.com. If they don't give us the the championship. How about that plug, huh? Hit the like button, everybody, if you haven't.
For sure, man.
It's been a long time coming for me. I'll tell you that right now.
Paul, it's brutal.
It's
brutal.
Yeah, but it would be a great storyline for a documentary, though.
Are you kidding me? We go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl this year. Are you kidding me? That is
yes.
That's a fucking Disney movie already.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, though, the sick part is if you intertwine the bigger tale and it's the Dolphins versus the Eagles, and Hurts beats Tua in the Super Bowl. That's the bigger storyline for the Disney movie.
Well, historically, he don't have a good shot of going back. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying, all the more reason why it would be.
Oh yeah, it would definitely. Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
yeah, the stats for quarterbacks that lose their first Super Bowl going back is like awful. I think there's only like 3 quarterbacks in NFL history that have gone back after losing their first.
Well,
not saying it can't be done again. If it's
All I
anybody
know
though,
is-
I think it'll be Joe Burrow before Hurts.
I don't want Tua to have that. I just want him to go and win it, and let's be done with all this, please.
Exactly.
Agree.
Yep.
I need that. I need that parade. I'm ready for it.
Oh, we all
would be nice, man.
I'm ready for that parade.
Hey, speaking of parade, so Papa Paul, you're gonna be doing. I seen you on Facebook that you posted the watch party. What are you gonna be going on there?
Well, I mean, we're at Glory Days on 50, just west of the toll road here in Brooksville, Spring Hill area. We'll be on the patio. We'll have a raffle. There'll be some door prizes, giveaways. I'll be selling shirts, magnets, patches, and they have cornhole there for anybody who wants to play cornhole. I'll be there from like 3:30 on until the game's over with. So, I mean, that's about it right now. You know, nothing special. I mean, we'll have probably two autographed jerseys in the raffle, along with a club shirt and maybe maybe one of the A-Chain shirts that I had made up, and so
yeah, that's what's up, man.
Sounds awesome.
Well, it's a good time for all.
Spring Hill's north of Tampa area, right?
Yeah.
I want to say that's where one of my close friends moved. I don't think he's there right now. I'm pretty sure he's in freaking Seattle. Not Tonk, a different friend, up there visiting family. And but I think he lives over there. If he does, or is this something you're going to be doing often, hosting things there?
Well, I'll be hosting it there for every away game.
All right, I'm gonna let him know about that if that's where he lives, and have him come by and
because
hang
you
with the
know
club.
I'm doing I'm gonna be doing a few games with Allie, but I also plan on doing some with a couple, maybe with Papa Paul as well. Be boots on the ground there, so expand my horizon. You know what I mean?
And I know Miss Pam's going to come over and do one of her streams from over here as well.
Oh yeah, I got to be at that one then.
Well, you got to figure out which one she's going to be at then.
Oh yeah,
she's easy to get in touch with.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Go ahead, Shake.
No, I have her information. I could get in contact with her.
Shake, where's the place you're gonna be with Allie?
It's gonna be at the Keys Bar and Grill in Fort Myers.
So yeah,
it's right off exit 2. Yeah, it's right off of exit 222, I believe.
75.
122. Yeah, 125. Yeah, 122. 128. Yeah, off of 75, exit 128.
Yeah, downtown area, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, boots on the ground, spread out with the clubs.
Nice, man.
I'm trying to get. They used to have a massive FinFans Club here in Flagler, Paul. Did you ever get to go to it in
No, they didn't have it there when I was living up there. No, I
Paul,
wasn't living.
In the mid 2000s? I don't know. Was Hijackers still there at the airport? That place?
I know about it.
So
I left Flagler pretty much in trying to think in 1998.
okay, yeah. So Hijackers may have been there. Might not have been called that then.
Actually,
But
95.
yeah.
95 is when I left.
So when I moved to this area the first time in like 03, 04 time, their FinFans of Flagler Club was massive, bro. And from like 2004 to however many into close to like 2010 or whatever, that place would be literally elbow to elbow slammed up with Dolphin fans. And then the owner that still owned it for some reason just didn't want to do it no more and put it down. He image changed, up the menu, made it more expensive. Place turned into a ghost town for a while, and then they got under new management, but never brought that back. And
Yeah.
and now they got a new owner that just bought it recently, and I'm trying to get that fucking thing put all together. The dude who used to run it moved to California, so I need to friggin' figure out how to get it all together. But dude, I just got so many plates I'm spinning. Like, dude, it's hard to do that stuff, Paul. I commend you. That stuff
It
is not
is.
easy
Well,
to organize and put together. It's a pain in the ass.
and I'm doing everything by myself. Fan club weekend, I have a walk, just a 2-mile walk on that Saturday morning for PKD, which is polycystic kidney disease. And I've been trying to get people to join me for that and stuff. It's 9 in the morning at one of the local parks there in Hollywood, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And Allie's going to be walking it with me. I know a couple other, Lee Jodry and his wife are going to be walking it with me. So
nice.
But
and that helps with the FinFan Club thing.
Right. Well, that's just as far as I go. We're supporting polycystic kidney disease research with that.
Yeah.
That is separate from the DCC and everything.
Okay.
This is my own thing because I have polycystic kidney disease.
Okay.
There is no cure for it. It's sooner or later I'll be on dialysis.
Sucks.
And I mean, I have a friend who's willing to donate me a kidney, but they won't even check us out to see if we're a match until I'm below 20% functioning. And at that point in time, I got to be on dialysis.
Yeah, you got to pay to play, Papa Paul. You know what time it is.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous.
Fucking bastards.
And it's the insurance that's.
Oh yeah, no, it's an insurance thing because you ain't.
Yeah.
Or unless a fork over $100,000, you can get it done.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have $100 to fork over, let alone 100,000.
Exactly, dude. And they know it, and that's why they got. Man, don't even get me started.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that,
Papa
Papa Paul.
now. But
it is what it is.
It is. I know you got to roll with your punches, and
I live every day to the fullest because tomorrow is never promised.
No, it's not. So with the FinFan Club and stuff like that, I need to talk to you more about that because I need to start the Facebook for it. That's how you run the thing, right? You get the Facebook. Yeah, I got to start a Facebook for it and do a whole separate thing. I'm trying to find. I got a couple of buddies who live around here, diehard Dolphin fans, but I was trying to see if I can get them to help carry the weight. They're not.
Yeah, you got to find someone that you can actually trust and that's going to be there the whole time with you.
I know. Yeah.
And it's like I've already had one guy jump bail on me and stuff. So that's why I just do everything by myself. I mean, I have, with my fan club, which is an official Dolphins fan club these days, I have, some people that are just administrators of the Facebook page, but I have I have the WCFL Helping Hands Incorporated, which is my foundation, and I have Tom O'Gara is the president. I'm the CEO/treasurer, or COO/treasurer, and I have Paris as my vice president. But these guys are two guys that do a lot of giving. And that's what my Helping Hands is for, DCC. We raise money for DCC, which if you don't know what DCC is, you're not a Dolphins fan.
Yeah, let's get real.
PKD, which is polycystic kidney disease, which my whole family has. My mom had it. All her brothers had it. My siblings have it. And I've already lost one sibling to it, and he wasn't even 60 yet. Or he wasn't 70 yet, I mean. My mom passed when she was 71. Go ahead.
When you're organizing all of this stuff through your so like you now have a home base for the Facebook and the Dealio, and obviously that's how you help manage all the the donation things you're trying to get and stuff like that. How do you organize it beyond, because I know the Dolphins help out with that stuff and everything like that. I need to get with you. I need to get with you on how to make it in that way, because I know there's like a whole mailing system where they know that you're doing these things for them, and so they help these fan clubs and shit like that. I know that.
Well, basically, to become an official Miami Dolphins fan club, they want it got to be established for a little bit. You got to have at least a couple hundred people in the club.
Yeah.
And you got to have a watch party location.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be a restaurant or bar. It could be your own house, as long as you have a set.
Host it.
As long as you can host it and everything. I've learned a lot through Allie.
Yeah.
And
I know
you don't have to do, home game watch parties.
Yeah.
But you let everybody know they're more than welcome to come back and have their watch it there and everything.
Yeah.
It's all the away games we do the watch parties, and the raffles I hold are to raise money for DCC or whatever else I'm
for. I know. Yeah. Again, the guy that used to run it here, he explained it a lot to me because he wanted me and my dad to take it over because he was moving.
Mm-hmm.
So we understood it. I just didn't know how to because he had it going. I wanted to start one from the ground up. So it's something I can't put on my plate this year, but I need to pick your brain off screen sometime about some of that stuff, because I know it's a process, and I want to help for the DCC and shit too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
well, to give everyone a good, if you've never been to the DCC, okay, if you've never been to the DCC, you can actually get a ticket to go down there, and you don't have to do any of the events. And the ticket last year was only $25.
Yeah.
And you get all the same free stuff everybody else does that, except for the heavy hitters and all.
Yeah, obviously the big donators and stuff. Yeah.
Because they have a special tent for them, but they have, down there, most of your 5K walks and all, you get a granola bar or banana at the end of it in your medal.
Sure.
Well, down there, you get a full service meal basically down there.
Oh, they roll out the carpet.
And they have beer and drinks all for free out there.
Oh, yeah, that's my kind of 5K.
For everybody. And then you get to meet the coaches and a lot of the players that are all doing that stuff.
But and I think too, here's the thing. So when we had the Fin Fans Club up here, because we helped the guy, didn't run it, but we helped him.
Yeah.
And this is, dude, this was 20 years ago, damn near. And, we help organize buses coming from Savannah, Georgia, all the way down, stopping at Fin Fan clubs all the way down to take to a home game. And we were able to work it out and a whole thing with the stadium and stuff like that. And because you have the Fin Fan Club, the Dolphins help facilitate all this stuff, and it's a whole operations that when you're doing what you're doing, you can do it opens up all these avenues to really help in a lot of ways. Because I'm going to games. If I'm going to go to Fan Week, I'm probably going to go to a game in December. If I had a freaking watch place that I solidified in with the Fin Fan Club, I would be trying to organize up to that point a bus to come down with people from Georgia to all come to be at Fan Week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just feel like that kind of thing got lost because they were doing it, and I want to try to get that shit going again, is what I'm saying. I think it would be dope. And
by the way, November or December, most likely November, December. I'm gonna take my old lady a weekend to that state park to celebrate our 11-year anniversary.
I know you
That
talked to
state
me
park.
about it, Jake.
So yeah, so we're definitely gonna be doing a watch party, me and you, bro.
Oh yeah, we're doing a watch party somewhere around here. I mean, I got a local pub that I can do it at, and I know that they would be down as hell to do this. It's just they don't have any food. You know, it's football, so football has like, kids and stuff like that too that I wanted to be in. This place is, you smoking in the joint, you drinking in a joint, you playing pool. They're watching football and get down, but it's not like the other spot I'm trying to solidify
Yeah.
in there. You know
What state park are you talking about? Washington?
No, he's not talking about Washington. He's talking about Princess Place.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not going to see all that stuff at Princess Place.
Yeah, yeah. The Washington Oaks State Park out there is real nice.
Yeah, the flower gardens and stuff is
Yeah.
pretty cool. Yeah.
But if anybody wants to be a part of the DCC, I have a team. If you want to join my team, just go to the DCC page and look up WCFL Helping Hands.
Hell yeah. That sounds like a freaking plan. I think, it's a good thing you're doing because Spring Hill is blowing up. It's going to blow up big because Tampa's moving that way. You get a nice solidified thing around there. Can, have a home base for the fans on the west side.
In April, I'm working on it, and I should have everything set by the beginning of November. I'm looking at the third weekend of April, the weekend right before the draft would start. We're looking at doing a barbecue cook-off contest with a live auction to raise money.
And yeah, Kevin, pretty much any games that the guys are going to.
Yeah,
if we're all going, whoever's going's linking up. I mean, that's where it happens. We all link up, party down. So
I'm always at East 12.
Yeah,
and I know a lot of the people. Your fan of the years for all the last 2 years at least are always in East 12 as well.
Yeah. Again, I think it doesn't really matter because you'll make your way to that spot at some point. I usually am around that vicinity because I ain't in all on top of that all the time. I usually got little kids and shit like that with me. So
you're up and there's all kinds of. It gets crowded and some of the areas are heavy drinkers.
Yeah, I don't mind. Listen, I'm partying, but I ain't parking myself on it. I need to breathe sometimes.
Well,
Alternatively, if you want to come hang out with the boys at the Finn's tailgate, you can come over to Yellow Park in East 32. Ali will be flying the flag.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do some of that too.
Which side of this stadium is that on, Color?
The east side.
Right across
Finn's tailgate IRL, baby.
Because I park in the yellow on straight across right there by the turnpike and all, or whatever that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be at the.
Yeah,
Jets
we're right there on the road by the Porta Johns.
I'm gonna be at the Giants tailgate.
I'm usually the first one there, so I park handicap parking right up by the ramp and all, and I head over. But I'll have to look for you.
What time is the best time to get there at the tailgate when I do?
9 o'clock. Arrived at 9.
Okay.
Yep, Ali's already got hot dogs ready to eat by 9:30.
It all depends on what you're doing, though. Because, when I went up there and set up with the smoker, I was there at 8 o'clock. As soon as I was there waiting for him to let me in the gates, whatever time they open the gates.
Yeah, I've done that several times.
But I try to be there early as I can because I like to be there early. But 9 o'clock usually is a good time to slide in there.
Because I'll be set. I'll probably have to set up near you guys because I'm going to be setting up to sell shirts and patches and magnets and stuff as well.
Fucking right. Bring it all. Bring everything. Bringing flags. Fucking getting it.
Oh, yeah. I got flags and all. Yep. I got to get a flagpole for the car, though, to put under the tire.
Mm-hmm.
They're not cheap, though.
Well, hopefully next year next year we'll be doing big things in the parking lot. That's something me and the boys talk about, what we're going to facilitate to the next step. Next year will be year 3 of the endeavor. So next season, hopefully we're going to be doing some full-time every home game type of shit.
Well, like I'm looking at doing some, maybe trying once this year to do a live show from there from my page.
So I'll give you a piece of advice, because I did a live show there last time I was there.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what you're doing it on, device or something like that, because I had the computer and everything. I ran it all off of my phone hotspot, and it was solid as hell. The Wi-Fi is good there, but for some reason, when you're using StreamYard and stuff like that, it doesn't. It can drop. It can get a little dicey, and it dropped on me some. But when I put the hotspot on, it ran money, and I didn't need nothing because the service there is good right there in the parking lot. And
Yeah,
great.
Well, yeah, I'm just if I bring my laptop, I'm going to see about having service for my laptop instead of a hotspot.
Because there you go. You can get one of them sticks.
Yeah,
that'll work.
But I'm going to be going live from my watch party on Sunday for a while. So,
Shake, I'm going to probably slide back in here a little later on. I'm going to get some shit done.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce
See you
out
later,
about 30
Cap.
minutes because I'm gonna wake. I gotta wake up early in the morning. So,
all right. Well, if I don't see you guys, I'll see you guys later.
All right,
have
man.
a good night, El Capitan.
Later.
Hey, Color, how's it going, man? I wanted to hear your thoughts on the game Sunday.
We got to get out to a 2-score lead, and we got to run the ball after that.
Yes.
To nullify Boza and Mac.
Yes.
And then play keep away from try to play keep away
Herbie.
from
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's where
Herbert,
our defense needs to come out and make a statement.
You mean like stopping them so we can score?
3 and out. 3 and out. Yes.
Well, I suspect we're not going to shut them out. So the real key is to make sure that when we do get a 3-and-out stop or we get a turnover, that we answer that with the touchdown.
I swear.
Exactly.
In the coin toss, we better take the ball. Go down, make it 7-zip, or at least 3-0.
Well, I tell you what, our coin tosses haven't been that lucky for us.
No, because we'll win the coin toss and defer it, because that's the way.
Well, no, we haven't been winning the coin tosses either.
Just call heads every time.
They've been calling tails all preseason.
Just do it. Because I play Madden, and every time I get to overtime, I just pick heads. Always works.
The other key is capping off drives and not leaving drives empty.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly, 100%.
Because they're not going to leave their drives empty.
Hey, Paul, this is a summary of Greg's logic.
They've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
I mean, I know it sounds like a flippant answer, Bryson, but that's really what the key to the game is.
Yeah, no, I see. So do you think they should come out and just start slinging it from the get-go, or do you think we should?
Yeah, we need to utilize our strengths to get as high a lead as we can out the gate, because that's the only thing going to nullify their pass rush.
I gotcha.
I mean, every time we have the ball, we need to score.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because,
and not just field goals.
And what's funny is after it wasn't until after the Jacksonville game, but Jacksonville the first 3 weeks our offense was lackluster, and had we not did that lackluster offense in the Baltimore game, we didn't have to have that awesome fourth quarter that he did. You know what I mean? I know he had the awesome fourth quarter, but I'm just saying though this year hopefully we could start off to a faster start is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah, we just
to
need
play
to spread these
consistent.
6 touchdowns over 4 quarters a little more evenly.
Yes, consistently through all 4 quarters. We need to be more consistent through all 4 quarters.
Color, have you given a score prediction yet? Anybody else got a score prediction?
Yeah, I'm thinking that if we can get back to our average on offense, and given that we held them to our average on defense last year, we've improved on defense. We're healthier. I have a feeling that, if we get back to our average on offense and shave a touchdown off on defense, that we could easily flip last year's script and same score, 23-17, but we're the ones on top.
Okay.
I'm saying 24-17 or 27-17. We're on top.
27.
Yeah, similar thought pattern, I'd imagine, probably.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
And of course, look, Michael K is giving his prediction. He says the Chargers are going to score. I mean, the Jets is going to score 42, and the Bills are going to score 10 points.
That's been consistent. He did put 42-10 in Miss Finn's chat this morning.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I liked our article. Finn, leave the cat alone. Sorry. I liked our article.
Yeah, my thoughts were the same. I was just trying to be nostalgic by making it the same exact score as last year.
Oh yeah.
Zero.
But I
I do think the over's going to hit.
I don't think. I think it's going to be under.
I really don't. I made the mistake betting the over last night, stupidly. And
By the way,
I knew I shouldn't have. I knew it's the first game of the season. It's much more likely, if anybody's going to come out and struggle, it's going to be both these offenses and not the defenses.
Yeah,
fair.
But
and by the way, Joe Rist, real quick, Joe Rist, 7th-month super chat says 31-24 Fins. Michael K's a bum. I can't disagree with you there on both statements.
Well, there was an article. I didn't read the whole thing. I just saw where they were saying the Jets are going to beat the Buffalo, and it's going to be, I think it was like 27-13 they were saying.
Then again, with all eyes on the game for about the last quarter of the game, I can imagine a fourth quarter getting sloppy. And like with the refs controlling things, I can see like all of a sudden that 50.5 being freaking reached in the fourth quarter. So don't if you've already bet the over, don't get down on yourselves. There's still a good chance this becomes a shootout.
Yeah, I'm staying away from this game. I don't like this game on a betting standpoint at all.
I might just
think about it. Think about it. Look, if last year, if we would have gotten to our average on offense, we would have won the game 24-23, right? That was only 47 points, and both defenses were decimated with injuries.
I think I might take the Chargers, so that way it's a guaranteed Dolphins win, so it's a win-win for me. I lose money and the Dolphins win.
I mean, it's a very evenly matched game. The most score predictions are like about that. Like I was just saying, 25-24. They have them going over, so they make it like 27-25 or something for the Chargers. But that's the general consensus. It's a freaking evenly matched game. I mean, we're 44% to win, and I think if the game was playing in Hard Rock, they would be the ones at 44% to win. So it really could go either way. It's a pick 'em. At bottom line, it's a pick 'em. Regardless of the -3 or whatever it is, you can take back 2 of that for being at home for the Chargers, and now you're looking at a, -1, or a point underdog for Miami. That's a pick 'em. That could go either way.
Yeah, what's the line at right now? 3, 2.5?
It's been 3 for most of the week. I don't know what it is right this current second.
Yeah, and they typically give the home team 3-point advantage.
Right, but in this case, the home team being the LA, they probably don't give the full 3. You know what I mean? But still, I mean, it brings it to 1. It's still a pick 'em.
Which is still a pick 'em. Yep, for sure, 100%. Yeah, my bookie's got it, or not my bookie. The betting app I use in Arkansas has got it at 3.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
All right,
I
Greg.
appreciate you. All right, man. You have a good
Hey,
one.
man.
Having me.
Same here.
I'll see you Saturday
Hey.
night when I talk shit about the Chargers.
Hell yeah. Lay
One
down,
good laugh
Dubby.
before you go, Greg.
What?
One good laugh before you go.
My man, contagious. Yeah, man. I already spoke to Michael K. The week of Buffalo. Me and him are gonna go 1-on-1 Thursday night on Larry K's channel.
Oh damn! Whoa, this ought to be good. Like 1-on-1 straight rag fest.
Yep.
Wow, that's gonna be classic. You should
Yeah.
have the two helmets. You know, you Shake Money helmet and the Michael K helmet, and have them like clash in the beginning, like at the old Monday Night Football start. You know. Boom, 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 boom.
I might save for the tailgate because it's late night because it's
Right. It might get ugly. Right. You could have the part two, like the you know, the bonus rounds on the Finn's tailgate.
Oh man,
that's a big one though, Shake. And Michael K is gonna bring it, bro.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to be at your best banter skills you've ever had to bring, bro. This is like you're like Daniel LaRusso here, bro. You got the whole town on your shoulders, man.
Oh yeah. Oh, trust me, I'm from Miami and I'm Cuban. That's the one good thing I'm good at is talking shit.
Oh, yeah, true. A Buffalo. Yeah, that's a good matchup. That's a really good matchup.
Yeah. A lot of the games, there's a majority of the people picking the same team. Not on one of the sites I was seeing where there two people were picking the same team, but like other ones, you know, there's only like 3 or 4 games that's just split decision. Miami being one of them.
I mean, it's one of them games, bro, that comes down to the quarterback. It always will. These games always will. And that's why I believe it's really one of those games that allows Tua to check that final box for me, man, because when it comes down to it, the difference maker in this game is going to be the quarterback. And if we win it, that's going to be ours inherently.
I agree with you on that, Color. I mean, that's why I only have one thing that's a autograph by Tua besides the stuff I got at training camp.
Right.
And because I won it for like $10.
Well, I just mean that outside of the Miami fan base, there probably is an inherent bias towards Herbert.
No.
Considering there's a slight bias towards Herbert in our own fan base, you know. So that's probably where you're seeing a lot of the smart money going. A lot of the consensus by casuals is going to be. That's why you see it, 56 to 44% on the websites. You know what I mean? For them, I don't know. I think, honestly, there's every bit of chance we blow them out as anything else happening.
Hey, I don't know if you ever watched.
I love that, man.
You watch that show, Alan Poupard and Omar Kelly? Podcast.
Yeah, I do. Probably about every other day, Shake. I catch it.
What was funny is they had a Chargers beat reporter, right? And he was saying that, Herbert is one of the most polarizing figures here in LA, and they looked at him like, "Yeah, you don't know what polarizing is."
I know, right? Dang.
Really? That's crazy.
No,
I've never heard a Chargers fan not like Herbert.
Though the one thing that does tick me off about people pouring that on about Tua, yeah, I get that he's seen adversity. I get that people have crapped on him and all that, probably more than others. I get it. But man, Jared Goff, bro. You have to stand in awe over the way this man's been treated in the NFL since he's been in, man. My God.
And he's just stood strong, too.
And he just steady keeps balling out, dude. You know?
I like Jared Goff. I am a Goff fan.
What I was saying earlier, Color, is that I support Tua because he's our QB1, but he has still not proven to me that he is the one.
Again, Papa Paul, it's literally one more box for me, bro.
Yeah,
and he was poised to check that box when we went into San Francisco. It didn't happen. He had another chance at the Chargers. It didn't happen. Then he impressed me a little bit with Buffalo, but we didn't get the win, so that box wasn't checked. You know what I mean? And then the Green Bay debacle, you know what I mean? And then he doesn't get a chance, obviously, again until this week, Sunday at 4:25. And that's why I'm saying this is a big game. Both teams need to win this game, regardless how early the game is.
I
Color,
agree.
would you say though he's got to prove to stay healthy? Because for me, that's a box that I need to be checked.
Bro, that box is either going to be checked or it's not. He's done enough training in the offseason to take care of that. That's all he can do. It's going to be what it's going to be. People, I've not been one of those on board with this narrative, Bryson, that's all we have to worry about. Okay. San Francisco and Los Angeles happened well before whatever possible concussion he got in Green Bay. Okay.
And Color, I totally agree. I'm not disagreeing, but I'm saying you have to add on.
And the only difference between those games and the games that he was in MVP talks over, the only difference between those games is quality of opponent and what was on the line. What there was to be earned that day. Okay, because if we win those two games, we could have lost to Buffalo and still won the conference, the entire conference.
For sure. No, and my point was not to overarch what you were saying. My point was just to add on to
but I'm just saying, if he rolls through, if he continues what we saw in all the other games, throughout those two games, we lose to Buffalo, we finish out the season defeating the Patriots and the Jets, and then we roll into the playoffs #1 seed, then that box would have been checked for me, and it would be over with. I would say he's the franchise guy and pay him the money.
Gotcha.
I mean, because there's very few quarterbacks that don't miss a game. I mean, there's a lot of them.
No, but there's yes, but they have to still prove, those guys that get paid the big money, they still have to prove they can stay healthy. And in my book, Tua has not proven that. Not saying that he can't do it. I think he is doing the right thing.
But see, to me, Bryson, that's a money issue. That is more of a money issue than it is is he good enough to be this or that? You see what I'm saying?
Sure,
because that's a liability, and the treasurer of the Miami Dolphins LLC will not cut that check if he gets injured again. Period.
Yeah,
it don't matter what Greer wants to pay him and freaking whatever else.
But that's my point, is franchise guy goes with the money. To pay him, that means he's the franchise guy. So if he can't stay healthy, that means
but again, but to your point, he's got to stay healthy to even have a chance to check the box I'm talking about. So yeah, of course. But to me, that's just a truism. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
Like that's already a given. You know, like okay, he's got to stay healthy.
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody
doing? I thought that was winners, man. How's it going?
What's going on?
It's been so long since I've been on. I've been listening for the last couple of weeks. You know, I love you guys and all, but I don't know about you guys, but if y'all don't have a pulse, if y'all not excited about Sunday.
I tell you what, man.
It's on crack-a-lackin' Sunday.
Oh, hey man, Dolphin Winters is such a cool brother that they had to give him that last name. That's how cool he is.
Cold as winter.
Cool as winter, man, for real.
Yeah, cool as winter. Cold
I'm like this. We're gonna beat the Chargers, and then we're gonna beat the shit out of the Patriots the week after. Because if they don't beat the shit out of the Patriots, I'm running on the field. I'm letting y'all know that right now.
But remember, we're coming across country, bro. So it's fair if we drop that to a division opponent like
Yeah, but they need to go from the Chargers straight up to New England. They don't need to fly home and then fly to.
I agree there, but that's not the way they do things today with all of how easy it is to travel these days.
And that's what I said about last year. They stayed on the West Coast. Instead of coming to Miami, they should have just went straight to Buffalo. That way.
Exactly.
All this drive.
That's what FaceTime is for. We're sitting here chopping it up right now. Like, what? They can't fire up StreamYard at the hotel with their family? I mean, damn, man.
And I think about it. I say, look, after we win the Super Bowl, we have three. We're gonna have 3 or 4 months together, nonstop. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have February, March, April, and May. Where we
And the reason
together?
why they can't lose is because I'm going to be at that game, so I don't want to hear that shit.
And on top of all that, this plane we're talking about that they fly in, I'm pretty sure that I would rather live in that plane than the apartment I'm in right now. So I don't know why they're even, jet lag. What's jet lag, man? Come on.
Are they going?
Jet lag is just repeating 3 hours of the same day. That's all jet lag is.
Yes. 100%. Yep.
All right, guys. What is the major concern for Sunday's game? Because it seems like everybody is jumping off the fucking bridge about Armstead not starting. Let's just sit there and get the cat out of the bag.
My biggest concern, bro, is exactly what I said. The keys to the game were, if we jump out to a couple score lead, which is step number one in my it'll really suck if we can't get the run game going to salt that away, man.
I agree.
That's my biggest concern.
Yeah, I got two. I mean, the O-line, like, I'm not even going to talk about because, I mean, that's kind of a given. But mainly on defense, just being able to play tough football and being able to tackle. They have some really big body receivers. You know, Eckler's a small guy, but they call him pound for pound for a reason. You know, he bounces off guys. He's very, very deadly in the flats. I mean, Justin Herbert tosses it to him more than probably any quarterback tosses it to running back, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. The dude's one of the best. He's one of the best running backs in the league when it comes to dual threat like that. So just setting the tone on defense and being able to play, you know, aggressive is my biggest concern behind the O-line. And just making sure that the scheme, you know, sometimes when you have a brand new scheme and, you know, it takes time to settle in, and this isn't something that I think is going to run on all cylinders week one. And I don't think it needs to win. I just think it needs to be good enough to get us off the field and get the offense the ball. I think time management is going to be huge in this game.
Okay. Shake
that's
money.
Going to come with field position.
Right.
100%.
Shake money. Yeah, shake money. Your thoughts?
My biggest concern is that I'm not going to be able to make it to the watch party on time.
I got to work, so I'll be watching it on either Facebook or DC live streaming. So, dude, like, at least you're going to be able to go to the watch.
Shake's I'm just worried the sun's going to rise that day, you know, to be honest with you. Like,
no, but no, the only thing I hope, the only concern, this is a legitimate concern, is that they don't start off lackluster like they did last, and then ramp it up during midseason. You know what I'm saying? I hope they fire off cylinders, which if they don't, you know, again, one thing I've been consistent saying the last few days is you don't know who a team is until week 6, week 7. So a lot of good teams, a lot of people thought that the Cincinnati Bengals were finished because they started off real slow. You know what I'm saying? So it's normal for a team to be lackluster the few games, but as a fan, I would like to see a fast pace in the beginning. That's just me though.
And last but not least, and I'm going to do a shameless plug on your telecast and your podcast, co-host of the WCFL Dolphins Talk Wednesday nights, 8:45. My fellow brother from another mother, Papa Paul. What do you think?
We have to score every time we have the ball, and I'm not saying just a field goal. We have to score.
That's spot on. Touchdowns, not field goals. That's right.
We need, our defense needs to step out there and make a statement and put the Chargers 3 and out the first, second, and third time they have the ball.
Yep. And what do we got to do for them doing that for us, Papa Paul? What does our offense have to do?
Score.
Reward them. Exactly. Pay them off.
So my thoughts is this is where Christian Wilkins wears the chip on his shoulder and show them why he deserves the money. This is where this defense that everybody's been talking about is shown to us, and we show the league that the defense that we think we're going to get will hold teams to 17 points like Papa Paul predicted months ago. this is the team where I pray to God it doesn't come down to special teams and they fuck us, because we know that we were 31st in the fucking league last season, and the last thing I want is that being our Achilles heel. All these questions and the question of questions: will Tua stay healthy for the rest of the whole season? All these questions are going to start getting answered as of 4/25 Sunday. I'm looking forward to watching the whole shit. I'm going in it as a fresh mind. I'm not thinking about what happened last year. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think we might get surprised. I think we might see I really think we might see a different team that we're not used to. Maybe we might see a balanced attack. And that's what I'm praying for. I'm not going to lie to you. I am praying for, if we got 4 running backs on our roster, we should have a balanced attack. Period, point blank. Can't be pass. Because if it's pass, we're in trouble.
And winners, I thought you were going to say all these questions answered and much more on the next football.
I was going to say that for next time. It's all good. But like, I'm excited, guys. I'm not even going to sit here and bullshit y'all. I'm excited for the 2023 season. I'm excited to be able to see my boys in person too. So I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm gonna add one on. I got fans from all other franchises. I got a Kansas City fan I work with. I told him, I said, I told you Eric Nienemy was going to be a difference. I told you Kelsey was going to be a difference being injured. I told him these things, and he was like, bro, he said they couldn't catch the ball. I said that too.
Yes,
and by the way, I like to give a shout. Look at that, Michael K. Breaking news. Listen, man, I appreciate you spending your Friday night drinking Bud Light and smoking Virginia Slims and watching our show, bro. I appreciate you, brother.
Oh, Virginia
have
Slims.
have another Bud Light, bro, and smoke another Virginia Slims, bro. Cheers to you, bro.
Question to Michael K. Are you going to the Buffalo Dolphins Dolphins game at the end of the season?
In Miami.
In Miami, yeah, that's the question for Michael K. Are you coming down for that game?
Depends on if he makes it through the first 3 tables.
Last night, I tell you what, that T.J. Hutchins, was it? He was playing a hell of a game, had pressure all over Mahomes.
That's what you need to do with Mahomes. You got to get pressure on him. If you don't, it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, Aiden Hutchins is a dog.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day.
He should have been the first overall pick, but I'm glad he wasn't. I'm glad he got picked up by the Lions.
Trust me, everything you say is weak, Michael K. So, yeah, I'm matching your intensity. The only thing strong is your lungs.
I got to put a shout out for Tuesday night. We're having a special show Tuesday night at 8:45, and that's with Richmond Webb. We will be live with him.
Nice.
And then Wednesday night we have, who do we have on Wednesday night, Paul?
We're not sure. We're not 100% sure yet, but Troy Drayton is supposed to be on this Wednesday.
God, I haven't heard that name in forever, man.
Yeah, he's going to be on the show.
That never gets brought up, bro. Why do we ever bring up Troy Drayton's name, man?
Yo, listen. And
it's like we never bring up Louis Oliver either, man.
Yeah.
Probably to me the best safety we've ever had. But you know, I know Big Nick hates him.
God damn.
So whose dad is this? Damn.
Who's dad?
No, I'm look at the name, Donkey's Lip. What the
hell?
What the fuck? Yeah, I think last night was just. I think they really lost it because of.
Hey, I'm just gonna say, when Jared Goff wins the Super Bowl, I think Richard Sherman should formally apologize to him for a dirty hit on him early in his career.
Well, I tell you what, he looked good last night, and they played extremely well. But there again, the Chiefs couldn't catch a fucking thing.
So did you all see? Did you all see when that last touchdown by Montgomery?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is my game. This is my game script for why I believe Chris Brooks should be peppered in on people's fantasy lineups as a sleeper, because if he gets any touches, I'm picturing a scenario where we on a long drive, you know, and we're sitting at the 7-yard line on 2nd and goal, and he just knifes it right up the middle, just like Montgomery did last night.
Yeah, I think he'll get goal line touches. I agree.
And let me ask you this.
I think that's precisely what we brought him in here for, because that's precisely one of our biggest issues on offense is cashing in.
I 1,000% agree with you on that, Color. That's what I was saying. He's going to be the third and short and the short and goal.
Yeah.
But that being said, if you put him on a lineup and he don't get a single touch, don't come crying to me. That's all I'm saying. Much more likely he don't even touch the football.
I think you gotta only play him in deep leagues. I don't. If you're in a 10 or 12 man league,
hey, let me ask you: does first down get you good points? Like if a person gets you first down?
No.
Oh, I would say that'll be good too, because I could see them using Brooks on 3rd and shorts.
Yeah, 3rd and short.
That would be a cool fantasy league though if they counted first downs like that.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know this till last night, but our league, our TFTG league, you get half a point for running the ball. So if you're running back, because like Montgomery got me like 23 points, I was like, what the heck?
Oh, so that's right. You're getting rewarded for choosing the guy that gets more volume. You're getting rewarded for that.
Yeah. By the way, who's your quarterback? Who's your quarterback?
Oh, dude, I drafted, and then at like round 5, I auto draft. It's like round 12. I didn't have a quarterback. I had to pick up Ryan Tannehill.
Hey, that's
you.
Yeah.
What's up, Chef? What's up, Chef?
What's up,
before
man?
we get cooking, what's going on? Hey, man. Tell the people about your chef catering, man.
Y'all
Chef
can hear me?
catering, your catering.
Yeah. I can hear you, Drew.
What kind of food you cooking out here?
You can hear me?
Yes,
I
sir.
can hear you.
Y'all can hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's true. A whole lot of stuff. Maybe I can do it.
That's what's up, man.
Trust me, I can do a whole lot of stuff. Follow me on that.
What area? What's the location? Like what areas do you service?
I cover Miami-Dade, Broward, and West Palm Beach. No, just all the Palm Beaches.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I cover.
He's going to work on perfecting the beignet, the Miami Dolphin beignet.
That's what's up, man.
I'm thinking I should bring that to the tailgate too.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So you want me to? Hey, can I use the pictures that you sent me, or you have new pictures? I mean, that sent me when you did the when you did in the blender, or do you want you have new pictures you want to send me later on? So I could.
I'm gonna give you new pictures. I'm gonna send later on because I'm getting ready to bake this week. And start and get my stuff baking again. So the new ones I'm gonna send it to you, and then we're gonna advertise it off.
Yeah, for sure, man. But yeah, Chef Drew's Catering, man. You see the number 786-804-8096, man. He does soul food. You do Chinese food, Latino food, you name it, man. And of course, you're gonna get great desserts, man. Cupcakes, cakes, and all that good shit, man. So hit Chef Drew up, man. I know it's busy, especially this time of year, man. It's busy. If you're trying to cater and cook and you're gonna drive yourself crazy, bro. So why not reach out to the expert, my man Chef Drew right here? He's gonna hook you up, man. So
Shake Money, you brought a celebrity on, man. Shout out to Dolphin Nation 305 in the house. My brother was at the watch party with Dolph Freaky and Caitlin Goombar and my man Bismarck and chill with OJ McDuffie last night too, correct? Yeah, he was there. He's a cool dude, and I got to take a picture with him and everything. Me and him chopped it up. He was talking about the game with me and Dolph Freaky and at our table and everything. It was just cool to actually get to be. He's like the second Dolphin I ever met, because I remember at the tailgate at the tailgate wedding. I remember seeing Richmond Webb there. And that right there would just made my day, because I've seen this man play with Marino and stuff growing up, and to have the opportunity to see him up close, it was just
Yeah,
especially me and him keep in contact with each other. And I talk to him from time to time. And I'm hoping and praying that he does deserve his spot in the Hall of Fame. We need another. He deserves that, man.
Yeah, I met OJ at DCC last year or this past February, and he's just a very nice, down to earth guy.
Yeah. And you know what? We did an interview with him last week on the Fins Tailgate Tuesday. And you know what? And one thing I could sense about him is the fact that even if he doesn't get at the Hall of Fame, he seems the type of person is like, you know what? I know what I did. I don't need people to give me credit. I know what I did. I know what my worth is.
For example, when Shake was talking about how he appreciates Richmond, all that, and how he's trying to do his thing coming up. Richmond was complimenting Shake for putting in the work and all that, and I remember him saying something to the effect of, when Shake makes it and all that, he can't forget us little guys. Like he was including himself, and I thought that was so humble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's cool as hell, man.
And it just flowed. It wasn't like it wasn't a contrived statement. It just kind of flowed right out of him. Like, when you make it, Shake, don't forget about us little guys. You know what I mean? And named all the rest of us on the panel. It's like that's one of the little things that struck me right there. A little anecdote.
And the funny thing is, there ain't nothing little about Richmond Webb. He's a big old boy.
Yes. I'm happy I got a chance to take a picture with him. Me and the wife got a chance to take a picture with him, man. He's a humble character, humble gentleman, man. Like, I've known him from on Reasons channel as well. He'd be on there from time to time, but to see him up close and personal, to get the time to know him, and how he got into, how he got drafted, what he went through, and how Dan Marino was, to hear the stories when he was in the huddle and things like that. It just gives you great memories of how proud of this organization is and how classy it is. And I just feel like, and I'm gonna want to say something. I'm trying to see if I could try to reach out to Tom Garfinkel and some of them, because I feel like they're not doing things they used to do. I know because of COVID, but I feel like they did a lot of stuff as season ticket holders. I remember they used to have holiday parties. I remember you get an invitation to come out to the stadium and watch the games when they're away and stuff. I miss seeing the Air TD. I miss seeing those things.
And didn't you tell me they had movies too? In driving movies?
Yeah, they had the movies and everything. Like, it's like, and I think COVID played a big part in that. And I'm thinking we should be, because I haven't heard nothing about COVID lately, and stuff like that. And I'm like, hopefully they get back to those things, because I missed it. I remember doing blood drives. When they had the blood drives, I was always there. I was there doing the blood drives. I remember they was give you tickets.
Well, my local CVS has their hand washing station all rusting away off and hidden in the corner somewhere. So I think we could safely probably bring some of that stuff back. You know what I mean, Chef?
But I was at training camp. Training camp last year compared to training camp this year was two different things. Last year, every day I was there, they had all kinds of free stuff, whether it was drinks, sandwiches, or towels and other things, shirts from different people. This year, you had an ice pop here or there, but you had to buy the food otherwise. You had to buy the drinks. They didn't give away really hardly anything this year. And it was just a big difference.
Saying, this is a big difference, Paul. This is my 10th year as a season ticket holder. And I'm I've seen a lot of stuff they did, and it's like they shied away from it. Because I remember Dog Freaky said something about that years ago, and they heard what she had said. So I'm like, we got to speak up and let them know how you feel. We, as season ticket holders, we deserve a lot. We deserve more. Y'all shied away from it. That's what make us keep coming back, because we want y'all. We're spending hard-earned money to come out there and watch the product. Yes, we had some mediocre seasons stuff, but I'm still loyal to the logo, still here going to the games. I enjoy going to tailgates, because my first few seasons, I just went to the stadium and just went enjoy the festivities. I didn't know anybody really out there. And then once I started getting on the YouTube, Doug Durham was one of the first ones I met. TD, I met him. He's a cool. I don't care what anybody say. He's a cool dude. I love my brothers. Then it came to Great One Devore. Then after that, then people start expanding. I started seeing other Dolphin YouTubers start expanding. I seen it my own self. I seen Reason. I seen what's his name? Larry K. They came from TD. A lot of people came from him, and he deserves his flowers. I don't care what anybody say. He deserves his flowers because if it wasn't for him giving him the tools, Miss Fins as well too. I met her from off of there, and to see them getting their channels and it's growing. It's taking its time to grow. And yeah, CBA3 was on there too. Like a lot of people came from just that one show, and they expanded.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
To see him taking his time to get them to push, just get a little push and not be camera shy to get on there, he deserves a whole lot. And I have blessed him many times with tickets. That's the first time me and TD ever hooked up. I gave him my seats up because I couldn't go because of work. I gave him the parking pass. I gave him the season ticket. I gave him the ticket to the game. He had a great time. He enjoyed himself. You know, and I'm blessed to just be representatives of these different channels. Like here, you see my name at the bottom. I'm the ambassador of this channel. I'm the ambassador off of Stephen D's channel. Oh yeah, Stephen D. We wouldn't have known about him from off of TD because I remember seeing him just pop in out of nowhere, and then I started following him. And you know, I asked him, you know, later on after a couple of years later, because I think he done the show for 3 years, and I asked him like, "Do you have an ambassador for your channel?" He said, "No." I said, "Can I be it?" And he anointed me to be that, and I've been representing both brands ever since. And I love my Dolphins. I love my team, and I love the fact that I get an opportunity 24/7. I can listen to my Dolphins, and I get to see more people. And then I met Paris Love at the tailgate. I finally met Dolph Freaky like in 2019. Both of them in 2019. I met a lot of super fans. Big Papa Pump. I met him through Paris Love. I've known a lot of super fans that's out there. And to have the opportunity to even Cameron, I've seen a lot of people, him blessing me to have the opportunity to bring my talents to the games and let people see what I can do. And people have been raving about the cupcakes, and I want to do more. I got the business cards and everything. So I just think I just give you guys just thank you so much for helping me and getting me out there and now I'm hearing different names. Oh, you ambassador of Dolphin Nation. It's just from Cap for Life. It's went from mayor and everything, just the nicknames. I'm just happy that I represent you, every single one, well. Even you know Dolphin Winters, you know I represent Dolphin Nation 305. Papa Paul, you know I represent your clubs. I represent everybody's clubs. And it's because I love my team, and I love seeing other fans out there. Shake Money, me and you been since day one, man. Me and you been cool. You know, I didn't even know you was in Florida. I thought you was like outside of Florida or up north or something like that. But and then Cutler came in. I finally met Cutler. I still have met Ali. I have not met Nano Talk yet. Hopefully I get to meet him when he comes down. I haven't met what's his name? I haven't met El Capitan yet. I'm just waiting on him to come down.
Chef, you didn't get to meet
Ali. When you and Ali came down,
I'm gonna be.
I met Ali. I just haven't met El Capitan.
I got you.
I'm gonna be at the tailgate for the Giants game, so I hope to see you there, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Chef.
I'm definitely gonna be there.
I got to get with you at the first home game, Chef. If you're gonna be there. I'm gonna have a talk to you on
me and the wife are going to be there.
Okay, I want to talk to you on some things coming up in the future.
Do something.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do something because I want to be, you know, like I said, I want to be a representation for all Dolphin clubs, and I want to see it expanded because I didn't realize when we played in Germany, my gosh, I didn't realize we had that many fans in Germany.
Oh yeah.
When I watched the game and they had the I remember y'all remember that game, the first time we went up there to play up in Germany. I was like, my gosh, I'm like, dang, we that worldwide, we that international? Like,
yes, and there'll be quite a few of them. There'll be quite a few of them here for Fan Club Weekend.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm not missing that. I'm definitely coming to that one.
And they know their football too, man. They know what's going on too, bro. They know what's up. They know their football.
Yeah.
Chef G, you got to think, man. We're global. I talk to people on a regular basis from Denmark, from New Zealand, from Germany. I mean, we are all from London. I mean, we are all over the place. I talked to somebody from Japan for years. I talked to my brother.
I was gonna say, Winters, when we look at our demos, a lot of we got Germany, of course, but there's a big one from Brazil and Japan. Believe it or not, we get a lot of viewers from Japan, man. They don't ever speak up, but they're here.
There, yeah, man. We are everywhere, bro, and that's what I love, man. We are everywhere, and like Cutler and Shake just said, they know their stuff. They know their stuff. Trust them.
Mm-hmm.
Trust and believe. You would be surprised. They might know some shit that you skipped on. So, I mean, I tell people it's always good that like we are a big family. That's what I consider our fan base. Good, bad, or indifferent. We might love each other. We might hate each other. But we are one big, huge family. And that's how I look at it.
Yeah. Man, Fan Club. I hope I see y'all at Fan Club Weekend. It was just.
I'm not gonna make it Fan Club Weekend. I'm going New England and I'm doing Philly right the weekend after.
I'll be there.
Okay. Yeah, because it's Fan Club is the versus the Panthers. So, I'm not missing that. I'm definitely coming. Do anybody know where it's going to be at? Is it going to still be at Boat Campers or they changed it?
Yeah, no, it's going to be at Boat Campers again.
Hey, I got to go to that one then.
The same Boat Campers on the Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, on the river, yes.
Okay, I'll be out there. I have to be out there no matter what.
I have never been to Boat Campers yet, man. I got to go to Boat Campers.
Oh man,
he's on my bucket.
Food is not bad. It's really good.
Boat Campers is on my bucket list to meet, man. I got to meet Boat Campers and Brian Cox before. Those are my two guys that I
You'll have fun, Shake. I enjoy myself. You can get in trouble in Boat Campers real quick.
Man,
I was hearing Brian was going to open up a gentleman's club. He was going to call it Cox.
Oh gosh, that was a good one.
The ladies.
You would think that that's an old joke, but nobody's ever made it before, bro. That's the first I've ever heard. You would think that would have been a natural back, all this time.
It could be called.
It's like you heard about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Sugar Ray Leonard are opening up a coffee shop in Boca, right? It's gonna be called Kareem and Sugar.
Oh my God!
Well, it could. The strip club could be called Cox. That's 24 hours.
Right, 24/7 Cox, right?
Yeah,
Cox blockers.
It could be a ladies' club instead of a gentleman's club,
Exactly.
Man, then the Bills. Hey, if that's the case, Bill fans will never leave Miami.
Damn. laid right out there.
I know he's still in the league, bro.
Well, you seen how the Bill fans dress?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Who? What, Chef?
He's still in the league. Y'all heard me?
Brian Cox, is he still in the league?
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. I think
he's a coach. He's a coach.
He's something. The Giants. He's on the Giants. He's something on the defensive end with the defense and the Giants. Yeah, he's still in the league.
Really interesting.
I think he's going to be down here. I think he is with the Giants organization. He's like a coach or something like that. What? Man, I don't know what's going on with some of the defense, because I'm a defensive guy. I was so pissed in the preseason. I know we doing vanilla and all that defense, but what is with these arm tackles? Like last few
I know,
seasons, I
right?
keep seeing
That's
these
what I'm
guys
talking
doing
about,
arm
man.
Yeah, Chef. I was saying it earlier, man.
Did you
Bro,
what,
that's how you
Chef?
get
Do
your arm
you think it
dislocated
improved
cycle.
throughout this camp or what? I mean, you think you saw an improvement in camp this year in that? And also speak on David Long if you think maybe he might help in that area. I don't know much about that. Like, I haven't seen a lot of his tape, from Tennessee, but I do know that they had an ability to
I've seen
keep the
him.
run down. So,
Well, guys, I'm going to head out.
Yeah,
Y'all have a good
I don't
night.
understand.
Take care, Papa Paul. You have a good one, man.
Yep. Peace,
All right,
love,
Papa
and
Paul.
fins up, everybody. I'll get with you soon, Chef.
Hey, bro.
Good night.
Okay.
All right.
Yo, you know what hit me up. Yeah, they got to get better on that, man. Because if we
winners,
talking about
that
we're
was
gonna
going to be
do
my
a
third
Super Bowl
concern
win,
is whether our linebackers can tackle in the open
Yeah.
field or not.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. We'll definitely find out.
That's it. Helmets are
Mhm.
cracking on Sunday.
Yeah, because they can't. We in a world of trouble.
You can't let. I think Fangio's gonna take care of that, and
That's kind of my thought too.
keep
I
the
don't
guy in
think he
front of
seems
you.
like that. He don't strike me as the type of coach that accepts that kind of stuff.
No, because in his defense, you got to be in or be all in or be out, because you already seen what he did. He helped out with the Phillies defense, and you see what that took them to the Super Bowl. And I did researches because I wanted Fangio even last year, but thanks to Christopher Greer, no, go ahead and keep Boyer. I said, yeah, watch this. Watch, we're gonna see this nonsense, and watch what's gonna happen. And it played out exactly as I said it. Like you calling this the zone coaches, and then I'm looking at the zones, and I'm just, even when I'm at the games, it's like the defense. The quarterbacks just look like, okay, they're in zone. I could just throw a slant, and that's it. You leaving open holes
Right,
there,
because
and
there's
it's
no
like, come on,
linebacker
bro.
right there to clean up the tackle.
Exactly. So if you're gonna do a zone, at least have somebody blitz. Like, disguise a guy to go after the quarterback. What's his name? Brandon Jones. You break him down. Shoot, put somebody back in the backfield to make sure they don't get a catch and stuff like that. Like, be creative. And Boyer wasn't doing all that. He kept doing this. Kept using Flores' plays, and it's like, bro, he left, and you ain't get it done yet. And I know he taught you how to do it, and you still didn't do it right. So that's why you ain't got a job now. So now we got to experienced defensive coordinator. I would say / coach, because he was a coach. So that what makes it even sweeter, because now we got 2 head coaches on the staff. And I feel like Fangio is definitely going to help McDaniel in a lot of ways. And I seen that when he got hired. I said, yeah, this is definitely going to help him, because now all he has to do, Daniels has to just worry about the offense. Now you got defense in control. And even Fangio even said in his press conference that if I need to go to Christopher Greer about something, I don't have to go to McDaniels. I could just go straight to him. And McDaniels don't have a problem with that. As long as it's helping the team, as long as it's doing what needs to be done to get this team where it needs to go. And especially if he's experienced, and I would call him the godfather of defense, because every coordinator, I remember listening, somebody told me, like, they asked every offensive coordinator, whose defense is the most toughest to play against, and they said Fangio. Everyone said Fangio's, and I think someone had said earlier, I was on somebody's stream. I don't know if it was earlier, because I remember somebody was saying that he don't have to blitz if he wants to. Yeah, he said it himself. I don't have to blitz unless I want to, unless I have to. And everybody knows on third downs you're going to blitz. But if you're going to do that, you got to disguise it where you can at least have somebody being a spy on the quarterback, and where he can mess up and he could get the interception or get incomplete play and stuff like that. Because after last night's game, what's his name, Hutchinson? That was the guy I kept getting after McHolmes.
Aiden Hutchinson.
I was telling I was telling them, like, I hope the Dolphins are taking notes when we have to play them in Germany. Get after McHolmes.
Hey, Chef, do you think
because as a Bills fan, like I looked at Josh Boyer, and Miami had tons of injuries in the secondary. And I think even when Bradley Chubb was acquired, he hurt his hand too. And I thought, given the circumstance, that Boyer did a pretty decent job. Like in that playoff game versus Buffalo, I thought a lot of the zero blitzes were, we might as well live on the edge given all the injuries, and it worked out for him, forcing some turnovers. Do you think Boyer was given a fair shake? Maybe he should have been brought back, or do you think that Greer just looked at it where Fangio's an upgrade and it's just that simple?
Upgrade. You need, because look at the direction we're trying to go. Look at the offense. Look at the weapons we got on offense. Look what we have. Somebody, I think someone said we got like a 2-year window to at least get a Super Bowl within this year or next year. Because next year it's going to be a lot of questions next year. You got to think, is Tua going to get a contract? You got to think got Phillips, who's going to be up for a contract later. Then you got Waddle later on going to be up for a contract. So it's going to be a lot of things that need to be done for us to get there. But with Boyer, did I feel like he got a fair shot? Well, let's go back. When he was with what's his name? Flores. Flores let him run the defense. But it's at times I feel like Flores called some of the plays himself in some of the games too. And then now you got in the shot last year to call the defense yourself. Yes, he did a decent job with the injuries and stuff like that, but it was key games we should have won. We should have won games, especially the Minnesota. I'm still pissed with that Minnesota game. I felt like we should have won that game. We should have won the game against Green Bay. We should have won that game. Everybody blaming Tua, but I feel like the defense got tired of that as well too, because the offense was tiring them out, and they couldn't stay on the field that long. So the offense, couldn't stay on the field that long to give the defense a chance to breathe. Because I hate when the offense going 3 and out. You got to think at the end of the game, you're tiring out your defense, and they can't stay on the field to get you a stop.
Right.
And then when they get gassed out, what can you do? Exactly. You gotta get to me with this, it gives an upgrade, because now look, you got more depth with guys that they could just come in and fill the gap. It's the next man up mentality that you gotta have in Fangio's defense. So I do believe that Boyd did get a fair shot. Yeah, it may have been he had 2 years. He had a fair shot last year and the year before with Florida. I feel like he was given a fair shot. But we needed an upgrade. Hey, Miss Vince.
What's that? Is that Jeff? I'm sorry, my eyes are getting adjusted. Is that Chef Jew?
That is Chef Jew in the flesh.
Yes,
what, Mr. Ambassador of everybody?
Of everybody, listener, of everybody. Yes, Chef, you are my personal ambassador of life too, just so you know that. I just want to let you know I've already given you that title, whether you knew you had it or not.
Well, he knows now.
If I go to another country, I'm probably going to have to bring you along, you know what I mean? Just so you're aware. But before you start cooking, Miss Vince, I just wanted to jam home this point about upgrade, because I think, we've only done this. I've only done this maybe one time, and I think it's about high time that we go back and look at a short resume of one Vic Fangio, and why a lot of us believe that he will bring a difference to this team, and possibly even right out the gate, given the fact that we're healthy and we already got the good key players involved. So Fangio began his NFL career with New Orleans as the team's linebackers coach from 86 to 94, during which time he coached the famed Dome Patrol, one of the greatest defensive groups of all time. During Fangio's 9 seasons in New Orleans, the Saints ranked among the NFL's top 5 in total defense, 300 yards per game, which was 5th, 18.1 points per game, which was 4th, sacks, which was 3rd at 408, and takeaways tied for 3rd in takeaways.
That might be the greatest linebacking core in NFL history on that early '90s Saints team. They had
Right,
Vaughn Johnson, Pat Swilling, Ricky Jackson, who's a Hall of Famer.
So Fangio joined the Panthers in '95, the inaugural season for the Panthers. He was the defensive coordinator from '95 to '98 under head coach Dom Capers, and helped the franchise advance to the NFC Championship game in just its second season. Fangio then coached the defense for the Colts from '99 to 2001 under Jim Mora Sr. We all know Jim Mora. Playoffs? Yeah, that's Jim Mora. Houston Texans. Fangio joined another first-year team in the Houston Texans in 2002. He was Dom Capers' defensive coordinator in Houston for 3 years. Then Fangio joined the Baltimore Ravens in 2006 and worked as a special assistant to the head coach / defensive assistant for his first 3 years with the Ravens, and later coached a linebackers group in 2009 that featured all-pro who?
Ray Lewis.
Who?
Ray
Lewis.
Yep.
Then in 2010, he was the defensive coordinator for the Stanford Cardinals under head coach Jim Harbaugh. And in 2011, he followed Harbaugh to the San Francisco 49ers when Harbaugh was hired as the Niners head coach. Along with Harbaugh, he was credited with turning around the 49ers defense, producing a league-high 35 turnovers in 2011. Fangio was released from his contract by the Niners in 2015 after Harbaugh was let go. On January 19th, 15, Fangio agreed in principle to become the DC for the Chicago Bears. After the departure of linebackers coach Clint Hurt, Fangio assumed that position in addition to his role as defensive coordinator. During Fangio's first 3 seasons in Chicago, the Bears' defense improved from 30th ranked unit in 2014 to being 14th, 15th, and 10th in total defense. Fangio's contract expired following 17. And he was interviewed for the head coaching spot and blah, 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 blah. Then he stayed around. Wait, hold on. He's the first Bears DC to stay under a new head coach since Buddy Ryan, with newly arriving head Mike Ditka. Fangio was also granted complete control of the defense. Under Fangio, the 18 Bears defense excels as it led the NFL in turnovers forced and interceptions at 27. Chicago was also ranked 3rd in total defense, 2nd in yards per play allowed, and 1st in scoring. In 19, Fangio was named Assistant Coach of the Year by Pro Football Writers Association. A month later, he received the same honor from the AP as the 8th annual NFL honors. In 2019, Fangio was hired to become the 17th head coach of the Denver Broncos. And of course, we all know this is where everybody completely holds his entire body of work as one stint of head coach at a garbage freaking football team for 3 years as head coach of the Denver Broncos. And because of that, we're all saying, oh, no, this guy doesn't know anything. He sucks because look what he did in Denver. No. Listen to what I said he did before he got to Denver, and that's what we're about to expect with this defense.
Are there Dolphins fans that legitimately hold those 2 years or 3 years in Denver?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Wow. That's pretty – that's
As
weird.
they should. Did they not happen?
Well, they did, but
take them into consideration.
But that's a complete different capacity. We didn't bring him in here as head coach.
I get that, but you still have to take that into consideration. So
not really. We have to take what he's done as a defensive coordinator into consideration. That's what we hired him for.
Entire body of work.
But
the decision making.
I'm just telling you. I'm just saying.
Well, it's just like look at North Turner. Look at North Turner. North Turner sucked as a head coach, but he was a great offensive coordinator.
Yes,
Steve Spagnuolo is another one. Terrible head coach in St. Louis, but great defensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Head coach, but really decent. No, I'm just kidding, guys. I'm totally just stirring them up.
I know. You just steal. I know. You're providing contrary position. That's okay. Nothing wrong with it.
Y'all want to post that?
Well,
I mean,
continue. Sorry, I didn't want
if
to.
we all sat up here and agreed with each other, it wouldn't be very interesting.
I didn't know in 06 color we needs because the Ravens in 2006 I believe had a historic defense.
Well, yeah, and if you're talking about that Ray Lewis, when the year they won the Super Bowl, they held teams to 17.6 points per game. That's why it's not outrageous for Papa Paul to predict that we hold this team this week to 17 points. That's where I'm at too.
Hey, Michael K brings a great question. How many total years has DC, and how many top 5 ranked defenses?
A lot.
Which are?
I think it's like
I
half.
don't know. I'm just saying. I just read the guy's resume.
I think
mean, it was wrapped up in there somewhere.
I think Fangio has like around close to, I want to say 15 years as a DC, and close to half of them have been top 5 defenses. Maybe a little bit under half, like 40%, which is still
Now,
very, very good.
In fairness, he was the linebackers coach with Ray Lewis. But what position did Ray Lewis play?
Linebacker.
I mean,
there you go.
He was one of the greatest linebackers that ever played.
So what you're
of
saying,
all time. Yes, I would say Ray Lewis is the GOAT of linebackers.
Yeah,
in
I
my
don't
opinion.
think anybody else. Yeah. So what you're saying, Color, is there's a chance.
Oh, let's not forget Lawrence Taylor. Let's not do that. Don't forget Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah,
I
think Lawrence Taylor is more of an edge rusher.
Pure edge. Well, yeah,
he plays some linebacker too now.
Well, he was. I think he was actually technically a linebacker.
Yeah, he was the outside linebacker. But you know what's funny is, I think you heard, you brought this up, Color, that this notion, because when I first started watching football in the 90s, you never heard an edge rusher. You were outside linebacker or defensive end. There was no such thing as
right,
a
or
edge
even
rusher.
D tackles would act as edge rushers on occasion. You know, you'd have a good D tackle that would do that.
I think edge rushers, it depends on what formation. So if you run a 3-4, your edges are going to be your linebackers, and if you run a 4-3, your edges are going to be
right. And now there's a certain body type that's developed over time that is suited for edge rushing, and now that's why they kind of designate this guy's specialty is that he's an edge rusher. You know what I mean? So they have different hand techniques and things they work on in practice that they kind of isolate off. Like I noticed in camp, usually to start most practices, you'd have Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips working with each other, isolated away from the other linebackers, even like isolated away from the outside linebackers, together doing like hand technique drills and sidestepping drills for edge rushing. You know what I mean?
So Fangio comes from the Don Capers tree. Is that what you said, Color? That's where he comes from. Don Capers philosophy.
It looks like Capers and Harbaugh. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to. If you're still flowing,
Harbaugh times 2, by the way, the elder and the younger.
Are you still flowing, Color, or may I go with?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just had to quickly add that. Go ahead, Miss Fins. I'm sorry.
No. You're overall, because I know you were giving us the resume.
Oh, so yeah. As far as that, because the resume kind of ends at Denver, and then of course the Eagles bring him in as a consultant last year, and then now he's ours. So that's kind of where the resume ends.
Got it. All right. Well, I wanted to say, first of all, gentlemen, thank you so much for having me up here. You guys may or may not know me. I am Miss Fins. You can catch me Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern, every Monday through Friday.
That's not what Estefan calls you.
And YouTube, Twitters, and Twitch. And you can catch me Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. with my co-host, Color Commentary of the Fins Tailgate on League Wide Wednesdays, which is a lot of fun. So thank you.
Yeah, League Wide is great. Y'all ought to get over there and check it out on Wednesday nights, because we're trying to condense it to an hour, but you usually go about an hour and a half, and it's like we'll give picks for all the games, as well as impact players for a couple different positions, like which player, let's say which quarterback is going to most impact his team. And sometimes I'll even pick one that I might think impacts negatively. Like, in other words, I may say Baker Mayfield because I think he's going to throw 7 interceptions. You know what I mean? Well, that's going to seriously impact his team. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it goes both ways.
But yeah, no, guys. What I wanted to say first of all, just to backtrack a little, I came up here initially because Chef Juice here, and I want to say, Chef Juice, you're the best, obviously, taking care of everybody. You already know you special heart, man. You and your wife, amazing, amazing human beings. Second, I have to say that when you started with the whole ladies club, I was like, did someone say ladies club? Uh, so I had to come up here to represent for the ladies. As you already know, we are very huge fans over here with Miss Fans of Jalen's Phillips sisters. So we're
Well,
definitely
you
very
get with Brian
huge
Cox. He's the guy to open it up.
uh, yeah, look at this guy, Miss Patriots Dog Gives Fantasy, whatever, man. Whatever. And lastly, Chef Jew, I am not gonna listen to you
Mhm.
discredit just because maybe we didn't end the season like the way we did. Mr.
Mhm.
Boyer, he didn't get a fair shot. He got 1 year. Brian Flores ran it prior to
Mhm.
him. So he didn't get a fair shot. I know you were saying he got a fair shot. No, he didn't. And you know what? Didn't you and I
Hmm.
go over this color like last year where literally our defense was giving up the exact same average they did the year prior under Flores? Or it was like 0.5 difference
It's
between them?
it's like it's 2 points
Yeah.
difference, but
Okay,
it's
2 points.
also it was also to be fair, it was something that Mike McDaniel flat out told us in a press conference to expect.
Hmm. So
You
we've
know,
had pretty much the same defense the last
Yeah.
3 years. You know what I mean? What hasn't
Uh,
been consistent has been
Yeah.
the offense,
I
and
was
that's the
I
problem.
was
all I know
honest.
is all I know is if the secondary gets injured, right, he doesn't get a pass. Vic Banjo doesn't get a pass.
Yep.
fair enough.
I
Yeah,
just think
and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because everybody deals with injuries. You know what I mean? How are you
Mhm.
gonna get the next man up? And
I
guess what?
Right.
don't
It
you think
was under what's his name? It was under. Oh my god! Now I can't even. I just said his name. Um,
Breathe, Miss Vince, breathe.
Thank you. I know I'm running like a
Breathe
um,
in,
Boyer. Sorry, it was under Boyer
wax
that
on, wax off.
Hater Kohu developed. You see what I mean?
That's
Hmm.
true, but I think it is fair to point out that maybe that might be where, as a younger DC, that might be where Boyer failed, was adjustments because of injuries and
Yeah,
stuff
but
like that,
he's
and
in
that
a
is kind
younger
of fair to say. You know what I mean?
exactly. But he's a young DC. You're not even
Right,
giving him a full
of
like two,
course.
3 years to get on
Which
the
goes
team.
back to the resume I just read, and why Chef Jew gave the quick answer of it's an upgrade. You know what I mean? Bottom line,
Hmm.
Vic Fangio is definitely an upgrade, even if you
Based on
like Boyer.
experience. Yeah, based on experience. I get that. But I just wanted to say, yes, I may be
Right.
keeping up for Boyer, but I didn't see that big of a drop off between offense. I mean, between defense, between Boyer and Flores. I saw a huge
Now,
difference in
well,
the
to be fair, we did also increase our points per game on offense 4 whole points. So that's now we might agree that 24
Yep.
points a game still ain't enough given what we got. You know
hmm
what I mean?
We should be
Given what
averaging
our
30.
roster says we got, you know what I mean? But it still was an improvement from 20 points a game to 24. My only problem is we were scoring
Mhm.
25 points a game with Fitzpatrick / Tua in 2020. So
Hmm.
it doesn't add up to me when you're talking about the roster that we have on
And no
offense
wide
right now.
receivers, too. Remember that. No wide receiver. When your number one wide receiver was Lynn Bowden Jr., you know what I mean? We
was Boyer was he a loyalist to Flores? Was he hired by Flores?
They
No,
both
he
came.
kind of, yes. They're both from the Patriots.
Yeah,
They
they
both
both
worked
came from the
together with New
Patriots.
Yeah,
England.
he was the cornerbacks coach. He was the cornerbacks coach for New England when Flores came.
Hmm.
See, and I wonder because Fangio is an upgrade.
Mhm.
I just you wonder about
Well, the
the
word is that Boyer threw Flores under the bus and kind of took all the credit for anything that was good. That's the rumor.
right. Is
That's
is he back with the Patriots, Boyer, or where is he? Is he out of the league or?
I'm not
no
sure.
idea.
Obscurity.
Because I was, as a Bills fan, I was shocked. I mean, Xavier Howard had a groin. Brandon Jones got hurt.
You're a Bills fan?
Yes, Xavier Howard had a groin. Brandon Jones got hurt. I believe Eric Rowe got hurt. Byron Jones never came
Yeah,
back.
if I recognize the voice correctly, that's Josh Allen is the next Carson Wentz.
That's a good. I know Color wants to jinx that.
Oh snap! Wait,
But
for real? I'm so sorry, Josh Allen. I thought I thought we were all Dolphin fans, but it's okay.
No, you get blindsided with a Bills fan around here, Miss Fins. You
Man,
know
they
that.
sneak. I'm telling you, they sneak over here, man.
I do.
They
I have a special place for the Dolphins in my heart, going back to the late '80s. It's always been.
You're a Dolphins fan.
That's why Level 2 New boycotts us all the time. Like every other week, he boycotts us because of the Bills fans.
Yeah, and by the way, Miss Fins, I'm gonna be be collaborating soon with Red, White, and Bills on this channel.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, him and I, we collabed last year. We're gonna be doing some collab this year too. Phenomenal guy. Love him. That's Sean. He's awesome.
Yeah, he is.
Awesome content creator. So definitely very happy.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that.
Is that who I think it is?
Yes, it is.
Yes, Mr. Color, it is exactly who you think it is.
You're twin.
And how you doing? How you doing, Josh Allen? Of course, it's good to be rooting for a division-winning champion. Miss Fins, Chef Jew, always wanted to go down there and try your food.
With the
and
talent we
everybody
had
else.
on offense, I mean, I wanted the defense to the match it as well. So I understand where she's coming from as well too. It was just I understand the injuries and everything that came along, and he did try. That's why I said he did a decent. I still feel like he had a fair share because you have an opportunity to run this defense the way that you wanted, the way that Forrest had taught you, and you had.
I have a question on a point that was made a couple of moments ago, and maybe Color can answer it. But when the Dolphins were averaging 25 points a game, weren't a significant number of points scored because of the defense? I mean, I remember the block punting against the Chargers. I remember the scores against the Rams.
I have to double check, but I am not the one without having actually. I think I did one time to confirm it, but I do not believe that they count defensive scores when they're referring to a team's points per game on offense.
I'll be honest with you, Color. I've never looked up that specific rule, so I don't really know.
Now, I do know that
the
25 points per game number that I've been operating with, I did the math myself and subtracted those scores.
No, we did it live. I remember that.
Okay.
That day.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to make comment on something I didn't know anything about.
No, that's a fair question. But as far as that 25 points per game, yes, I did the actual math on that and discounted the scores. Now, one thing else I did, if I remember correctly, Miss Fins, we were at I want to say 21.9 points scored against us per game. But if you were to take away a score for every time our defense scored, I think we had 19 points per game scored against us that year.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right.
So in other words, Mark, if you were to credit us with whenever the defense scored with not having been scored against one other time, nullify a score, you see what I'm saying, and then do that, we were at 19 points per game.
Yeah, I just didn't know, and I wasn't, because I remember there was an awful lot of, the Rams game, the Dolphins had defensive touchdowns. I think the 49ers game, if I remember right, maybe had one defensive touchdown, but that was a day where the offense just lit it up against the 49ers. I know the Charger game, that was the block punt touchdown. I'm trying to remember other games, but I can look up the 2020 stats and kind of scan through each game myself to see what the deal was.
Well, I would like to point out, when I was just reading that resume, one of the recurring themes I noticed was top numbers in takeaways. You know what I mean? In turnovers.
Yeah.
So obviously he's got some kind of whispering he can do in our guy's ear to help them punch the ball out more or something. I don't know. Or maybe his scheme is more conducive to getting interceptions.
Well, 2020 is the same year that X got the 10 interceptions and J.C. Jackson got 9. So
Okay.
that's
Because I
that
know
year.
Fangio's defense is more structured to less blitz and more coverage with people coming
Which could
and
very
charging
well
and
that
bolting
causes
into
more
zones. Yeah.
confusion by lesser grade quarterbacks and could actually induce more interceptions. Absolutely.
Right.
Well,
I
that's
can
what I think.
imagine that.
That's what I think is going to happen. That's what I think this defense is going to do. You may have, because I think last year the team had 40 sacks, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
The
and when
sack
you got
number
a
may
guy
very
like
well go down.
Xavier Howard that doesn't drop the football, dude, those are going to be real interceptions. And I suspect, and it's unfortunate that he's injured, but I suspect the point of Jalen Ramsey was to get that added neon Dion effect of running them back for touchdowns.
Yeah, I concur. The other thing I was kind of looking at when I was listening to all the feedback and all the different hosts talking about the game, and I wanted to make a couple of points and see what you folks think. I think the biggest advantage that the Dolphins have in this game is kind of being swept under the rug a little bit. The Charger interior offensive line. Yep. Hold on a second. I'll be back in a moment.
Did Mark say I concur?
Well, yeah, he did. He did. But also, I think what he was about to say about the offensive line pretty much was what he said. He'll be back in a minute. That's kind of what he was about to say about them. They'll be back in a minute. They're not right there right now.
No, I think he meant like he's got a call and that's why he had to
Oh,
leave.
I know. I'm just saying it happens to correlate probably with what he was about to say with the
Yeah.
offensive line.
No, Chef Jew, you were saying something while Mark was talking. Go ahead and finish your point. I feel bad. Chef Jew,
Yeah, it was about
you're
the
muted.
defense.
You're muted. There you go.
Mark does that. Mark might be the only person that could induce
Go ahead.
an insult from Chef Jude, to be honest with you.
Go ahead, Chef Jew.
Well, no, I was done with my point. No, I was just saying, I agree. I understand where Miss Fence is coming from as well with Boyer. I just feel like, the same way with, you got to think that he had 1 year too, that the defensive coordinator, Graham, right? Didn't we have a defensive coordinator, Graham?
Patrick Graham.
Patrick Graham, yeah. And he did a decent job as well with the defense as well too. He only lasted for 1 year. And then he went to the Giants and stuff like that and became the defensive coordinator, I believe. So I just felt like Boyer, because you've been under Flores for what, the time of Flores was here, and I just feel like he taught you, he coached you and helped you through things, and now he's gone. And Christopher Greer's putting his neck out there for you to show up and let me see if you can take over the reins as being a defensive coordinator. And that's why I say he had did a decent job with the injuries and everything. And he did try to, and I can remember the playoff game, he did his due diligence to keep us in the game. And unfortunately, we didn't come up with a win and things, but it did show us what this team can be going like into next year with more pieces, more weapons, that it could get us over the hump. I even said it to coworkers at my job, like, if Tua stays healthy, at least he can miss 2 games. I don't care if it's 2 to 3 games he can miss. He can't miss more than that because I don't have faith in the backups. I don't. Skyler, he was doing his best. I give that man so many props. He kept us in the game. He did the best he could as a rookie and then defensive in the playoffs. I give him so much props. And he's still growing. He's still learning and everything. And I just feel like this team is on the verge of getting where they need to get to, but they have to keep Tua upright, keep him healthy. And it did rise on. I still believe the offensive line has to keep him upright. I still feel like until they show me they can play consistently as a group together, I'm not sold on the offensive line. I always keep saying it every year. The offensive line is the key factor to this season. And I still feel like it is because now that I have found out Armstead's not playing, now whoever's taking his position has to really hold it down until he comes back. I don't want to see Tua get hurt after that scare. I mean, I was at work when I saw that, and went back and watched the videos. I don't want to see that man career in like that, or see him go out like
Nobody
that.
does.
Because
Nobody does. No player here.
because that's you got because the way I look at it, that's somebody's son. That's someone's grandchild. That's someone's. He's a father. I want him to see his child grow, and future children, if he has some, grow up to see them, because concussions is not a joke. I've even took the time to watch the movie, and I've seen, just watching the movie alone tells you a whole lot what these guys went through. Even that the player from when I remember they showed in the film, he had killed himself, and he lost a lot of stuff from. He was with the Steelers, that guy, and then Sim took himself, and then you have outrages what it does to the brain, and that's why they still doing things to get the game safer. And I want Tua to just find a way to stay healthy. Don't hold on to the ball too long. If you don't see it, throw it away. Live for another play. Don't try to do too much and cost yourself to injure yourself. That's going to hurt the team, because you right now are the focal point. You're the same. You right now are Dan Marino of this decade right now, where everybody's looking up to you. I'm not saying he's Dan Marino. I'm saying he's our Dan Marino.
Right.
This
he's the guy, like Chip. I know what you mean by that. When you walk around the promenade at the stadium, and you see anybody under the age of 12, they got a number 1 jersey on. You know what I mean? So that's what Chef means by this generation's Dan Marino. You know what I mean? These kids don't know the behind the scenes. The kids don't know the behind the scenes stuff, just like we didn't back then. That's their god. That's their demigod, I should say. That's their guy, bro. And until he outright fails, those kids under 12 years old are going to be, that's their guy. You know what I mean? And I get it.
I want to ask this question, Chef Jew, because I'm very interested to hear from you, since we're talking about the defense and obviously the changes here. Tell me of last year, which side of the ball did better? Offense or defense overall throughout the entire year?
As a defensive guy, I feel we did decent, but the offense took a big. Really, I gotta say, offense took a big leap, because I have to go offense, because when the last time you ever seen this team in the top, this offense in the top 10? How long ago that was? 95.
Were we top 10? Were we top 10?
We have not been top 10.
What are you talking about?
6. We were 6.
You're my statistician.
Miss Finn, what are you talking about?
So I'm asking Chef Jill, and maybe I'll ask the panel. Last year, which side of the ball did better overall for the entire year? Was it offense or defense?
Just a good question. I'll just say it like this: first of all, that we did not play 1 minute in junk time last year, and that's a credit to the defense. And number 2, our defense at least did enough to put us in position to win just about every ball game. And so I'd probably say slight edge to the defense did their job more than the offense did.
Okay, that's what I thought. I 100% concur. Yes, I said concur.
I mean, the only game we were really torched on defense from stem to stern was the Ravens game, and we ended up winning that one. So
that game did really get a number on us.
That was a case where the defense did. Right? The offense did do their job that day. You could say the defense did too in some respects, because they did do what they needed to do to allow the offense to get those 6 touchdowns. So you could say that, but no, and you could say the offense not producing anything the first 3 quarters is probably why the defense failed. But we also had a special teams touchdown put against us that game. We had a Lamar Jackson 75-yard run from scrimmage against us on that game. So there's a lot of mitigating factors. It was in Baltimore. I think our defense still held up enough to allow the offense to do the crazy thing they did. But you got to credit the offense with that game. You know what I mean? You just ultimately have to credit the offense.
They only scored one more time. Had they scored any more time,
My only issue with the offense that day is that they didn't spread those 6 touchdowns over all 4 quarters. That's really the only fault.
Yep.
Yeah.
They did what they needed to do in the long run.
The thing that I admire about Josh Boyer as a Bills fan, being more like a football fan, is he went into that playoff game with all the injuries on defense. He obviously knew it's a third string quarterback, not just a third string quarterback, but it's a rookie third string quarterback. There's injuries seventh round injuries on the offensive line. And, it's kind of like analogous. He's going to the poker table with barely anything left. You have to admire his character because he's like, look, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die quick. But I'm not just going to sit back and accept defeat. And I just wonder, I don't know, looking back on that playoff game, like I said, as just a football fan first, I admire his internal fortitude, mental fortitude, his character. A lot of defensive coordinators would play scared, man. I mean, they would in that situation. And he said, look, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die quick. And he came after Buffalo. So you have to admire that. So I just hope that Fangio.
That's really your only hope against Buffalo. You got to shut Josh Allen down. You got to make him miserable. That's the only way to win.
They shut down.
Don't worry, you do. Remember, don't forget Wilkins. Wilkins, he doesn't like Wilkins. He does not like Wilkins at all.
He does the cheap shot and then wants to be mad at Christian Wilkins. Get out of here, man. Anyway.
When the Dolphins defense,
I blame. Sorry, real quick, Josh. I blame McDaniel for that loss more than anybody else, more than any player.
I do too.
McDaniel, in my opinion, at 4 minutes, he lost us that game. Him being puffing the Magic Dragon or whatever he was puffing because it was clear.
I also think he lost us the game Tua played against Buffalo.
That game right there. Horrendous by him in those last 4.5 minutes. We were winning that game. So anybody that tries to give me anything about Tua or anything about the players, no. That was a coaching loss, in my opinion. And it was McDaniel coaching loss, not even Boyer.
Especially since if you go back and watch that game and watch how our offensive line was actually owning the trenches that night, it is absolutely amazing that we stopped running the ball precisely when the snow started to fall. That is just absolutely amazing to me.
Exactly. You know what's annoying? It wasn't even like super snowing either. It was just flickers. And
it was at our back. The snow was going into the defense's face.
Exactly. There was no reason. Tua was cooking. And you and I were talking about it, Color, that week. We were so pissed, and I'm going to steal your words. He took the ball out of Tua's hands. I can't believe this. Again, McDaniel lost us that game. So I can't even blame Tua for that game. I can't even blame the offense or the defense. Again, that was a coaching loss, in my opinion.
Yes.
McDaniel lost both of those Bills games.
I agree.
Which is so frustrating.
Because you can't. You done, Miss Fans? I want to interrupt you.
Oh, no, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. No, what pissed me off, I agree with you guys. What pissed me off is like when we're doing so good with the running game, at times, why you shy away from it. And that's why, and I think that's what he understood. Because I believe at the offseason, I think he went over and watched films. That's when he went to go apologize to the running backs. Because, I abandoned you guys, especially late in the games. When the running game was so good, you took it away and you putting the ball into his hands or putting the quarterback's hands to win us the game.
Exactly. And I think a lot of people misunderstood that to mean that they should have run the ball more throughout the season. No, it's just that, look, and in that game in particular, I don't know if it just drives the point home deeper, but we literally right when the snow started to fall, it was like, come on, man, what are you doing?
It was fantastic. And we were getting chunked too.
Monster, oh my gosh, this dude was running.
This is what happened. He outcoached himself. He psyched himself out and he overthought it. That's all it is. It's he's like, oh, I think you're gonna do this, so I'm gonna outdo that. But then I think you're gonna think that I'm doing that, so I'm gonna do. You know what I mean? Like
second guessing himself.
He outcoached himself. It was just so frustrating as a fan. to take a look at that.
Hopefully
And
not.
what do you do? Because
Yeah, the
you
only
cannot
thing I fault
blame it
Tua
on
for, which maybe can't really fault him for it, but you could say maybe some other quarterbacks might have the bravado to say, get in the huddle and be like, you know what, guys, coach is off his rocker, man. We're running this freaking football. You know what I mean? Like,
he should have done what Joe Burrow did. You know what Joe Burrow did in the AFC Championship? He actually literally pretended that the mic was broken in his helmet and he couldn't hear the plays. He just called the plays right on the huddle. That's what Tua needed to do. Just call your own plays, man. Like,
see, that's clever.
Does he remind you of
it's not
somebody
working,
else?
not working, blah, 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 and call your own plays. That's it. Call it a
Does he
day.
remind you of somebody else who used to do that?
Yeah,
And
Brett
push the
Favre used to
back?
do that.
Brett Favre used to do that.
Dan Marino did it too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He used to piss off Jimmy Johnson. Oh gosh, I remember he was pissing Jimmy Johnson off so bad. Jimmy tell him to call this play. Okay,
that was always. I remember when
we gonna do this play. But guess what? When Dan Marino did it, it worked because he's out there on the field. He's reading the defense. He's reading the whole thing, and he would change the play up. That's what.
Yeah, why do you think Jimmy Johnson always had his tongue in his cheek?
Right.
He was annoyed at that.
Jimmy Johnson and Dan Marino never clicked.
Never.
But I think Brett Favre might have actually had a little twig, like a little stick in his pants, like he'd pull out and start drawing plays in the dirt, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because
like you go here, man. You go about this far and go here, man.
Well, it's part of Tua's next. Sorry, Josh, real quick. This is exactly what we're looking from Tua as far as the next level step we want him to take. I need you to take over a game. That if you see McDaniels dropping the ball, you gotta put up big boy pants and take over the game. That's the next level, in my opinion, that we need to see from Tua.
Audible. Read the deep. Read pre-snap. Read. Audible.
See, Ross should have taken Tua to lunch this offseason and been like, "Look, kid, if this dude gets like that again, I am specifically authorizing you to take over that offense and do what you need to do, man."
Gotta let him be his own man. Gotta let him feel comfortable with the plays he can do. If he sees something
let him fry. Yeah.
Let him fry. Let him cook. Let him do his thing because he's out
All
there.
McDaniel needs to do is clap his hands together and rub them really fast and put it onto his freaking shoulder. That's all he needs to do. It's Tua's time. It's not McDaniel's time.
Because we want him to have a long career, and I feel like I wasn't on the Tua train when he got drafted. Some of y'all think I'm crazy, but I really wanted Trevor Lawrence. After I seen how he would at Clemson and stuff, when I watched the film and the game film and everything from him, but when I sat back and look at Tua, I see the thing that when he got drafted, I read his pre draft scouting report and I saw the post. They said Tua has everything he needs. The only thing concerned at that time is his durability because he was coming off that hip injury and things like that. And I just felt that, I was like, nah, he ain't gonna be ready. He just one hit away, and then we just wasted a pick. But he's fun. He had to find his way to keep himself healthy, to find a way to keep himself get familiar with the NFL because it's more faster than college football, as a lot of people don't believe it is. And it's more fast because it's not a running league. I had to tell people it's not a running league no more. It's a passing league.
Yep.
And running backs are a dime a dozen. They're not like how they used to be back in the day. Like the Barry Sanders. They was not
Ricky
like
Williams.
Ricky Williams.
Exactly.
They are not like how these what's his name? Darryl Sproles. They're not like Brian Westbrook. They're not like these guys anymore. It's a dime a dozen now. And then to sit back and I'm still pissed about it. We should have gotten Jonathan. I feel like we could have got him. But then at the same, Jonathan Taylor, but at the same time, you got to think: are they going to try to keep Wilkins? Because if they was going to give him that JT that contract, will they still have enough to still sign?
It's called a
Christian Wilkins
restructure, man. We would have had more money, actually.
Yeah.
We would have given him more years, give him boardable years, move that money over, and we would have allowed us to still pay him for this, these next 2-3 years. So we would have been able to make it happen.
At the same time, Miss Finch, you got to think: what happens if Christian Wilkins have a breakout year? What happens if he makes it to the Pro Bowl? Isn't that going to really? They're going to really have to look like, okay, he made it to the Pro Bowl. He lived up to the expectations of what we want him to do. Now you have to pay that man because I challenge. I've challenged him. I said, look, if he wants to be making top dollars and stuff, get the sacks. You're a run stuffer. Get the sacks. That's where the big money is at. If he can average one sack, if he can average one sack a game,
that will be 17 sacks. If he does that, he's gonna be the highest paid.
There you go.
Like that would be insane. But let me also go over this too. Okay, I don't want to cut you off. Were you?
No, good, Miss Finch. Go ahead.
One thing that I will say, because I know a lot of people, the reason why we give Tua such scrutiny is because he was a top 5 overall pick. Let's be honest, had Tua been drafted, let's say 27th in the first round, still the first round, but 27th or even in the second round, I don't think we would have been like, you know what, he's young, give him time, let him develop, you know what I mean? It's the fact that it was a top 5 overall pick. That's why the extra scrutiny is there. And another thing too, I don't care what anybody tells me, at the end of the day, even if Tua does not pan out for whatever reason, let me tell you something. I'm very glad that we picked Tua, and this is why. And you can clip me, I don't care. Because we still didn't trade 3 number 1 first and 2/3 for a second overall pick that we ended up trading 2 years later. So I am perfectly fine. That may cost me 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. 1 first round pick for Tua. It still didn't work out. Okay, keep it moving. Not 3 first and 2/3. So I'm perfectly happy. At this point, thank you, Trey Lance, for making Tua's pick not feel as bad. That's for sure. Am I lying? Am I lying?
I always stick up for, like, I know I'm a Bills fan, but I stick up for Tua in this sense. And tell me what you think, Ms. Fins, like everyone on the panel. But I have a real big pet peeve with just overall how quarterbacks are brought into the league, their developmental stage, how they're handled. And like you take Tua, for example, they changed coordinators his second year. Didn't he have 2 OCs his second year?
Yep.
And then in his third year, it's another new offensive system. So now it's not until at least in Tua's specific example about his development, it's in year 4 that he actually can finally start to get deep into an offensive philosophy and system. And you take as a Bills fan, you take Josh Allen, for example. This is his 6th year in the same system. This is why I always tell Dolphins fans, like, regardless of really what happens this year, I do think the Dolphins will make the playoffs and stuff. But, like, depending on how things go, there's no way I'm firing McDaniel. There's no way I'm getting rid of Tua. Like, you have to let an actual program develop. And as that program develops, a quarterback can develop in a system and be fostered into a system that actually has a chance at development. You can't just keep changing the coordinator with these young. Like, didn't Baker Mayfield have like 7 different coaches? And is it any wonder why he
had 6 for the last 6 seasons?
Including college. It's just nuts. And I understand there's different levels, and some quarterbacks can have success despite it. But regardless of that, it's still priority number 1 to create the best environment for any quarterback you're drafting. And if you're always changing the system, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense, man. Like, the whole quarterback around the development.
That's been our biggest problem, Josh, and I think that was a lot of our biggest fears was that they were trying to sell us on this idea that Tua was this transcendent quarterback, and as such, use that as an excuse to not build the super team that we need to build no matter what. So a lot of us are like, well, they keep promising us this, or they promise us that, but they never deliver either.
I mean, Color, look for example.
So to me, the good thing about having a guy like Tua is that it has forced their hand in building something, that can plug in another quarterback if it don't work out or whatever. But the structure is built, and we can cycle in, talent and keep, the conveyor system going
Right.
for whoever wants to step up and be a decent quarterback.
Take Jordan Love, for example. This is his 4th year. Now, he hasn't started yet, but this is his 4th year in the same system. And it's just, I don't understand some of these teams that take these quarterbacks and fire the coaches, and then they bring in another offensive coordinator. Then the quarterback has to learn a new system, and then they start, like, you look at Daniel Jones. We'll see what happens. Maybe he finally has a chance to develop under Dayball the 2nd year. People make fun of the Packers and stuff, but I agree with what they do, man. The Packers have an actual program that's consistent over many, many, many years. A lot of rookies the Packers draft, if you notice, a lot of the rookies, they don't start right away.
They don't. Same with Aaron Rodgers. When Brett Favre was there, he sat behind him the whole time. With the 4 years or 3 years or something, he was behind Brett Favre.
Yeah. And I get it. Some quarterbacks can start right away, but most of them can't,
And I feel like that was, to me, I still feel like that would have been the best thing for Tua, but it's like they wanted to, I think it was I keep hearing it was Ross wanted him to go ahead and start and get his feet wet and everything. And I feel like, no, you should have just let him sit out. We went 5-11 that year. You could have still let Tua sit out, let him develop, let him get mature, let him get better at the playbooks and get acclimated to the NFL before he can understand how the speed goes, how's everything is around the environment and everything, before he could get comfortable with it. And for him, because I was looking at him his first year, he was not comfortable. I was at the games looking at him, his footwork, everything is like he was playing scared to get hit, and he wasn't. And especially behind that O-line his first year, I would be scared too, because you see what they was doing at that time,
right?
And he had to learn. So once he starts learning and start getting better, then the 2nd year he comes in. Yes, he got hurt, but he had to find his way to get comfortable. And then he comes in under McDaniel, and I feel like it was like we was watching Tannehill and Gates. Y'all could get upset with me if you want to, but it felt like it was watching Tannehill and Gates first year together, learning one another. And you got to give, at that time, Gates did help Tannehill reach his potential. Now look at McDaniel, first year with Tua, helped him reach his potential. Yes, Tua made some decisions that cost him to not last long in the league for us to make it further in the playoffs. But I feel like now his 2nd year, he's coming into a system. He's the same system, and where he's going to feel more comfortable now because you got a coach that believes in you. You got a coach that believes that you can take this team to the next level. While I'm developing Skylar, I still got you as the front man and everything.
Whoa. No, Chef Joe, I'm not going to just let you slide that in there. And, you know what you said, sir.
What did I do?
You got a head coach that finally believed in you. Get out of here. They still were trying to get Deshaun Watson when Mike McDaniel was here. Don't try me with that slick shot.
I know. I just wanted to mess with y'all.
Nah, you're not gonna sneak that past me. Finally believes it, please.
No.
They've been there. That's the organization has been doing that to him, and they've been trying to update regardless of the head coach. So don't make it seem like all of a sudden it's finally he got a coach. No. I'll put it to you this way: if Flores really didn't believe in Tua, he would have never put in the system that Tua was able to go ahead and actually use and be effective in. That's ridiculous. He would have sabotage them. Like, everybody wants to complain and say, he didn't sabotage him. He actually put him in a system that actually worked for Tua's skill set and that Tua was able to actually implement. So, yeah, I heard you, but sorry, continue. I just couldn't let that one slide, that's all.
No, I'm not saying that Flores was a terrible coach. I'm not putting that out there. I just wanted him to get comfortable, and that year he came in with Flores and everything. And I feel like he did it, and I agree with Shake Money when Shake Money said his best years was with Flores. And I could say a little bit he did, because he had to learn. He really had to learn quick how this league goes and everything. And
right.
And now you see him we do gotta give Flores props because look how Tua is now and how it's gonna better him even in the long run with how these defenses and everything gonna come at you. And I'm not saying wasn't saying that Flores didn't believe in Tua or anything like he won't try to sabotage. I don't believe that. It just he probably had I just had to say it. I just he probably just had another vision of who he really wanted and who he didn't want. But
preach, bro.
Overall, I feel like Tua. This is going to be Tua's breakout year. I feel like we got a good sneak preview of what Tua can become coming into this season. You see what he was doing when he was healthy. The team was winning when he was healthy. You see the MVP chance was going on. Even at the stadium, I was hearing that. That to me made me believe like, okay, we do have something here. Now, how are we going to protect him? Because I have done researches on Tua. I have watched the documentary on Tua. I watched everything about this guy because I was wanting to know, okay, you are a quarterback. I want you to get us to a Super Bowl. I'm 38 years old. I've been a Dolphin fan from 85, the year I was born. So I was born into this because of my family. I want us to see a Super Bowl. And then here's another thing I was thinking about. I was talking to a coworker. I'm like, you know what? If Tua do win to get us a Super Bowl, Dan Marino will get a ring. I could hear some fans saying, oh, it took Tua for Dan Marino to get one. Why you have to rain on the parade like that? Just be happy the man got one. Be glad he had it. And the fact that he's with the organization, he's here. What makes me even more happy because look at him, he's supporting Tua. I've seen a picture when we played against the Ravens. He was in the locker room. He gave him Tua a hug. That was a special moment. Like he's believing in this young man, and he sees this young man is going to do something great. He has the potential to do the things he was doing as well too. So we just have to. I mean, I'm tired of hearing this Tua near this and he's a non-Tua. I'm done with that. Like he's our quarterback. Support him. The same way everybody supported Tannehill those 7 years, give Tua the same respect that everyone gave to Tannehill. I've given Tua the fair share too, just like Tannehill. I ain't know nothing about Tannehill, but I still support him. He was our quarterback. So I'm pushing for Tua. I fight for Tua. I win arguments over people with Tua because they say he's this and this. I say, yeah, but guess what? At least he's getting somewhere. Look what he's doing now. Look at his numbers. Look at the potential. This man is not far away from even getting 10,000 yards. He can do it this year. I look at his numbers. He's not that far away from getting 10,000 yards in his career. This year, he can do it. As long as he stays healthy, as long as the team rallies around him, supports him, not too many drop balls like they did last year happen. We have an opportunity right now to change the narrative. And the league is looking at us now of what this team is going to become because we're going to be a scary team this year. I see it. It's going to be tough against Fangio. I see Fangio doing a lot of stuff like I've researched. He set out for you said it too, Cully. I've already said it before you even said it. But so Fangio set out all last year, scouting everybody's offense, watching it. And he even watched ours. So that gave him enough time to start cooking something up. And I feel like this is the year, and I'm glad he's here to experiment with us because you got a lot of weapons on that defense that is crazy. And then when Jalen Ramsey come back, enough said. We'll be even more ready than where we are now. So they just have to just keep everything intact. Just keep doing what they need to do, and I feel like this is the year we can really do a deep run in the playoffs. And Buffalo is the team right now. They're the reigning AFC East champs. I may not like Buffalo, but and it's hard for me to say this. They are the team to beat for us to get to the next round. And we had their number even in the playoffs, even the last few games. We have their number, so now we know what we need to do to beat them. You got it because Josh Allen is that offense. I don't know how their running game was because he's been the one running the ball all over the field for that team. And if they don't protect him, he's going to be hurt. And then then you got to rely on your backup. So they got to protect that guy. If not, because you saw what he did last year. He played through an injury with his elbow. and he still fought through it and everything. But they got to protect that guy. If not, I don't know what to say for Buffalo fans. They got to protect him. But that is the team to beat right now.
I can't argue with that. They are technically the ones that did win last year, so they are technically the team to beat. I'm not scared of them. The gap between the Dolphins
Me too.
and the
Yeah.
Bills is completely non-existent anymore, in my opinion. And to
Mhm.
your point, Chef, too, they are not protecting their biggest asset, which is Josh Allen. So injuries happen, and nobody's wishing anybody to have an injury, because I do believe that. I do believe that what goes around comes around. I'm not trying to go around. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to have that on anybody. On my brother place, I would hate anything to happen to him. So I'm not saying that at all. But it it does happen when injuries do happen. Now, if they want to protect themselves and their future, they're gonna have to protect. They're gonna have to get their run game going, so that way Josh Allen isn't their run game, because he is their. When your quarterback is your leading rusher in the year, that's a problem right there. That's a problem. They should, if you want to have somebody that has a lot of yardage, that's great, but they shouldn't be the only ones getting yardage, because then that just shows that you don't have a well balanced offense. Period.
Mhm.
But I am not afraid of them, and to be honest with you, at this point, yeah, I mean, I could totally see us sweeping them. Not likely,
The
but I could totally
collapse
see
is
us.
real. It's coming.
It
Yeah.
is.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
hey, I
It's
said
definitely
it years
possible.
ago. I said it years ago about Buffalo. Even when who was it? It was Sal and it was some other. It was Red, White, and Blue. I was going back and forth with him, and I was grilling him like, "Y'all swear I don't know football?" I said, "Dude, I'm sitting back watching every other team and take the time out to watch them and understand." And I've been said it. I said, "Yeah, Buffalo ain't gonna get far." I said, "I'm already looking at them right now because the Chiefs got their number. You can, yeah, they beat the Chiefs in regular season, but when they get to postseason, what happens? The Chiefs end up beating them. So I already know that Buffalo, yeah, their time is already coming, and our time is coming back because let's go back to 2008. What happened in 2008? What the
Okay.
Jets did? They went and got Brett Favre, right? Now, doesn't that not play a scenario to this year? Who's now in the Jets uniform?
Oh yeah, them two are literally having the exact same.
Exactly.
The exact same. It's like
Hmm.
this is Groundhog Day right now with the Jets. Like
Exactly.
they
So
just get the hot
it doesn't
garbage from Green Bay and then bring them over,
exactly, and you
repackage it,
bring
and
them over
then
here.
lose. So
Who do you guys
Yeah,
think is gonna? Who do you guys think is gonna win that Monday night game, Buffalo or New York?
I'm not going to say
Uh,
nothing on that because I
I'm
don't
going
like
for the
both
New
of them.
York team. I'm going for the team in New York.
I'm going. I think the Jets, the New Jersey Jets, are gonna get it just because I think it's gonna be a setup. The
Don't
whole.
insult New
I
Jersey
mean,
like that, please.
guys, the New Jersey Jets. I'm gonna put
By
it
the
in.
way, Miss
That's
Vince,
an insult to New Jersey, by the way.
I need you to make a rare exception, a rare correction to my pick'em, because I picked a tie, right?
I'm looking at it right now. You were like, well, if I get it, I was like,
You picked a
okay.
tie color. You picked a tie
Miss
between the
Vince,
Bills and
you
Jets.
didn't pick. He
Yeah.
didn't just pick a tie. Let me hold on. Let me pull this puppy up. He didn't just pick a tie. He literally went 23-23. It could happen, Miss Vince. I'm like, it could, not very likely
Color.
though.
Why did you do that? Was there a lot of money on that
To
part
be
for
a
a
dick.
tie, or?
No, just to be a dick. To be quite honest with you, but Miss Finch, I need you to change that to the Jets because the Pick'em, Pigskin Pick'em on ESPN wouldn't let me pick a tie. So I
Oh
had to
wow.
choose one or the other, and I chose the Jets.
Okay. What's the score?
For our purposes, I'll go.
I
Uh,
can't leave it at 23-23. So
right, Jets 28, Bills 25.
I literally kept the 23-23 just because I'm gonna laugh when that doesn't happen. If it does happen, I'm personally getting you some Miss Vince merched FedEx to you as soon as possible because I'm like you would be the one to to go ahead and get that.
The only
But yeah,
downside is they both still get credited with a half a win, also. So that kind of sucks.
hey, but guys, on another topic, because I'm over the Bills. Did you guys see the Kansas City Chiefs? That game last night. Talk about the league really trying to give it to Kansas City
Yeah, no
because
kidding.
they were holding left and right, and I'm like, wait a minute. They were tripping players, no call. The one guy who's not even tripping, he's literally just falling backwards, and his legs happen to be up. And then they call the tripping. I'm like, look at the man can't do nothing else with his leg. He's literally on his back, like. But they call the tripping call. And then on top of that too, they're what player was it? Juwan Johnson? Which one was it?
And by the way, Michael K, you forgot to finish that sentence. It says Buffalo Bills, the only New York team not to win a Super Bowl. You forgot to mention that. I just wanted to add that on there.
Hey,
I know you forgot.
Hey, Shake, if the Bills win the Super Bowl, what are you gonna do?
Oh man,
we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Never.
Never. No, seriously, like they were trying to give the
we'll cross that bridge when they build it over Niagara Falls.
into Canada, for real.
Oh gosh.
But no,
Anything's possible, Color.
I think
that's 2020. I think that's 2023 more likely.
He's gonna get here before you guys get a Super Bowl. I'm mark my words.
Let's be careful, Bills fans. Remember who you got on the cover, and we know the history when people get on the Madden cover.
The Madden curse, yep.
Be careful.
I mean,
let's not forget. So I'm happy we none of the Miami Dolphins got on there. So I'm just saying.
Look at that. Here's the trophy. Here's a look at the trophy case.
Yes.
Wait, you put the Madden cover in there? Oh snap!
That's the trophy case. Yeah.
I didn't even see it because I couldn't see it. It was so.
You know, Shake, you really should also put the
Shake,
Cowboys.
you're supposed to put some wings in there, Shake.
Put it one more time. Put
some buffalo wings in there.
Or how about, you know what? Put Herschel Walker's trade contract in there, bro.
This man legit put the Madden cover.
There you go. I'll get this jersey.
Oh my gosh, no.
Oh, snap donuts.
And by the way, come week 4.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh my gosh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Look, he's a waiter.
Is that an L?
Bro,
Is that what that
in Buffalo, we're serving L's. We're serving L's.
Well, you know what you should have put? The one that was consoling his soul.
Oh man.
That's the one.
We're here. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh snap! I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. That made me feel really
right?
good.
Sorry, not sorry.
Joy to my life. Thank you so
I'm
much.
going to be at that game. I'm going to definitely be at the game. I'm not missing that moment to watch the Bills and Dolphins. Oh man, I am not missing that game. If you're going to be there, please be there because you get to. It's going to be. I feel like it's going to be a big key game to determine the division winner and things like that.
The last game of the season is like the top game in my opinion, besides the Giants game for me. But those are the two most games that I want to go to because they're, Giants, and then obviously determining the division. Who is it going to be between the Jets and the Dolphins? Because clearly the Bills are going to be dead last. So, but yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, it'd be hilarious if it came down to it's 23-23 with 2 seconds left on the clock in overtime, and Buffalo's kicker misses it wide right.
Oh gosh.
Muff pun? Holy smokes. You know what? Color, play the lottery. That's all I got to say. You better play the lottery, sir. And 23 better be one of your numbers because I'm telling you, you're gonna make it happen.
Oh gosh.
Do you guys remember the 92 AFC Championship?
No.
Mm-hmm. That was a jet around that time.
Was that the one before you guys lost 52-17 to the Buffalo to the Cowboys?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah.
Wait, they lost 52 to what?
17.
Josh Allen's number? Ooh.
The second largest margin of victory in the Super Bowl ever, next to the 49ers and the Broncos, 55-10.
If you look back on that too, in '92, I can't remember, was Marino hurt in '93? But I think '92 and '94, those were probably Marino's last realistically best chances to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'd agree. There's a little correlation I'm trying to make here. Okay, if you follow me, right? Who lost in that 52-17 drubbing? Who was the quarterback for the Buffalo Bills?
Frank Reich, really.
Oh, was it Frank Reich?
Well, Jim Kelly started the game, if you want to say that, but yeah.
Okay.
Jim Kelly.
Now, who was the quarterback for the Denver Broncos when they lost 55-10?
Oh my God, Color. Yeah. John Elway. You got me.
Who?
John Elway.
Okay.
So wait, Color, that would mean Josh Allen's gonna win a couple Super Bowls later though, right?
I don't know. You might be 0-8 before that happens though, bro.
Hey, trust me, I have material. I'm just recycling it, like all the wisecracks that you used on the chat. I'm just recycling it, just like all your wisecracks. All right.
I mean, if you guys are 0-8 and then finally get a Super Bowl, I might even be happy for you. I mean, damn.
Watch you guys get the Super Bowl if you do.
Yeah, I'm sure he's beaten you a few times too. Huh?
Watch it be after Josh Allen. If you ever did, watch it be.
And by the way, Miss Fins, at your request here.
Oh my goodness.
Him and then. Oh, snap. Shake money for the win.
See, Josh Allen's a good sport. Josh Allen's he's a sportsman. He has good sportsmanship. Josh Allen does.
They should have captioned this puppy like, "Who's your daddy?"
Did you guys see the commercial with did y'all see that commercial? I think who does it? Pepsi with the with Dan Marino, Randy Moss.
We can dream, can't we, Chef? I mean, Randy Moss sitting on the couch next to Marino. Oh,
Emmitt Smith. Oh man, and Jerry Rice. Oh gosh, man.
Can you imagine the type of season Randy Moss would have had if he had Dan Marino throwing him the ball?
If Dan Marino went that year to Minnesota, yeah.
It's a fucking tragedy, Color. It's because like as a Bills fan, Marino was better than Kelly, and I think it's just my opinion. I think Marino was the best quarterback in that era. You know, people can debate it about Montana and stuff. I just think.
And the funny thing is, Montana don't even debate it.
Yeah, Montana himself says Marino is the GOAT of that era.
No, he said it one time. But
yeah, you can't have a goat of an era. Don't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. No.
I don't know, Color. Don't you think it's unfair to compare?
It is, but GOAT means greatest of all time. All time spans all time. Right. I don't actually believe it's possible to have a GOAT because time could be infinite, and there can always be greater given enough time passed. You know what I mean? So
I don't see another. Football will never get back to how football was in the 80s and 90s. In my opinion, it's towards its way to flag football.
Can you imagine Marino in this era, though? Like, seriously, where you can't touch the quarterback. You can't even touch the quarterback.
That's why I think it's disgusting when people compare certain people to him, because I'm like, if you put Marino in this
he
era,
would throw for 6,000 yards, Color.
Yeah, and that's not even like that's not even a homer take, bro. That's not even like obviously there's realism involved, but no, seriously, if Mahomes is throwing for over 5,000 or whatever, or whoever's throwing for over 5,000 within a 17-game season,
with an extra game,
why couldn't Dan Marino eclipse 6,000 in this same league? I mean,
the way you got to think about it, throwing for 5,000 yards in 1984. It's like someone throwing. It is literally like someone throwing for 7,000 yards right now.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
you had
literally
16 games. You had 16 games, and you had a philosophy still rampant in the league that you run the ball twice and then play action on third down, and that was literally the only time you passed the ball.
And let me add this to you too. That's the same era, if you think about it. The average QB was averaging 3,100 yards. This man was doing 5,200 plus.
Yeah, don't forget
He
who's
was
still,
not even.
and I believe he still holds the record for number of touchdowns in a single season. Am I correct?
I don't know. All I know is that it took 30 years for all his records to even come close to being, and it was not just 30 years. It was 30 years plus league change for it to actually be even close.
That's why, Color. That's why I tell people like Bills fans. I'll tell talk to Bills fans and talk about sports, and I'll say, yeah, it will be okay. Allen will win a championship. I'm like, I don't fucking know that. You don't know that, man.
There's also don't forget something else. When we talk about rule differences, we're not just talking about how the quarterback is protected more. Don't forget that it was much harder for a receiver to get separation back then than it is now.
Yep.
Much harder.
Well, it's not just much harder, man. They were literally hanging on your back while you were trying to finish your route. It's not even.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You could practically mob a receiver back then.
It's the league. That's why I say.
That's why what Randy Moss was doing was so great, because that's where the term mossing came from, because there was no getting separation even in Randy Moss's era. Everything was 50-50 to him, and he came down with it.
And another thing too, if you think about it, for me at least personally, I can't speak for anybody else. One of the requisites for someone to be a GOAT in any sport is that they have to be able to still be relevant in different eras. Could that same player be effective in different eras? In my opinion, yes. Just like I put.
And then you'd also have to reverse that, Miss Finns. Would anybody from today's era be able to go back there and play at Dan Marino's level?
The only person, and he's no longer in the league, was Andrew Luck, and that man's career got chopped down by the Colts.
Maybe Mahomes. Mahomes.
Nope.
Mahomes could be a Joe Montana from that era, certainly.
No, I don't think so. I think Andrew Luck was probably the closest one. I can't think of anybody else true.
I don't know, because Aaron Rodgers too. I mean, they really can throw the football. They could probably survive in that era.
That's why I'm worried about
be as great as they are in this era, but
okay, let me put it to you this way: they can play in that era. I get some of them, but they won't be what they are today.
But Mike Glennon,
they won't be Mahomes.
Mike Glennon wouldn't even sniff QB5 in that era.
Nope.
Mike Glennon would not even sniff QB5 in that era. Like, you wouldn't even have a guy like Mike Glennon hanging around back then. He wouldn't even be able to be in the league.
I remember a game when I was a little kid. The Bills were playing the Steelers. It was like in the 93 or 94. I can't remember. It was like Monday Night Football. And I swear to God, the defensive lineman literally picked up Jim Kelly and slammed him on his head, and the ref didn't do anything. He just looked at Jim Kelly like it wasn't a big deal. That's literally what you could do to the quarterback back then.
Yeah.
Now you can't even look at the quarterback. Personal foul, roughing the passer.
Yeah.
15-yard penalty.
I think it was Levon Kirkland, Color.
They snapped the ball, and during the drop back, the quarterback yells over to the ref, "He made a pass at my girlfriend last night." The ref throws the flag. Personal foul, roughing the passer.
Dang. That's crazy. Oh, man.
It is pretty
guys,
bad
what's going
the way
on?
it is now.
Yeah. No, someone will survive. I can see it.
Hey, what stream am I on? Somebody sent me this link. I'm not sure what stream I'm even on.
I don't know. Are you a Miami Dolphins fan?
Not really, no.
Oh, well, then you're in the right place. How you doing?
Perfect.
Are you a football fan?
No, not really.
Oh, well, you're definitely in the right place.
I can tell you one thing. I really hate fucking Negroes.
Oh, well, get on out of here then, man.
That's awesome. Hey, to each their own. You know what I mean? I can't help him. That's his problem.
I mean,
Got nothing to
can't,
do with
I
me.
was exactly. If he don't like them, then we can't help him here
Ain't got
because
nothing to do with me. Later.
yeah, we can't help nobody like that around here. There ain't no help left for people like that.
Yeah, I banned him from the studio.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Because that made no sense at all. Like, really?
Yeah, disavow.
See,
For any Clippers guys, I got to put that out there. Disavow.
He broke the one rule that the El Capitan will ban you for.
Yep.
Well, now let's keep it back to our regularly scheduled
Apologies, guys, for that.
hater session. Josh Allen is still trash. He is definitely the next Pat White in the league. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, the Miami Dolphins will be your new Super Bowl champs in 2024. Back to you, Johnny. Sorry, Chef Jew. Back to you, Chef Jew.
Hey, Misfits, if you guys do win, if the Dolphins do win the division this year, go on a playoff run, and you are, let's say you're going to play Kansas City, what would your game plan be?
Against who?
Against the Chiefs, assuming you're playing the Chiefs in the playoffs.
Well, I'm assuming it would be the AFC Championship because we would have home field advantage, so they would have to come down here. Well, to be honest with you, I'm not afraid of the Kansas City Chiefs with Travis Sexy Kelson. What's his name? See, I can't even say it. He's so good looking. Travis Kelce. But even him, bring him on. Bring on anybody they got. I'm not afraid of them. Do you realize that with Tua Tagovailoa, we were destroying that team with our defense, and our offense was actually putting up points? If it wasn't for the fact, I forgot what happened. There was at one point, and I think it was the fourth quarter, where our offense stalled, and they were able to get a couple of points on us.
Yeah, that's called.
Yeah, they didn't.
Unfortunately, that's called getting throttled.
That's not. You know what? Yeah, they slightly beat us. It is. But
that's called Mahomes had a busy night on South Beach, and he decided around the fourth quarter, oh shit, I gotta actually play today, and they took back over the ball game. That's called getting throttled.
I'm not
scared. Y'all seen what they did, right? Y'all seen what the Lions did? Yeah, they let them have fun in the second half. They made their adjustments coming out of the half. He couldn't do it. He couldn't really do it. They took away.
He looks so average.
It's so weird.
So average.
It's so weird because, and don't get me wrong, I mean, Mahomes is a great quarterback, but it's just like people rag on Tua. Oh, you got Waddle and Hill. It's just like, look, man, every single quarterback has to have some semblance of weapons around them. I don't care how great. Montana had Rice and Taylor.
But to be fair, Mahomes didn't really have much either last year, and I really don't think the wheels are falling off just because of what happened last night.
No. I think that's why I asked her. I think the Chiefs are still going to go on a deep playoff run. I mean,
again, when I made my pick that the Lions were going to win, and people asked me why, I said simply because if you're going to knock off the Chiefs at all, it's going to be early in the season. They haven't gone undefeated,
right?
So obviously they struggle every once in a while too, and you just got to know when that is. And the Lions took advantage and struck while the iron was hot.
Exactly. Patriots went through the same thing too. And when it comes to September, history shows they don't do well in the beginning of the season either. It's true.
Last season I thought I was going to end up being right about Mahomes losing Tyreek Hill, and then by game 4, I'm like, oh shit, I was wrong.
I mean, it is what it is. At this point, to me, any given Sunday, I'm not afraid of any team. You give me whatever. You give me a super. It don't even matter. The Miami Dolphins are here. Listen, let me put it to you this one easy way. And when you say Miami, you're talking Super Bowls. So at the end of the day, that's what we're talking about. We're going to Super Bowl.
Transition
right
game,
there.
man. That's some good transition game, Miss Fins.
Thank you very much. That's
I
what
was
it is. I believe in my team. Hey, Dua's my quarterback. We're going to Super Bowl, baby. Let's go.
Because I was telling who was it? Miss Fins, not Miss Fins. Dolphriki last night. I was telling her I hope the Dolphins taking notes how to beat Mahomes, because if Hutchinson, if Wilkins can be like what Hutchinson was doing that game, kept pressure Mahomes, stay on him, don't let him loose. Hutchinson was getting after him, he just couldn't get a sack. And I was watching, I was like, bro.
That's because of all the holdings, they were not being called.
Yep. Oh my thing about to die. Okay, I'm about to hop off. Gotta go pick up the wifey. If there's a stream going on tomorrow, I would do my best to try to hop on. I got 1%.
At 11 a.m.
Hey, Chef Drew, I appreciate you for blessing us with your presence, bro. Thank you.
Well, I love you all. I'll see y'all later. If y'all have a show tomorrow, send me the link. I'll come on.
Of course, yeah. Ali is definitely gonna have one. I'll send it to you for sure. I'll send it to you, man.
Have a great night. Say hi to Mommy.
All right, man. Good night, man. Yeah, with that being said, I might as well close it down after Chef Drew. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good outro, definitely.
So with that being said, man, I thank everybody who come up here and gave some good, some positive chat. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, before we go, sorry, I don't mean to cut off your like outro or whatever, but I had a question earlier and y'all ignored it, so I'm gonna ask it again. What 1:00 games are you guys gonna be watching on Sunday? Because our game is at 4.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be doing the watch party at Fort Myers, so I'm gonna be getting ready for that.
Okay.
But
Philadelphia.
I might go with that Tampa game. I think you know what I said about it, Miss Fins. I think it's a 50 burger coming.
I think the Eagles.
A little bit of the Tampa game. Yeah, the Tampa game.
I'm gonna watch the Eagles.
50-20, this man said.
52-20.
This little
that's what I
bastard.
said. 52-20.
This little bastard. He all he does is jump on the back of my chair and call my chair that fucker.
Okay, well, good to know, gentlemen. Good to know. Sorry.
Hey, sorry, no problem. Hey, but by the way, good night, Michael K. I appreciate you chirping with me as well. I hope you finish off your 6-pack of Bud Light and your Virginia Slims. Well, and then I think watch Sex in the City marathon.
Speaking of, I forgot to mention. I got a text from Mom she's out in Montana.
Oh, that's what's
up. She said dinner, bison and strawberry shortcake.
That's what's up.
Aw, that's nice. Hey, listen.
Hey, by the way,
wings, so there it is.
Yeah, when I do my wine show for the Buffalo Bills week, I'm definitely gonna be having a bison burger and Cobb Franc. So that's gonna be a good episode. So.
Yes, it will be.
All right. With that being said, it's time for the outro. Before I do leave, I have a message for the Buffalo Bills fans.
Mm-hmm.
Daddy loves you guys.
Yeah.
I just wanted just to remind you, man. He loves you. So.
He loves you.